Who the heck is Pep Talks?
I'm not gay, but I fantasize about Marco Rubio. Pep Talks. Pep Talks. Pep Talks. Let's eradicate the Kung Flu. I'm literally coming. Pep Talks. Pep Talks.
Who the heck is Pep Talk?
They want our women. They want our children.
Pep Talks.
Sometimes no means yes. Grab them by the
Pep Talk.
Grab them by the Marco Rubio. Obama is a racist.
Pep Talks.
I'm literally coming. I'm
Pep
literally coming.
Pep Talks.
We found weapons of mass
Pep talks.
destruction. My fellow Americans, it has been confirmed today from Pep Talks that we are indeed all high on politics.
Good afternoon. Welcome. Happy Wednesday, everybody. Oh, man. It is, it's a Wednesday. Hope you guys are having a good one. Happy birthday to Michael J. Brooks. Rest in peace, and thank you for being an inspiration to me, man. Gotta say. I was only able to catch a little bit of Majority Report today. Kind of sucked. Usually have more time, but yeah, life prevails, you know? Yeah, no. Update on the dog. She's doing okay. Unfortunately, it is looking like we're just gonna have to plan to say goodbye. So it's looking like this weekend is gonna be a emotional weekend, but it's also going to be a beautiful weekend because I'm gonna give her the send-off of, the best send-off that I can. I'm going to do everything that she loves, nice long car ride. She is really, I hate to say that she's kind of like a basic dog, but whenever I think about, what people kind of do for their dogs to, do special things, it's pup cups, McDonald's, she'll, we do a plain cheeseburger for her, even though people are just like, you give your dog cheese? It's like, come on. 15. I think, 15 and, I think she might even be 16. I don't even know anymore. I know that she made it way past, her life expectancy. I think that she's 15. It sucks, but either way, I'm very, very lucky to have had a dog that long, so I'll just say that much too. But yeah, welcome in, guys. We're doing the YouTube thing right now. Unfortunately, it is burying my stream. This is day 2 of this, and I don't know when it's going to fix itself. It seems a little sus that this is happening specifically to leftist channels. Park Rose Permaculture, she covered it. David Pakman, of all people, it was happening to. So, I don't know, man. I'm trying not to complain too much because honestly, who the fuck really cares? It's like, oh, whiny streamer he's not getting his little clicky clicks. It's like, no, I know when something's up, man. This is definitely not normal. It's the same thing with my impression rates. Yesterday, you guys came through in spades. I really, really appreciate everybody that liked and shared the stream. It was very, very helpful. Actually, if you guys can do the same today, I would really appreciate it. And I think that we're going to have to do this pretty much all week, which I'm sorry. I'm sorry that I'm going to have to ask something of my audience, but I do. I got to ask, please support the stream by liking, subscribing if you haven't already, and sharing. Sharing's a big one right now. And if you guys are lurking, comment. I hate doing the blue heart because that's a little lib. That's a libbed out thing. So let's see. What can you comment? I don't know. Oh God. Give me a middle finger. There you go. It's one of my favorite emotes, by the way. I just love that they hadn't I expected that to go away in the first round of the emote cleanups. Nope. I'm glad that we got to keep that one. Excuse me. Have some coffee. Yeah, we're doing the early stream today. Look at that. I was on time too. I mentioned yesterday that I'm I might not be here till about 3-ish. As I said, I had that life stuff. I was able to watch something. Hey, wait. I want to cover this because the new Alien show, Alien Earth, I got to sit down and watch the first 2 episodes of it, and holy crap, it is so good. I have my problems with Prometheus. I have my problems with Covenant. I have my, I love, oh my God, I almost called it Revenant. Oh my God, Requiem, Alien Requiem. But the ending, yeah, it's a lot. It is a lot. After I've seen it a few times now, I'm like, that's a lot. But no, I really, really enjoy it. It's a well-paced show. Story's really, really good. It throws in some elements that, yeah, it's new. It's kind of new to the alien lore, so I think that's pretty cool. What up, Fred? Hee. Hello. How you doing, dude? How are things in the great white north? It's not so white right now, right? I'd be worried if it was. It's like, no, it totally snowed there, buddy. It's like, oh no. By the way, I was lucky. I was able to find a pack of magic, so I'm gonna open that a little bit later in stream. Fingers crossed. Get something good. Oh man. But you are good. Good, man. I always appreciate when my audience is doing well. I also appreciate where I can bring a little light to your day and try to make you guys laugh and just enjoy the back end of the day. Because, I can tell you from my experience, and I know this sounds lame, there have been times where if I am having a bad day and then listen to like a radio, like the Bonfire used to do this for me. Opie and Anthony was a little bit harder for that because I had to, like, they were essentially early. Like, you either listen to them at, the start of your day, or you listen to them with the afternoon replay, which, went to about 3 o'clock. It was like a pretty much daily thing that I did. Then I listened to Howard's replay. I listened to a lot of radio, but I also, I had a gig where I could listen to a lot of radio. So, yeah, with that being said, I was going to say that it gave me some joy, and I know that, like, what I was saying about the Bonfire, it was on a little bit later, like around 5, so it was always nice to kind of just wrap up the day and have some laughs and just a good time, which I got to listen to the latest episode of the Bonfire. It was a reunion, and apparently it's an emotional one, so I'm kind of I'm looking forward to it, but oh boy. Let's see how I get. Oh boy, the stock market. I actually made a little clawback today. Oh, look at that. Not that I really care. Don't get involved. What up, dude? First, over on Twitch. Yes, you are first. Welcome. I hope you had fun yesterday. I know that you were near the end of stream. You were just like, blah blah blah. Like, you got very strong opinions about the Russian-Ukraine conflict. I will say that much. That was also a interesting way to end stream. By the way, so I'm going to do the news in after the first half hour of the show today. We got a lot to get to, so in trying to get to all of it, we're start a little bit earlier, but we're still doing the hang. Yeah, we're gonna talk about Trump meeting with Mr. Putin. We're gonna cover what's going on in DC. Dude, I knew this was gonna happen. He didn't plan for accommodations. Do you know where these people are staying? Like, do you know where the National Guard is staying? There are reports of these people sleeping on federal office building floors. Like, I do not understand like how these things are not bigger stories, especially when it's like, okay, so you're telling me that you did this and had absolutely no logistical plan. And then a new report also came out that said that Trump made this decision about the homeless encampments when he went on a motorcade trip somewhere. I forgot where. but it was like a local motorcade trip, and he saw a homeless encampment, and it was funny because even his staff at the time were like, "Oh shit, he's gonna," because he went on a tirade about it, so they knew something was up, and I don't know, man. I want to make like a little short about like the aide that has to constantly just be like, no, don't let him know that, and then it's like, shit, yeah, all right, damage control mode. Oh, I don't have time for damage control. He's what now? He's already on TV? Oh my god. Do you think that Trump can give Alaska to Putin? No. Where did this fucking come from? This giving Alaska to Putin. Where the fuck did this come from? People were talking about this yesterday at the end of the segment, and don't get involved. Live up to your name right now. Honestly, don't need you here to give your 2 cents. I know what your 2 cents are. But no, Fred, what the, like, I didn't hear this from you, so where are you getting this? I haven't seen any of this, even on my social media feeds, which are usually filled with politics and crazy. That shit has not been mentioned once. The only people who keep talking about Russia, or giving Alaska to Putin, seem to be from outside my country, so that makes me wonder, what the hell do you guys know that we are not getting here? Because that seems fucking wild. You do understand that, like, we're talking about getting Greenland specifically for its ore and, like, for all of the minerals. You think we would give up Alaska? Deployed members usually sleep in tents during deployments like this. They're not intense. They're not intense. I'm just saying. Like, deployed members, usually there would be tents. I'm just saying. When you're putting them up in federal buildings and there's pictures of these dudes just sleeping on floors, I mean, it's not like I'm saying they have bad accommodations. It's actually probably better because it has AC, but it's just wild that they're like, you got all this office space. You know what? Fuck it. Let's use it. Honestly, this is one of those rare times where I'm pontificating. I'm not really critiquing. It's just a question. Okay, Fred, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to come out the gate like that, but bro, this is the second time I've heard this in 2 days, and don't get involved as the other guy that I heard like that was saying that shit yesterday. And then I think one more person was engaging in it where they're like, can he even do that? It's just, what? That is such a non-starter. Oh wait, who the hell was the one who was saying, can he maybe he wants to trade Alaska for Ukraine? What in the geopolitical 6th grade brain is happening there? That is insane. Like, what? We don't own Ukraine. Number one, or Russia doesn't have. They don't own Ukraine. So what are we gonna do? I'm gonna do the best deal. I make the best deals. Pooty Poo's gonna give me Ukraine for Alaska. We're gonna get a territory over there that we don't even own. It's like fucking, or he doesn't even own. Oh my god, dude. Sorry, my brain can't even wrap around the stupidity of like this one. And it's not you, Fred. It's the stupidity of the actual concept of Trump trading Alaska for. MAGA would look at this and just be like, huh? What? I hope he does. I hope he does say that. Like, honestly, if he says that shit, good. Because that will make every American finally go, wait a minute. Well, I mean, not just that, like the MAGA people. I mean, maybe. I don't know. I don't have faith in these people ever waking up. I think that, honestly, what I was doing right there was almost deluding myself, and I stopped myself from doing it. Because, no, these people are fucking insane. They're never moving. They love the guy, and they hate logic, so... Anyway, thank you for loving my reaction to it. Glad that I can entertain you. Yeah, so Trump he threatened Putin with severe consequences. Come on, Vladimir, come on. Wait, did this actually just stem from confusion about Putin going to Alaska? Or is, like, dude, I'm wondering where... This is too much. This has been mentioned too often in the last 2 days for this to just be a... I don't know, Fred, because I feel like you saw that somewhere. Or did you see it yesterday? I don't fuck... Dude. My brain broke in real time. It's just like, I don't know anymore. I don't fucking know. Is this where we're at? Where people are just asking, like, literal, like, car seat questions? Is this real life? Is Trump trading Alaska? Is he locking down D.C.? Like, early tonight. Yeah, Elvis. Yes, I am. Well, technically here. No, not really. You want proof? There. You see this one? You see that? Right there? Right there in the middle? No, my schedule's, you see those two? Thursday and Wednesday. It's always been a thing. Like, Wednesdays and Thursdays are the days that I have to get shit done, so, 3. It's 2 here. Why does Trump call Alaska Russia? Oh, because he's a doddering old fool that nobody calls out on that. For real. Like, Biden was he was so much of, like, just an easy target for everybody on the left, right, center. Who cares? Like, he literally was just like, what? Second you call Trump old, he's like, I'm not old. I don't forget things. I don't mix things up. You mix things up. You misheard it. And the gaslighting works. Trading Alaska while trying to annex Canada makes me think that the story's fake. Story? What story? What story? What are you talking about? And the media never called him out on that? No, they didn't. They didn't. The only media that called him out on it is us, like the left-wing media and, like, you know, me. Oh, hey, yeah, it is smoky time. I actually missed it. Yeah. I'm sitting here, doing what I do. Although this time, my brain... I love how you guys got to watch that. Like, I hope you know that was real, where my brain just, like, it glitched, and I was just like, I'm gonna... What? It doesn't make sense. It doesn't make sense. I think I might have, like, a bunch of my synapses just died off in real time, and they were, like, reaching for a connection, and it was just like, poof. But late smoky, because Pep Talk's Pep Talk. All right. Oh, shit. It's tripped on my cord. Trump must be very bad at geography? Yeah. You gotta be kidding me. All right, so Twitch is doing just fine as far as notifications, but man, YouTube is doing me dirty today. Yeah, guys, hit that like, please. Please hit that like button. I will actually plead for this one because, yeah, man. Day 2 of the buried content. So let's get past that. Once work is done, cash the check, get yummy food, and then fire. Oh. Bloodstone, you... I like how you have everything figured out right there. There's nothing better than that. Because when you do eventually, like, when you go and do that, it's so satisfying. Oh, man. I just realized I'm probably not going to be able to get the food I want tonight. Morning from New Zealand. Hey, welcome, Kiwana. Kiwiana, sorry. But welcome. Man, I don't think I've seen you in a minute. Yeah, you kind of lurk a lot. But no, it's good to see you. Welcome back. Okay, usually my bedtime listening, but it's only so I can actually watch for a while now. Elvis, that's awesome. I'm glad that you can enjoy the show. Okay, so this Putin-Russia thing. Let's see. Is there a story? Trump trading Alaska? Ceasefire only, no territorial trade-off. Yeah, he was talking specifically about Zelensky. So, I like how my when you delete a comment, it'll stay. Your mistake is there forever. Yeah, there's absolutely no stories about this. I typed in Trump trading Alaska ? Yeah, literally not one single story. So I don't know where that was coming from. I think that might have been a misspeak in chat yesterday. Or somebody just got one over on us for a little bit, which, hey, whatever. By the way, Fred, 4-day, 39 Celsius, super hot. All right, well, I use freedom units, so 39 Celsius is... Holy shit. that's 102 Fahrenheit. As I said, freedom units. I really am kind of bad with that. I can do kilometers, though. I had to learn to do that one. Celsius, though, it's always confused the shit out of me. I hate to admit that, but dude, I want to do like a Jay Leno-esque, like, man on the street just at the next protest and just ask people that question. It's just like, what's 39 Celsius to Fahrenheit? And see how many people get it. 32 Fahrenheit there? Really? That's actually pretty comfortable. I don't mind that. Yeah, it's about like our standard winter temperature is about 32 Fahrenheit. Yeah, what is it right now? 82. Feels like 82. Look at that. That's rare. We don't have a lot of humidity today, so. W host? Let freedom ring. Are you a bot? These are the same prompts that you had yesterday. Peace sign. Trump is a pedo. Prove me wrong. You said that yesterday. W host. And it's anytime I see W host or W streamer, it's like, Well, no, I know that some people actually use like bot lingo, which is weird. So can I ask like why like that then? I'm genuinely curious. Is this just something that like you organically picked up in your vocabulary, or is it something that you're trying? I'm an independent. I said a bot. Oh, you're a bot, aren't you? Nope. Yes, because bots are not trained to say no. Okay. Bot has to get it from somewhere. All right, let freedom ring. What is your opinion on Ethan Klein versus Hassan? Let's see. I have MAGA fatigue. Me too. Me too, brother. Me too. I have MAGA fatigue too. It's been a lot. No, you have to give it a paradox. Oh. Doc Brown met Doc Brown in 1955. Paradox. I'm not well. Ah, damn it. Meanwhile, what might you? Star Wars or Star Trek? Everybody's got an opinion about that. When I don't know what I'm talking about, I listen. Oh yeah, I try. Occasionally I'll do the internet argument thing. Star Wars. Favorite Star Wars character. And best Star Wars movie. Or property. I will include Andor, Rogue One, and all that stuff. You can, if you like a show better than the movies, I'll actually allow that. Like, can God lift an immovable object God made? Ooh, that's actually a good question. I think that depends on, did God, when he created it, did he make it with the intention that he couldn't lift it? Or like he couldn't move it? Luke in the Return of the Jedi. A little basic. But okay, I'm not gonna hate. Also, Jedi? That one I'm not gonna hate, but Ewoks over Empire? I'm going to guess that you were born post 1993. I feel like that was definitely, if you were born post 93, you tended to lean towards Jedi and not have the issues with it that a lot of other, Star Wars nerds had. I was just old enough. Oh, hey, look at that. No, I was just old enough to not appreciate the the Ewoks right away, and also the completely jarring switch from Jabba, the Jabba scenes to the Endor scenes, where I was just like, this feels like almost two different movies. The direction was weird. Gotta say, Andor is great. Hell yeah, it is. No, seriously, Andor's I might even have to change my tune on this one, because it might go Empire, because Empire is just the best. It is. It's just so good. It's so well paced. So Empire, Andor, Rogue One, then New Hope. Because New Hope is also actually a good movie. Like, it has its problems, but it's a fun movie. I don't know. I'm a complete dork. I love A New Hope. It was the first Star Wars movie I ever saw, and I fell in love with that world. You have no idea. One of my favorite pictures I have is after I watched it, I was running around in my dad's bathrobe, pretending that I was Obi-Wan Kenobi. Because I don't know why. Obi-Wan Kenobi was my favorite dude in the entire movie. I was just like, wait, so you're telling me that Luke gets the lightsaber, but the one who can actually fight with it is that guy? I like that guy better. And yeah, immediately. Favorite book? Mine? Hey, Project Hail Mary was it. I just finished it. It's really good. It's really, really good. I can't wait for the movie. But it's just because I just finished that. That I even bring it up. My favorite book that I can just go read. Art of War. I'm not kidding. I wish I was kidding about this, but I read The Art of War once a year. I don't know why. It's so, I feel like that's like so Fight Clubby, like angsty teen, but at the same time, it is just, it keeps my mind fresh. You can apply it to like so many different aspects of life. Too many guys try to do that with business, where it's just like, yeah, but business isn't kill or be killed. Business is literally like the rising tide lifts all ships kind of shit. Which again, it's like my favorite quote of like the last 2 weeks where I was just like, yeah, that is so good. Of mice and men. Really? Why do you keep switching your profile picture? The Black Book of Communism and the Bell Curve. Dork. I'm just kidding, brother. No, that's actually interesting that you your favorite books are like theory books. Okay, so like my favorite theory book is Rules for Radicals by Saul Alinsky. That was a really, really good one. Third manga, bless you, Mr. Rosewater. ADHD, yeah, I mean. You're joking? Oh, I was like... Oh, then what's your favorite book? I don't know. My favorite book series right now is The Expanse. I absolutely love that. The world that is in The Expanse is the best sci-fi world ever created because it makes sense. It makes so much sense. All of the physics are so believable. The actual like geopolitical situation is believable. And even some of the stuff, like the exploration stuff, is very believable, where it's just like, because the idea is if we found alien life, but we didn't know what it was, that corporations would go crazy and they would try to get it. And I mean, I know it's essentially copying Alien a little bit, which, yeah, that's also why Alien is like so freaking good, because it is a perfect, like a perfect picture of what late stage capitalism is if you added it in space. But Song of Ice and Fire, if he would ever get, you know, the freaking, I forgot what the new one's even called, Winds of Winter. Fuck, man. Yeah, he's got to get on that. Also, Helmet for My Pillow was a great WW2 autobiography. Oh, cool. I'll have to check that out. The aliens probably want nothing to do with us, and I don't blame them. I don't know. I just read a story about how they just detected a giant alien. Well, they think that it could just be a meteor, but they also said that it's like, nah, there's some properties about that aren't natural. So, it's many, many light years out. I think the Winds, if Winds gets done, A Promise of Spring would be out quickly. He already knows his ending. He needs to get to it then. Like, I don't know, man. It's so disappointing. And I went through this with Dune. I read the final, Frank Herbert Dune, and I was worried that he was not finished with his story. Turns out he wasn't, and he passed before he could finish it. And now you got Brian, who does not write anything like his father. So, I don't know. I'm one of those guys that just kind of fell out. Galactica? Battlestar Galactica? That's a show, yeah. Dune. Okay, so yeah, I'm sorry. A bunch of people were like, fuck this. I did say that I was going to get to the news here, so. If I can get this to work. Oh, wow. Okay. Oh, cool. So, yeah, YouTube's just like doing its thing. Fantastic. A sci-fi work not completed or canceled before its climax. Never heard of such a thing. Do I believe in aliens? Not in the way that most people do. I think it's going to be like, you know, not that complex, but I could be wrong. You know, this is where our consciousness evolving into what it is. It's if we're here, then statistically there could be others out there. I also like the theory that it's like if there are aliens like us, they're going to actually and like have consciousness. They are going to look like us. And I was like, Pep is a Scientologist. Yes. L. Ron Hubbard, you know. God. Although, did you ever read Battlefield Earth? I got suckered into doing that. It was... There's no wonder why the movie sucked, because the book's not that great. And it also doesn't, like... There's no wonder why John Travolta would want to make that movie. I was gonna say. You watch the movie's awful. If you're gonna watch the movie, just make sure that you're doing it, like, in a Mystery Science Theater type of mood, where it's you, a few of your friends. I highly recommend doing, like, a drinking game or something with it, because that is very fun to do. I do that a lot with my friends. We'll just get together and watch bad movies, and yeah, it's one of my favorite things that we do. Occasionally, we'll watch one, and it'll accidentally be good. It's happened, so... Dude, Robo Geisha. I'll never forget the one. Like, we should have done a podcast about that, because we watched this movie called Robo Geisha, and the thing is, it's like a 2-hour movie. It has no business being 2 hours. Steven Seagal movies. Oh, that was it. I remember now. It was there was a Steven Seagal versus Stone Cold, where we watched it. It was funny. Like, it's unintentionally funny, but the thing is, it's not that bad. Stone Cold holds the movie together. So. Smoke ganj plants, and I seen, yeah. Rikio, yeah. It was all right. Sorry. You watch a YouTube video from the Joe Rogan podcast. Not directly from it. I have to watch a clip of it. If it's directly from Spotify, no. Although I know that he's been re-uploading his stuff to YouTube, which that helps, because for some reason that does not have the same restrictions. So, podcast TV on YouTube. Oh, is that just like a clip channel? Yeah, I just found another one of those where they just like put a bunch of clips together. I actually think that's where like 90% of these guys go for their Fox News clips, like pondering politics. We used to have this thing called Prep Burger for radio stations, and you would essentially get a breakdown of news stories and bits, like pre-made bits that you could use, and they would also give you like the audio for it. That makes me wonder if like a lot of these guys are using a service like that specifically, where it's just like, yeah, use this Fox News aggregate where it clips a bunch of stuff and it'll recommend a bunch of stuff to you. He's talking about NPR. Look it up. Joe Rogan talks about NPR. I don't really care what he has to say about NPR. Honestly, I don't really care about Joe Rogan's takes on anything anymore. He's actually becoming more and more irrelevant, because he really is just... He's too far gone to take serious anymore. Like, he chose a side. That really is his biggest sin, is the fact that he went too far to one side, and now, you know what? You can't really take that back, and he keeps, like, digging his foot in. Nah, sorry, man. I've got other stuff that I'm doing. I already got distracted from what I wanted to look at here. Because like I said, I don't have a lot of time today. I actually have a hard out at round 7, so Rogan stock down. Yeah, no, seriously, his social stock is completely down. One of my friends is a Rogan, like a regular Rogan listener, and he still listens to every podcast, but he'll text me and just be like, yeah, so this episode sucked, and then just the other day, I kind of got to give him credit. I kind of quoted him as far as his opinion, where he's just like, yeah, man, the last 3 weeks, he's completely fallen off. I have no idea what the hell is going on. And he was the one who stated, he's like, it's his guests. He can't get good guests. He's like, he keeps getting like the same 4 people on. And I'm like, oh, I see what's happening. And he's like, and then he just like hammers them with the same conversation. And you can only really handle so much of that. I mean, I get it. So I try to keep things fresh. But I also do need to keep some form of a structure, because, yeah, I don't mind slipping off the rope occasionally, but, you know, I got to swim back to the guide rope. All right, so Trump warns of severe consequences if Russia doesn't stop the Ukraine war after Putin meeting. Ooh. A car that I don't actually like. Range Rovers suck. They drive like ass. They look they look cheap, honestly, for how expensive they are. Yeah, just never liked them. If you had a Land Rover like in the 90s, then hell yeah. Those were the shit. But I don't know. Once they released the Range Rover, it just became a mom-mobile. Berlin. President Donald Trump warned Wednesday that there will be very, very severe consequences if Russia President Vladimir Putin does not agree to stop the war against Ukraine after the 2 leaders met for a summit in Alaska. Trump made the comment in response to a question from a reporter after announcing this year's Kennedy's honors. They're the non-woke Kennedy honors. I'm gonna Sylvester Stallone and George Waits. Fucking A. You know, the great George Waits. The remarks came soon after Trump consulted with European leaders, who said the president assured him that he would make a priority to trying to achieve a ceasefire. I keep looking at this picture and I'm just like, ooh, pretty. In Ukraine when he holds his meeting with Putin on Friday in Anchorage. Wait. So wait, so he hasn't even met with him yet. Wait a minute. What? So this is all preemptive? Huh. Ukrainian President Vladimir Zelensky joined several of Kyiv's main allies in a virtual meeting with the U.S. leader. And Zelensky told the group that Putin is bluffing ahead of a planned summit about Russia's ability to occupy all of Ukraine and shake off sanctions. German Chancellor Friedrich Merz said afterwards that important decisions could be made in Alaska, but he stressed fundamental European and Ukrainian security interests must be protected. Merz convened Wednesday's meeting in an attempt to make sure European and Ukrainian leaders are heard ahead of the summit, blah, 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 blah. Trump was clear that the U.S. wants to achieve a ceasefire. Merz, who described Wednesday's conversation as constructive and good, said the Europeans made clear that Ukraine must sit at the table as soon as there is a follow-up meeting. European allies have pushed for Ukraine's involvement in a peace talk. That's honestly part of the problem here. It's like land concessions. No, I won't. Sorry. Fucking pop-ups. By the way, do you know, actually, that this was Trump's doing, the whole pop-up thing? Because he undid an Obama-era provision that made it so these things could not be flooding our screens every 5 seconds. So thanks, Trump. And concessions are a non-starter. Russia advances in Donbass here. This is what I wanted to actually see. Russia forces on the ground in Ukraine have been closing in on territorial grabs around Pokrovsk. In the eastern Donbass region, it compromises Ukraine's eastern industrial heartland, which Putin has long coveted. Military analysis using open source information to monitor the battles have said Ukraine's ability to fend off those advances could be critical. Losing Pokrovsk would hand Russia an important victory ahead of the summit and could complicate Ukraine's supply lines in the Donetsk region, where the Kremlin has focused the bulk of its military efforts. W host, take care, bud. Take care, man. What's up, Distracting? Good to see you, bud. Ain't patriotic enough for Pitt. Nope. You know me, Master Patriot. Alrighty. So this didn't happen yet, then. When? Wait a minute. What is he actually meeting? Wait, no, they did meet then. Oh my god, this is confusing. So, what did he say to Putin? Right, to Putin ahead of summit. When the fuck is the summit? Alright. Here, maybe this actually has a better update. Model is Palestine. Ukraine paper stuns with report on U.S. Wait a minute. This is much bigger than I thought it was. Oh my god, it's Mediaite, those. There's one site that just can crash your computer. It's fucking Mediaite. Again, what I was just saying about pop-ups, it's like, yeah, they definitely took that one and ran with it. They were just like, you have an ad? We'll take it. Here we go. U.S.-Russian negotiators reportedly pitching West Bank-style occupation of Ukraine. The model is Palestine. Jesus. London's The Times newspaper reported on Wednesday that the U.S. and Russian negotiators are eyeing a proposal to end the war in Ukraine that one source described as similar to the Israeli occupation in the West Bank in a positive connotation. Jesus. Wow. You remember my example about the eggs, where it's just like, yeah, they just kind of they'll fuck you until like until you just say where you're like, ow, 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 ow. Okay. Yeah. Once you hit that, okay, then they'll just stop there, and then you'll still be wondering like, well, when are you actually gonna take the when are you gonna take it out? Just had a nap. Was it a good nap? I have good naps and bad naps. I'm just gonna say before I go to this, I'm not still knocking that hard. Trust me. But I'll just say that I have the uncanny ability to have the worst like wake up after a nap, where it's just like I'll feel like shit. I'm tired all day, or I can sleep for 20 minutes and just like instantly feel like I had 8 hours of sleep. So yeah, it's weird. A report by the Times U.S. editor in Washington, D.C., David Charter reads, under this scenario, Russia would have military and economic control of occupied Ukraine under its own governing body, imitating Israelis' de facto rule of Palestinian territory seized from Jordan in 1967. Under the model, Ukraine's borders would not change, just as the borders of the West Bank have gone unchanged for 58 years under Israeli control. Yeah, but look at what's happening in the West Bank. Jesus, dude. Normalizing occupation now. Yay. Carter's source, who he described as close to the U.S. National Security Council, is quoted as saying, "It'll be like Israel occupies the West Bank with a governor with an economic situation that goes into Russia, not Ukraine. But it'll still be Ukraine because Ukraine will never give up its sovereignty. But the reality is, it'll be occupied territory, and the model is Palestine." Oh. This is damn good reporting, but holy shit. This makes too much sense. That's why oh my god. So Trump is going to use that as like a, look, I got peace. They agreed to peace. They're just not leaving. The report includes a full-throated denial from the Trump administration from Deputy White House Press Secretary Ann Kelly. This is totally fake news and sloppy reporting by the Times, who clearly has terrible sources. Nothing of the sort was discussed by anyone at any point. That means it was totally discussed at some point, and they're just mad that it got leaked. They're so fucking obvious, man. Damn. Excuse me. The Times report quickly circulated on social media, raising eyebrows and eliciting condemnation. The model is Palestine. A cursory look at the West Bank today might suggest a few pitfalls. No shit. Foreign policy analyst Gregory Brew commented, if the U.S. is thinking about Russia-occupied Ukraine as analogous to the West Bank, how are they thinking that the West Bank... How are they thinking about the West Bank? Also, analogy doesn't track, as no state claims sovereignty over the West Bank other than the Palestinians themselves. These are some of the replies. Apparently, Trump's solution to a war he can't end is to recreate the condition for the other war that he can't end. Yes. Yes, well said. What up, Tragic? How you doing? Good to see you. You just got to love the Twitch model. By the way, guys, if you don't already follow me over on Twitch, please consider doing so. There we go. Just got done working out, feeling aggro. What can I rage about? Oh, I don't know. If you're feeling aggro, shouldn't you, like, I don't know, get that out of your system by boxing? Boxing is always the one where it's just like, go hit something in a healthy way, and make sure that you're like, you actually have good hitting form, because I've seen too many people damn near break their wrists. So just got to this is nuts. So interesting. All right. So the summit, nothing's really come of it yet. Rage Against the Machine, or just listen to him. Yeah, there you go. Rage Against the Machine is actually, like, really good workout music. Fed cut seen near certain after inflation data. U.S. Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent. Series of Federal Reserve interest. That's totally was. 7. Oh, that's why the market raised today, is because the Fed cut seems like it's a certainty in September. Okay, that kind of makes sense. With the economic data coming out, I don't know if that's necessarily true, though, because based on if that one guy gets confirmed, which it doesn't look great, because he has a bunch of conservative economists that have come out against him saying, like, no, this guy's a putz, like, do not do this. Oh, by the way, guys, I'm gonna be doing the hair braiding coming up here. I'm going to put it as another little thing in the corner, where you guys can mark your calendar to be there. It's going to be a special stream because I have to do it in a way where, so we ran into a little snag, and that's the reason that it didn't happen this last weekend, is we found out that Unimoogle can not really be on cam right now. So, yeah, she has a contract thing with her job where she's not able to do anything that's front facing, is what they say. So we're figuring out a way around that. Yeah. Sorry, guys, but also we have discussed this though. In a way around that is if she was going, like when she hangs around to do some commentary and just kind of like read comments and get to know you guys a little bit before we do that stream. Yeah, she's just gonna. We might just do like a little still avatar or something for her. Yeah, it was a bit of a complication, I hate to say. I was not expecting that, and neither was she. Because I just kind of asked her off, and I was like, is this because she does other stuff that, requires that? I'm like, is this going to be a conflict of interest? And she was like, I don't know. Turns out it will. Gotta love it, but and with the hair highlights, we would more than likely need to just record that one because that one is also just like, that'd be kind of hard. But that would be a members only video that I would put out for you guys. So, we figured that out, but oh god. I'm excited though. We found a really cool like little hairpiece that I get to use, and it's gonna look cool as hell. I'm really looking forward to having my my braids done. I think that'll do like at least a few streams with them in, as long as I can keep them from getting all frizzed out. Really had some pent up, or reality had me pent up this morning. Yeah, you know what? Maybe that's what I need to do. I could use a good workout, but yeah, barely had time to do that. Because I was also silly and I stayed up way too late watching that new Alien show, which, as I said, was really, really good. But here, let's get to the we all knew this was coming, but I've been saying this since November, where I was just like, okay, because I had an argument with a gay friend of mine where he's a big Trumper. Like he's one of those, like, he wears the shirt gays for Trump, blah blah blah. We had an argument that he was just like not gonna do that. He would lose so much support. Well, guess what? He still hasn't lost his support because he is of the mind where he's just like, well, he needs to do it. Sorry, I shouldn't do that because he does sound like that. But he's just like, yeah, he needs to do it first before I start freaking out. I'm like, that's not a great way of looking at that. Also, when it's being mass reported on, I don't know. Maybe take it seriously. And the fact that it's like, the Supreme Court doing it might wake you up. What do I know?
A decade after the Supreme Court's landmark Obergefell decision extending the right to marriage to same-sex couples across the country.
Trust me, I understand the problematic nature of me doing
the Supreme Court could soon consider whether to take up a case asking them.
It just sucks that he literally sounds just like that.
Turn it. Join us now to discuss is Tom Dupree. He served as the Deputy Assistant Attorney General in the Bush administration and is a constitutional law attorney. So if you would, Tom, just to start off here, can you explain to our viewers who this petitioner is in this case?
You know what he'd get a kick out of if I did an impression of him like this.
What her argument is for overturning the ruling that granted same-sex couples the right to marry nationwide, and why that is so significant here.
Oh my God, I wish I could have a filter and do the chef voice from South Park.
Sure. Well,
I would make a video just for him, so because he would just be, all right, now that's fucking funny.
Is Kim Davis, and she's a clerk in Kentucky who basically disagreed with the Supreme Court's decision legalizing same-sex marriage and essentially refused to comply.
I'm piss poor and I'd definitely be a member. Love this channel. Oh, thanks, man.
The Supreme Court said. In other words, she wouldn't.
I mean, I'm gonna be fair here. I'm gonna just say that I did do that for reasons. My membership is. I'm not sure if you guys know this or if I'm wrong, because I tried to set it to where it was low enough for all you guys, but also like YouTube makes you do a certain amount because obviously they want their cut. So
issues same-sex marriage certificates and that sort of thing. So there was a lawsuit involving that. She lost.
Tried to make it affordable.
The lawsuit. She is now asking.
I think it's $3.99 a month.
In the United States Supreme Court.
But then they sent me an email saying that it's like we might have to increase your membership. So I'm just like, no.
Get involved and hear her case, and she's asked the court to reconsider the Obergefell decision. That's the one that legalized same-sex marriage, and invited the court to take her case and reverse that decision.
Could you imagine if she's the literal downfall of gay marriage?
What is the likelihood that the High Court would take this up?
I think it's unlikely. Anyone can ask the Supreme Court to take their case, but the Supreme Court actually takes very few of the cases that it's presented with. Here, I think it's unlikely they're going to take it. There certainly are some justices who I think would vote to overrule the same-sex marriage decision.
No, you're telling me Roberts?
Justice Thomas, for example, has been very upfront about he thinks it was wrongly decided and should be reversed. I suspect Justice Alito feels the same way. There are also other conservative justices who may not be big fans of that decision, but I think it's quite another step to say that they're going to take this case and reverse the decision. I think
Oh, really? That's actually an interesting little tidbit about South Park there. I didn't know that Hayes did not quit South Park over the Scientology episode. He had a stroke, and Scientologist aides wrote a letter without his consent. Dude, that's crazy.
Will take a pass on this case and possibly revisit this issue in future years.
All right, so I want to read part of the argument from Davis's attorney. He writes, this court should revisit and reverse Obergefell for the same reasons articulated in Dobbs v. Jackson, Women's Health Center. Obergefell was wrong when it was decided, and it is wrong today because it was grounded entirely on the legal fiction of substantive due process. What do you make of that argument?
Well, I think if you are trying to get the Supreme Court interested in taking this case, that's probably the right way to frame the argument. The case that he's talking about, the Dobbs decision, is, that was the one where the Supreme Court reversed Roe versus Wade. And they basically said that Roe versus Wade, which recognized the right to abortion, rested on this concept of substantive due process, that the Constitution basically...
My liberal lawyer client who still thinks Roberts is good faith has something explained to do.
Gave you a substantive right to choose an abortion. The Obergefell decision, the same-sex marriage decision, was also grounded in this concept of substantive due process. So what they are saying is that the same logic, the same rationale that led you to reverse Roe versus Wade should apply equally here and should also lead you to overrule the same-sex marriage decision.
And after the Dobbs decision,
I'll just say this, the Jared from Subway stuff, you know what the worst part about all that is? How we kind of just made a mockery of what happened, and it like that's the legacy, is we just laugh at it. It's like, that's not really a laughing matter.
As we know, one Supreme Court Justice, Clarence Thomas, had this...
And on the fact that I think that he's just out, isn't he? I think that he's free and just doing his thing.
The Obergefell case. Tell us more about your thinking there. Do you think that there are other justices who could be on the same page as him? If so, which...
The second most egregious thing Subway has done.
Ones?
First being getting rid of the U-cut.
I think
How dare
there are
they?
other justices who, if they were deciding the same-sex marriage question today, writing on a blank slate,
I am kidding, folks.
might well say the Constitution...
Except about the fact that, like, I'll just swap those. The number 2 most egregious thing that Subway has ever done is get rid of the U-cut.
Does not protect same-sex marriage.
Bring back the U-cut.
Certainly Justice Alito feels that way. Obviously, Justice Thomas feels that way.
U-cut, whatever.
Chief Justice Roberts, I think, probably feels that way. He was one of the dissenters in the original Obergefell case. It's possible that the other justices, some of the conservatives, including Justices Kavanaugh, Justice Barrett, Justice Gorsuch, possibly, they may also disagree with the rationale. But to my mind, there's a big difference between disagreeing with the outcome in that case and being poised to overrule it. There's that concept of stare decisis, that if a Supreme Court decides a case, you let it rest on the books in place unless there are incredibly compelling reasons to revisit it. And there may be conservative justices who aren't the biggest fans of substantive due process, but they're not poised to overrule the same-sex marriage case so soon after it was decided.
What is your message to families?
I like how I've been a mod here for a while and I've never had to yeet anyone out of the chat.
Worry their own marriages,
Yeah, we really haven't had to do that much.
Could be invalidated.
Well, I totally understand how it could be disconcerting to say.
Although I could have used you, I think it was like 2 or 3 days ago.
least to see your
There was
rights
some schmuck in chat that was just kind of popping off.
or something that appeared at least a few years ago to be well-settled constitutional law being revisited or at least questioned from some quarters. But I would say a few things. One is that the likelihood of the Supreme Court taking this case and reversing Obergefell, I think, is unlikely at this point for the reasons we've discussed.
Didn't Congress pass same-sex marriage protections? Yes. There's also the fact that it's codified in many states. So it's one of these things where, no, this is that Kim Davis character just being an asshole and thinking that because assholes reign right now, this is her golden moment.
A law that basically would make any situation where this decision gets reversed apply prospectively only. So even if the Supreme Court were to take this case, reject same-sex marriage, that wouldn't automatically have the effect of invalidating marriages that are already on the books, but it was something that would only apply going forward.
All right.
Well, it's also speaking to the broader problem that, like, homophobia is making a comeback. Like, what are you doing? You guys are normalizing like an insane amount of hate lately. You guys are and this is your fault. Like, CNN here, like the whole, anytime that they mention like the anti-Semitism shit, it's just like, you do realize that you're playing into that, right?
Thank you so much.
Like, you guys normalized fucking MTG. And I'm not talking Magic the Gathering.
Rescue our nation's capital.
I don't even know what video I just played there. Let's see. Oh, that would be that one. Okay. Cool. Not the video I was going to. Oh. Something on my shoulder weird. There. We, in 10 minutes, will be enjoying a little smoke sesh, so hope you guys are ready for that. You know what? Got enough people here. I want to see what I get. I found some magic. Let's see. Well, Final Fantasy magic, because that's the only one that I'm going to get into right now. I have put a cap on it until I get addicted to playing the game, and then my friends are going to be very happy that now I'm spending all of my freaking free time and money on that. Oh, sick. It's one of the art cards. Actually, a really nice one. Emperor of Palmacia. Alright, give me one sec. Light on. Aw. Okay, so those are cool. Oh, cool! I got a Cloudbound Moogle. I know a certain someone that will be very happy about that. Ready for it? Another Titus. Hell yeah. Oh, shit. This is actually a really, really good card. Ultimacia. I got Cloud. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. And then I got a foil Thunder Magic, but dude, I got Cloud and Ifrit in the same pack here. Sweet. Spend a lot of your time on RuneScape. Nice. Yeah, I've been playing Donkey Kong Country, and I've been toying with Final Fantasy Intermission, and then there was another. Oh, Tony Hawk. How did I forget the one that I'm spending the most time on? Can I just say, Tony Hawk, so glad they remade those. It's an addiction. It is an addiction. It's a real addiction. Well, see, that's the thing, dude. I explained that why I don't play MMORPGs is because I know me. I know me. I will not be able to, like, that would be the stream. I would just be playing that and not talking politics. Like, it's just... No. I played... I didn't even play it. I saw my friend playing WoW, and based on just watching him play, I was like, oh god, I can't do this. And he was like, what? Like, you don't like it? I'm like, no, you misunderstand. I feel like I did miss out. It's the same with actually, I haven't played Final Fantasy 11 or 14, because again, online MMOs. And again, it's not because I hate him. It is an unfortunate reality that I have to live with, where it's just like, nah. My brain works in a very certain way like that. All right. So there are new flight logs that just came out that, and some new information about the Epstein stuff that Trump is going to be really pissed off about. And it kind of makes me wonder, what's he going to do to try and get this out of the news? Because the news cycles, again, Epstein is coming back into the news cycle. So let's see what they have to say.
But K-File's extensive reporting now shows the two shared a close social circle for nearly 2 decades, from private jet flights to high-profile parties, and that's only part of the story. Photos, flight logs, and court records help reveal how long their personal history really was.
By the way, she was one of the CNN anchors that I was calling out yesterday. If any of you caught my little rant about CNN normalizing some of like the grossest stuff, she has the ability to like robot report, which is kind of scary, I have to say. Like, not being able to show emotion about some of like the most heinous shit that's going on. There's something disturbing about that.
Files Andrew Kaczynski is here with all of that, and it is some extensive.
You could call it professionalism. I call it sociopath.
Research and reporting that you all did. You've chronicled this relationship between Trump and Epstein from the 80s to what, mid-2000s is obviously when their contact probably cut off. What's the most striking thing that you find that kind of contradicts this? Donald Trump is no fan of Jeffrey Epstein.
Yeah, so what we found, it really actually paints a portrait starting, as you said, in the 1980s up to the mid-2000s. It paints this portrait of a long, enduring friendship. I think there were several associates who have called them best friends. Epstein himself said that he was Donald Trump's closest friend for 10 years. And we looked through these hundreds of hours of video, hundreds of photos. We went through documents from court files, exhibits from lawsuits. So we really chronicled this whole relationship through time. And one thing that I found really interesting was these flight logs from Epstein's private jet, which were part of that investigation into Ghislaine Maxwell. And they really tell you a story of how close these guys are. Look at just a few of them. This is in 1993, for instance. This is the same year that we found as well that Jeffrey Epstein attended Donald Trump's wedding to Marla Maples. Trump flew on that plane 4 times with Epstein and Ghislaine Maxwell between Palm Beach, where Mar-a-Lago is, and where Epstein also owns a home. Let's fast forward then to 1994. Trump flew from Palm Beach to Washington, D.C. with his then wife, Marla Maples, his daughter, Tiffany, and a nanny before they returned to New Jersey that day. In August 1995, just he and Eric were on board with Epstein and Maxwell again. They flew from Palm Beach to Teterboro in New Jersey. And then in January 1997, Trump flew with the pair from Palm Beach to Newark, New Jersey. All of these trips, 8 in total, were documented in logs that I mentioned were from that trial.
You also took a look at what Donald Trump himself has said about Jeffrey Epstein. What did you find?
Yeah, that's right. And one of the things that's always been so striking is that quote that he said in 2002 that we found in that New York Magazine article, where he said he was a terrific guy, he liked beautiful women just like him. And then that quote where he says he likes many of them on the younger side. That was from an article entitled Jeffrey Epstein, International Money Man of Mystery in New York Magazine. Now, just 2 years later, we were going through Donald Trump's book, and he had one called How to Get Rich. And then we wrote in his book that somebody named Mysterious Jeffrey had called him, and that you could see it right there. That's the passage from his book. He says Jeffrey calls him, but there's actually a lot of activity between these two in 2004. One of the things that was seized from Jeffrey Epstein's home during that initial investigation to him in the mid-2000s were message pads. And on those message pads, there were two, if you look here, two messages from Donald Trump in November of 2000.
They didn't redact the old phone number. I feel bad for whoever has that one.
2004. This is around the time the two of them actually were competing to buy.
Hey man, this was CNN's irresponsibility, okay? Not. This has nothing to do with
West
me.
Palm Beach. Trump ultimately won out. He beat Epstein, and this is allegedly part of what made their relationship deteriorate.
Yeah, Donald Trump's talked about that as well.
You know what's also curious? The fact that Jeffrey Epstein, he committed obvious oh my god, blackmail. So him keeping these meticulous records, you got to think that it's just like, oh, like, did he do this to literally every single person in his life?
Your review also, I mean, you look also through tons of photos and tons of video of Trump and Epstein and Ghislaine Maxwell together, from Mar-a-Lago to here in Manhattan. Walk us through kind of some of those moments that you found.
Yeah, Kate, and these images, they really speak for themselves. In November 1992, there's an image that a lot of people have seen, and it's of Trump and Epstein, and they're dancing there. You can see with models. I think you can see Ghislaine Maxwell in the background if you look. She was there just a second ago. Just a year later, Trump, we had found, or previously, Trump was at Epstein was at Trump's wedding in 1993. That's the photo there on the left. 1997, you can see in that photo on the right, that's them at a Victoria's Secret Angels event. And then in 1999, this that I found in some archives shows Trump and Epstein, and they're actually chatting at a Victoria's Secret fashion show. In 1997, he was also photographed with Maxwell at a fashion show. These guys attended a lot of fashion shows together, it looks like. And then in February of 2000, there was an event in Mar-a-Lago that featured not only Trump, Epstein, and Maxwell, but also Prince Andrew was also at this event. And these images were initially published in the Palm Beach Post in the year 2000. So there's a lot of public appearances, and it definitely undercuts Trump's claim.
I'm glad that CNN is giving this time again. I was getting a little worried that they were just going to completely forget about all of it.
That he was not a fan, and they were sort of just distant acquaintances.
So what is the president saying about this?
So we reached out to the White House. We asked them about all of this, and it's on CNN.com. If you read the timeline, it's very extensive. They didn't respond to any of the detailed questions that we sent, but Stephen Chung, who is the communications director for the White House, sent a long statement, said, quote, the fact is...
We need to look up a update on the Rupert Murdoch lawsuit from Donald Trump, because it seems like maybe, just maybe, they settled that amongst pals, you know?
The president kicked him out of his club.
Because Fox News ain't been talking about this.
For being a creep. So it's going to be interesting to see, because he says they weren't close. He says he was not a fan, but we continue to just see more and more revelations come out.
Yeah, and we've heard that similar statement from Stephen Chung many times about questions that linger. It's great to see you. Great reporting as always. Thanks, Andrew. A key figure in the Epstein case, who later worked for President Trump, could soon be called to testify under oath. Alex Acosta was the prosecutor who infamously gave Jeffrey Epstein a sweetheart deal in 2008, a deal that allowed Epstein to serve minimal time in prison, and a deal that shut down the federal investigation into his alleged sex trafficking ring. Acosta then went on to serve as Trump's first-term labor secretary. For reasons unknown, Acosta, the man who would know everything about the Epstein case, was left off the House Oversight Committee's list of subpoenaed witnesses. But tonight, a Republican on that committee, Congresswoman Anna Paulina Luna, is telling the Palm Beach Post that calling Acosta to testify is not, quote, off the table. She also says at any time he can be called to testify. I'm going to speak to the top Democrat on that committee in a moment about plans to subpoena Acosta, because even though dozens of victims had come forward at that point, Acosta, as I mentioned, let Epstein off easy, allowed him to plead guilty to just 2 prostitution-related charges. Epstein served only 13 months in a county jail and was allowed to leave the jail nearly every day for 12 hours. The Department of Justice review later found that Acosta exercised poor judgment in the case, although he continued to defend his actions years after the case was closed.
There was value to getting a guilty plea. You can always look at a play after the fact and say, should it have been the safe play, or should you have gone for the big score?
This comes as President Trump is, many think, trying to change the subject from Epstein as he threatens a full-on federal takeover of Washington, D.C. But it's Trump's own party who won't let Epstein go.
The American people are sick and tired of this government holding on to all these secrets. They're sick and tired of being lied to by the intelligence community and by a deep state. I hope that we don't have to wait 60, 70 years to find out what really happened when it came to Jeffrey Epstein.
Kristen Holmes is out front at the White House for us tonight. Kristen, just as President Trump was trying to shift attention,
she went out there looking like a Civil War general. Like that was like a good fashion decision.
His takeover of the police department there. Members of his own party are making Epstein front and center again.
They are, Kate. And just to be clear, I mean, President Trump, the White House, they don't want to be talking about this. And you talk about how he's been shifting the narrative. Of course, we've seen this happen time and time again as they've tried to get away from this story. But they were just starting to see some success in that. I mean, it had been over a month of them being on the defensive when it came to the Epstein story. And I was actually told that they were starting to circulate some of our polling that we put on air of how the searches for the Epstein case had dropped down, and they were sending that amongst themselves to try and show that there was no reason to insert this into the narrative again, to bring up the Epstein files and any kind of conversations about the transcripts between Blanche and Maxwell, something, of course, we had been reporting on that they were considering. And now you have Republicans themselves coming out and saying, why don't we know more, talking about subpoenaing Alex Acosta, and even the vice president himself over the weekend in an interview bringing up Epstein again. I mean, most of the people who responded to that interview responded with release the Epstein files. So they're having a hard time actually getting away from the story, but I can tell you they want nothing to do with this. And the hope is that, of course, with this D.C. takeover, with the federalization, the fact that they're so focused on that, and then moving into the Putin-Trump summit at the end of the week, that they can try again to move away from the story. We'll see how successful they are.
Yeah, try again, I guess. Kristen, thanks so much for the reporting tonight.
AI taking jobs. Yeah, that is happening. I kind of said this the other day where I was like, this is going to happen within like said it was like 18 to 36 months. We're going to just see like the complete takeover of the white collar sector where AI is just going to run rampant, and it's going to do some major damage to the economy if they allow it to. And it doesn't seem like they're putting any guardrails up to stave it off. So if you guys work in that type of industry, definitely be like, I don't know, I would maybe start looking for an alternative gig if you can. I know it's easier said than done, but I'm just saying, like, if you guys can do like some form of preparation, it would be very smart to do so. I was just talking to my buddy who works in customs, who even he's just like, yeah, man. They're just waiting for AI to be able to kick us out, which is so weird because, like, they just made such a move to bring people back into work because they were just like, we're not using these buildings. We should be using these buildings and bringing people back into work. You can't wear headphones at work because we want you to work. Sure shit. AI comes in. Like, then what? Does that just mean that their building argument was, I don't know, complete bullshit? Or are they just going to fill it with servers? Oh. Actually, Maya just answered the question right there. All right. Well, this is the second Midas Touch video in 2 days, so... Uh-oh. Is Pep becoming a shitlib? No, I'm not. No, he actually had a pretty good breakdown on Ghislaine Maxwell's cellmate came out and said some shit. Is it true? Who knows? But let's give it a look and we can decide for ourselves.
Wow, not good news for Donald Trump at all. Ghislaine Maxwell's cellmate in Tallahassee is breaking her silence. And this cellmate says that Ghislaine Maxwell was telling other prisoners that she had...
I would say that this man is either always stoned or tired, but then I've seen his brothers and they all have those eyes.
Dirt on Donald Trump. Ghislaine Maxwell was trying to position for a pardon under former President Biden, but Biden's DOJ did not want to hear at all from a convicted sex trafficker. But apparently Ghislaine was telling other prisoners that she's got the goods on Donald Trump. She hoped that Biden would use that against Donald Trump. Biden and Merrick Garland were like, we just can't have any communications with this convicted sex trafficker. But the question is what do some of these other prisoners know, number one? And number two, will they now get subpoenaed in a future Democratic-controlled Congress? Or perhaps if Democrats hold shadow hearings, or should Democrats outmaneuver Republicans again to try to get subpoenas of these individuals to find out what Ghislaine may have been telling other prisoners? Let me tell you what Ghislaine told her cellmate in just a moment, but I also want to share with you how has the
thing is, if she were to testify under oath to this, that could help.
MAGA Republican talking points evolved per Donald Trump. Well, now they think if they go after Bill Clinton and other people who they claim are leftist politicians who went to Epstein Island, that's going to somehow make Democrats scared, or it's going to delay the process in releasing the Epstein files. We don't give a crap. If Bill Clinton's in the files, so be it. No one's defending him. No one's protecting him. No one knows what the hell you're even talking about there. If he's in it, great. Get it out there. We want all the information to be out. Whether you're left, right, center, up, down, purple, green, blue, red, don't matter. Release the freaking files. That's what people are saying. Let's get into it. Daily Mail got the exclusive. I heard Ghislaine tell inmates that she heard that she had dirt on Donald Trump. They did this incredible expose, the Daily Mail, on Ghislaine Maxwell's life behind bars at Tallahassee.
Wow, that's actually surprising that the Daily Mail did that.
Before she was transferred to the minimum security facility in Texas.
Usually they would bury a story like that, but I guess it's sensational like enough where they're like, no, we need that.
And the Tallahassee female prisoners are livid. They are revolting in that prison. Apparently, it is a mess right now after a convicted sex trafficker got moved to the minimum security facility. That prison apparently is going nuts right now. So here's what went down. One of the things that we are learning. So her cellmate is someone by the name of Catherine Kamali. Catherine Kamali was serving a sentence for selling methamphetamines, for selling drugs. She's talking about the conditions with Ghislaine Maxwell, and Maxwell's cellmate says, I was there with her.
I was waiting. I'm like, if it's fraud, I'm gonna laugh my ass off.
was in B South at the Tallahassee facility.
It's like, what are we doing?
We were sleeping in these cubes next to.
You remember the guy that said that he was Obama's gay lover, and then it turned out that he is a convicted con man?
To each other. The bunk beds were right next to each other. And here's what I heard. I heard her tell another inmate that she heard dirt on Trump and that it was going to get her a pardon from Biden. We heard her boasting about that. But ultimately, I guess that Biden's camp just didn't want to go down that route with Ghislaine Maxwell. So Ghislaine, this just shows you what little credibility Ghislaine has. So Ghislaine's pivoted, and now with Donald Trump saying, I know all of this stuff about you, duh, because she was with Donald Trump since the late 80s, 90s, and early 2000s when she and Epstein split around 2004. She stopped talking to Donald Trump, but she knows this stuff. I mean, go back to the 1997 article from the Sunday Mirror, which used to be owned by her oligarch father fraudster, Robert Maxwell, who died mysteriously on a yacht called the Lady Ghislaine while he was taking a piss off the side of it. And then it was discovered that he was stealing from pension funds. And that's how he was getting a lot of his money. But in this 1997 Sunday Mirror article, it talked about Ghislaine bringing Donald Trump young women. The real estate developer got young women from Ghislaine.
Didn't know that last a little bit there.
And she would travel with Donald Trump and the young women. They called her a Madame Ghislaine, bringing the real estate developer the young women he would put in his penthouse. That was from a 1997 article. It was important to note. Now, this article also talks about, one of the things it mentions is that Ghislaine had very bad hygiene, it said, and that she would smell, that she didn't like to use a lot of soap because she was afraid what would happen if she was taking showers. So it goes on to talk about her very poor hygiene as well. But, ultimately, with Donald Trump and the MAGA turning point, why didn't Biden go after Ghislaine and get the information out? Because that was never what Biden and their DOJ was focused on. Perhaps maybe they should have.
What up, Try?
They should have went in there and said, let's get all the dirt from Donald Trump. But it's illegal. It's unlawful. What Donald Trump is doing and how he's treating the DOJ and destroying it breaks every norm, rule, and manual. And, people can say, we wish Biden would have fought fire with fire. He didn't. And Ghislaine was angling for the pardon to give all the dirt on Trump. Again, think about all the stuff she knows, but Biden wouldn't take it. Now, this happens on the same day that the federal judge Engelmeyer issued a scathing order against the Trump regime. So the Trump regime, part of their strategy from late July to August is...
Maybe that's why they moved her. She was too stinky.
Have Congress recess, give Donald Trump the space to try to bury and hide the Epstein files, redact Donald Trump's name, offer a deal to Ghislaine to shut her up, give her immunity, move her to this facility,
She smells like an anime convention elevator.
Minimum security facility in Texas, Camp Bryan prison in Texas, distract people with that, then pretend that we're...
Actually, probably, I'll do one worse, a furry convention elevator.
Trying to release the files by going after grand jury testimony, when grand jury testimony cannot really lawfully even be made public, and there's nothing in the grand jury testimony. There's no there. It's not going to add anything. Took place over one day. There was not like a lot of...
I look at this guy's shades and I just think one thing. He does not have cats.
Witnesses called. It was like one DOJ FBI agent who testified based on hearsay, which you're allowed to do at grand juries. There's not anything that's even going to be added, but the Trump regime wants to blame the judges. Oh, we tried to release the files, but the judge blocked it. The files you can release today, Donald and Pam Bondi. You can release today. That's the 300 gigabytes currently in your possession, custody, and control. That's what you warned Donald Trump in May. His name was all over. That's why you put 1,000 DOJ and FBI agents to redact and delete Donald Trump's name.
Oh, yeah, he just got his taquito.
That's why you went to Ghislaine Maxwell, gave her immunity in Tallahassee.
Yeah, he has 2 dogs.
Spoke to her for
I don't know what his other dog's name is, but yeah, he's definitely got the key.
9 hours, gave her queen for a day treatment, and then moved her to a minimum security facility, dangled a pardon in front of her in order to get her silence. You see what she was angling to do with Biden, but Biden wouldn't do it. Trump, boom, right away. What do you want me to do? Okay, bring you to the minimum security facility and you'll shut up. Okay, sounds good. Anyway, going back to the federal judge, Paul Engelmeyer, in a 31-page decision, he said basically the entire premise of the government wanting to release this grand jury testimony is demonstrably false, that the public would come away feeling disappointed and misled, that you would be re-victimizing.
Do you think he... I wonder if his other dog's tequila.
What's in this grand jury testimony? There's nothing of import
or just taco
there at all. It's not allowed to be released in general.
Taco? That seems unfair.
And if you want to release the files, you could release the files at any time. It's the 300 gigabytes currently in your possession, custody, and control. So with all of this going on, with now the news that Ghislaine Selman,
Terabytes, dude, not gigabytes, terabytes. If it's only 300 gigs, then, bro.
is saying Ghislaine has the dirt on Donald, and she wanted to give it to Biden for a pardon, but Biden wouldn't.
It's like a PlayStation freaking full game download.
Make a deal with a convicted sex trafficker, with Donald giving Ghislaine queen for a day immunity and moving her to a minimum security facility, likely in exchange for her silence. MAGA Republican James Comer, the Democrats outmaneuvered James Comer in the House Oversight Committee. They were able to get the House Oversight Committee to issue a subpoena for the Epstein files that are due in about 8 days. But what James Comer's now doing is he issued subpoenas to Bill Clinton, Hillary Clinton, James Comey, and like 10 other people. Not to Alex Acosta, who's the actual federal prosecutor who was in the first Trump administration. He was the Labor Department secretary, but in 2007, he's the guy who gave the non-prosecution agreement to Epstein. Alex Acosta doesn't get a subpoena, but Bill Clinton, Hillary Clinton, James Comer, all these people, they get subpoenas. Why? Because what James Comer wants to do, James Comer from the House Oversight Committee, he wants to be like, well, Bill Clinton isn't responding to the subpoena. Hillary, they're objecting. So if they're objecting, we should wait until the Epstein files from the DOJ come, until we hear what Bill Clinton has to say, what Hillary Clinton has to say. Look, no, you don't. If they're in the files, release the files. And we'll see their names on them, right? There's no one who's saying, oh my gosh, we need to help Bill Clinton here. It's a red herring.
No, and that's the thing. They keep saying, like, the Fox News people are almost running more protection for Bill Clinton than anybody on the left is right now, or even in like the center. Like, these guys are as center as you get on the left, and they're even just like, nah, man. Like, if he's in them, then just release him. This is insane. You guys are protecting elite predators. What is wrong with you? All right, we're going to move on from that to this. From one center lib to another center
The latest Epstein update just emerged, and it puts on full display just how panicked
BTC is pretty cool, though.
this White House is about how to deal with this scandal.
This guy has had a large impact in the media space, so I have to give him a lot of credit. I may not agree with his politics on everything, but he's also, it seems like he's moving more towards like being a DSA type guy than supporting the status quo anymore. Whereas Adam Mockler, he really does seem like he's just like totally, he wants to go back to the good old days of the,
something that happened yesterday, but I wanted to get the
boring
White House
Dems.
response. A judge ruled that
Is that what happens when you like you just were a kid during Obama? You're just like, yeah, that's what I want.
injury transcripts in Ghislaine Maxwell's case should not be released. What's the White House response to that? And you plan to appeal, and what do you tell President Trump supporters who want that information, please?
We think that decision is unfortunate. Of course, we moved to unseal that information because the president has said he wants to see credible evidence released. As for the appeal process, I would defer you to the Department of Justice for that.
Let me make one thing abundantly clear. The White House literally has all of the Epstein files at their disposal.
Everybody's saying it.
If they want them released, they would simply release them.
Yep.
The White House does not need the grand jury testimony.
And the more that like people like this are saying it, I'm wondering if
testimonies,
let's see
because
what Geeks
they
and
have
Gamers has
the
to say
summaries
about
of
this. Is he
all of
talking
those
about
testimonies,
Epstein at all?
as well as thousands upon thousands of additional materials on their desks right now. Any suggestion that the White House is, quote, disappointed with a judge refusing to unseal grand jury testimony is them playing pretend and feigning disappointment because they think their supporters are stupid. The truth is that the reason that the judge didn't approve the release of the grand jury testimony is because the judge wasn't authorized to do so. There are strict and specific rules as to when grand jury testimonies can be released based on grand jury secrecy rules. This situation didn't satisfy those requirements, but more importantly, Pam Bondi and Donald Trump knew that they wouldn't satisfy those requirements. The point wasn't to get anything released. The point was expressly not to get anything released. And so they embarked on this fool's errand solely to be able to say what they are saying right now, what Caroline Leavitt just said today, which is this make-believe sob story that she and the White House definitely, totally wanted transparency, but it was those evil communist, Marxist, Democrat judges who are clearly preventing you from seeing the truth. The whole thing is a sham. In fact, the sham is so obvious that the judge literally pointed it out in his ruling. Judge Paul Engelmeyer said, quote, "A member of the public appreciating that the Maxwell grand jury materials do not contribute anything to the public knowledge might conclude that the government's motion for their unsealing was aimed not at transparency, but at diversion, aimed not at full disclosure, but at the illusion of such." I asked Mark Elias for his response to that claim. Here's what he had to say.
The judge called it straight up what happened here, which is that Donald Trump and Pam Bondi and who the hell knows who.
Dude, what is up with YouTube lately?
Else in that administration, decided that
the last update on YouTube has been.
They try to pull a fast one up the American public. They'd say we're going to move to have the grand jury transcripts released, knowing full well that those transcripts do not contain much at all, which is, by the way, not unusual in our system. Prosecutors tend to only put before the grand jury the minimum amount of information and evidence necessary to.
Boring. Sorry. I can't
get an indictment. So,
yeah, don't care.
They may collect, 5,000 boxes of documents, but they'll only put before the grand jury, one or two witnesses that talk about 3 or 4 of the documents. So this was always a setup, and it is great to see a federal judge calling it out as such.
Good. That's where I'll go from there, because yeah, got the information I wanted from it. Is this actually happening now? Nope, it's not working. One more thing. Ben Mycelis could be the Micro Machine guy. The Mycelis brothers. It is weird that I've been watching that channel for a long time and just watching their growth, and it's kind of funny how they all got, nice new houses. They all got married at right around the same time. Odd. Newsom versus Trump debate would be good TV right now. Yeah. Actually, as much as I am not a fan of Newsom, right now it would be. It would actually, I would watch it. It would be entertaining, to say the least. Would it be productive? Probably not. All right. Clear some of this. Legal Eagle he actually broke down the legality of Trump's DC takeover, and I just have to say, with how quickly he did it, I think that he is kind of he's already been pivoting towards being just blatantly anti-MAGA, because he played the center game for a long time, where he was just trying to be like a infotainment channel that didn't let his politics seep through his videos. But now there's nothing that you can't not be political.
It's colonialist.
Yeah. Oh.
I'm announcing a historic action to rescue our nation's capital from crime, bloodshed, bedlam, and squalor.
Families.
And this, again, you have to remember that this came from him just with his motorcade, seeing a homeless encampment and just going, we got to do something about this.
Come here every summer. Our museums are free. We have the National Zoo. We have some of the best
groceries are so expensive that because they're eating the dogs.
career law enforcement and prosecutors.
Oh, wait, that was supposed to be Newsom.
In the country.
Allegedly.
Who are ready to take this on.
Kristi Noem, she's been very busy lately.
I'm here at the National Zoo, and it is pandemonium, by which I mean... There are pandas here. Tensions are high as tourists get
I hate the fact that I actually appreciate that joke.
off the metro. They're sweaty, they're hot, they're not comfortable. It could erupt at any time. When a very small line developed at the Starbucks across the street, I was worried that all hell was going to break loose. There are roving gangs of youths that you can tell by the similarly colored t-shirts that they're all wearing. Luckily, the security measures in place seem to be holding a careful peace.
Truly terrifying stuff. Let me get this straight. Donald Trump,
The man who was convicted of 34 felonies, who invoked the Insurrection Act and violently cleared Lafayette Square in 2020, who wouldn't call the National Guard to quell the Capitol riot on January 6th.
Man, he's sick of Trump shit.
Who then
I called it, man.
Pardoned those same rioters.
He doesn't give a
who
shit
was
anymore.
Friends with the world's most infamous sex trafficker. That
I'm
guy
involved.
has now declared Washington, D.C. a Mad Max hellscape.
Our capital city has been overtaken by violent gangs and bloodthirsty criminals, roving mobs of wild youth, drugged out maniacs and homeless people.
Now, because of the current mass lawlessness, which is completely made up, President Trump is assuming control of the Metropolitan Police Department and deploying 800
The saddest part is how many fucking just old assholes believe this shit.
National Guard troops to combat crime in the city. And who will be leading the charge? Well, none other
Oh my
than
God, please
former
say
Fox News host Janine Pirro,
you have
who
the
bluntly
clip.
said,
We need to go after the D.C. Council and their absurd laws.
and Attorney General Pam Bondi, who declared the tourists
it's
were
not it.
unsafe
Never mind.
while visiting the zoo. And Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth, fresh off of installing bathroom monitors, who promised the military would flow into the capital and other cities as needed.
You will see them flowing into the streets of Washington in the coming week. They will be strong.
It's sad how many people just believe it.
They will be tough.
Trump's allegations that the city has been overrun by bloodthirsty criminals, roving mobs of wild youth, and drugged out maniacs are not true. But even if it was, does the president have authority to take over Washington, D.C.? Well, Trump started laying the groundwork for the takeover in early August when a high-profile member of Doge, Edward Corsetine, was the victim of a carjacking by 2 Maryland teenagers. Elon Musk immediately tweeted
Big balls.
that Corsetine had stopped, quote, a dozen men from assaulting a woman, and that he stepped in to save her and then was, quote, beaten to the point of concussion. Now, there doesn't seem to be any truth to the story of Big Balls saving a woman from assault by a dozen men, but Musk ended his tweet by calling on Trump to federalize D.C. Truly, we live in the dumbest of dumb times. But Trump
really
also
do.
posted about the incident on Truth Social. He shared a photograph of a shirtless Corsetine with what appeared to be blood splat.
Big balls. Somebody said it earlier that the fact that Big Balls is our fucking Reichstag.
Splattered on his face, body, and pants. The photo was apparently taken by Marco Alez, another Doge staffer who featured prominently in
Yeah, you show them a scene from RoboCop. That's DC.
the mostly illegal Doge takeover.
I'd buy that for $1.
Trump posted that, quote, the law in D.C. must be changed to prosecute these minors as adults and lock them up for a long time starting
Tinkerbell.
at age 14. If D.C. doesn't get its act together and quickly, we'll have no choice but to take federal control of the city and run the city how it should be run.
Legal Eagle finally has had it with Trump's bullshit. I mean, he already did, but like he's going scorched earth now. He's just like, no, don't care. Don't care if you hate me.
Criminals on notice that they're not going to get away with it anymore. Now, you should know, violent offenses in D.C. are down 29% compared to the numbers of 2024. And generally speaking, these numbers are part of historically low crime statistics as well. However, there have been some high-profile incidents that garnered national attention. In May, 2 Israeli embassy staffers were killed in an anti-Semitic attack at the Capitol Jewish Museum. In June, a 21-year-old Republican intern was killed by stray bullets during an altercation between 2 rival groups. And some aspects of D.C.'s criminal laws are controversial, especially how the justice system treats minors. In the district, youths aged 16 and older are automatically tried as adults for violent felonies such as murder or sexual abuse. Those under 15 are generally handled in juvenile
Not necessarily a bad thing.
court unless the judge decides to waive jurisdiction to transfer the case to adult court. But as he likes to do, President Trump shared his opinion on the matter, stating that juveniles 14 and older should be tried as adults, quote, they're not afraid of law enforcement because they know nothing ever happens to them, but it's going to happen now. But rather than deal with statistics, Trump wanted to deal with vibes and feelings, so he cited the Corsetine incident to declare that D.C. is facing an unprecedented crime wave, which it is not. So over the weekend, he transferred about 100 FBI agents to patrol the streets of D.C., even though FBI agents are not trained as beat cops. The DEA, ICE, and the Marshals Service also
That's why they were walking around looking confused.
contributing officers. He put Attorney General Pam Bondi in control of the Metropolitan Police Department with a mandate to clear homeless encampments and remove graffiti. And on top of that, he's calling up the D.C. National Guard. So it turns out he does know how to call up the National Guard. Trump's orders state that the moves are necessary in order to stem the dramatic rise of crime, which, as I explained,
like
does
he
not
was
really
lying.
exist. And in fact, in January, the Justice Department announced that D.C.'s crime rate had fallen to its lowest point in 30 years. And that announcement is still up on the DOJ's website. But the question of when to try minor...
Well, yeah, because they want to play this game of, look, he is the reason that crime's down, but then he also simultaneously steps on their dick
as adults is the subject
because he doesn't give a shit. Plus, he probably forgot that he even said it.
of a decades-long debate in criminal justice.
Doesn't think about it. He just goes, look, the homeless, the broken marble. He literally brought up broken marble, which tells me everything I need to know.
And it's fine for the president to
With
have an opinion
graffiti.
on criminal justice issues.
It's so ugly.
But the appropriate age to try children as adults is a state and local issue everywhere except for D.C., where the city is allowed to make its own laws unless Congress...
I mean, dude, what he's doing with the Smithsonian should scare the shit out of any MAGA head. For real.
Doesn't like them. That's right, over 700,000 people live in Washington, D.C., a population larger than Wyoming, Vermont, and Alaska. But unlike those states, D.C. has no governor, no senators, and no voting representatives in Congress. That's because the framers wanted the federal government to control its own seat of power, so no state could meddle in national affairs. Article 1, Section 8, Clause 17 of the Constitution gives Congress the exclusive legislative authority over the Capitol. That arrangement loosened in 1973 when Congress passed the D.C. Home Rule Act, allowing residents to elect their own mayor and city council and manage local affairs. Under Home Rule, the mayor runs the city day to day, but Congress can still override D.C.'s laws or revoke Home Rule entirely. And contrary to what the framers wanted, this system of government allows the states, through their elected congressional representatives, to meddle in D.C.'s local affairs. Now, this hybrid system of federal and local control isn't a great deal for the people of D.C., because it means that Congress has the right to overturn laws passed by the district, including its budget. For example, in March of 2025, Congress passed
the odds of Trump, oh my God, putting up a statue of himself in D.C., pretty good.
A continuing resolution.
Ooh, I'd say in like the high 80s.
They cut $1 billion from D.C.'s budget, even though unlike the federal government, D.C. does not
Thing is, it'll be, yeah, and he'll probably commission it out of solid gold.
Have a budget deficit. 75% of the city's...
I mean, what's more appropriate than that for when we, you know...
Funding comes from local...
What's more analogous for the collapse than seeing a gold statue of Donald Trump falling down?
Not federal sources, but the city was still forced to cut some services
with blood all over it because he's, you know, then ordered them to shoot on sight
as a result of congressional meddling. And that's not the only time that Congress has intervened to...
Like, for real. Like, the scariest part is how stupid he is and how, how dangerous that is.
Stop DC voters from...
Because the first time he was like, why can't we just shoot him in the knees?
Self-governance. DC residents voted to legalize recreational cannabis, but...
It just really does come down to at what point do people start turning around and go, this is not it. This is not America. Like, the one thing that we have that the Nazis didn't have, like, that they didn't, is the whole World War I, lead in. And then on top of it, we have a lot of people that lived through, the 70s, 80s, 90s, and 2000s that, like, that sense of American normalcy is still there in our brains. So, like, at some point, like, people will recognize the shift. Right now, we're very early into this, and I have to keep reiterating that like, we're what, 7 months in? That's why it's no surprise to me that this is just starting to happen. The same thing with the tariffs. This is also why I admitted that it's like I played into the irresponsible reporting about the tariffs and their effects coming into effect way sooner. I was not necessarily wrong because based on what he was saying, and if the tariffs did go into effect at the time that he said they would, that would have been the time of them taking the effect, which again,
since Congress will not allow the district to...
So I'm not necessarily wrong, but then it's like, maybe I just, I need to know when it's like boy who cries wolf syndrome with Trump, where it's just like, because it's the same thing with the Chinese tariffs getting pushed another 90 days. He keeps pushing them another 90 days, another 90 days. At some point, China just needs to call him on his bullshit.
To spend funds on legalization, the city has a convoluted gifting...
He wants to add himself to Mount Rushmore. I mean, yeah.
Alongside
he already did say that,
a
yeah.
Retail ban. Republicans have also threatened to limit or even ban abortion. Again, this would be against the will of the voters. And President Trump has now vowed...
It's been a while since I checked in on the Geeks and Gamers guy. I need a detox for a bit.
The National Guard to take over the police department and overturn local laws.
Yeah, if you find any of those clips, you know what? You did a good job of sending those to me. So
let's consider whether he has the authority to do any of that, starting with controlling the DC National Guard. But whether they have the authority or not, now might be a good time to remove your online personal data. Because if you didn't know, data brokers vacuum up your personal data from all corners of the internet and sell it to anyone who wants to buy it. But you can fight back and take control of your personal data by signing up for today's sponsor. There are 54 National Guard organizations in the United States, one for each state, as well as Puerto Rico, Guam, the U.S. Virgin Islands, and the District of Columbia. Of these, only the D.C. National Guard is never under local control. When the president was named as commander-in-chief of the D.C. National Guard, the district had no local government at all, and therefore no local official to take command of a militia. Now, times have changed, but the law has not. As a result, the president serves as his commander-in-chief of the D.C. Guard at all times. He has to exercise that authority through the Department of Defense, but that doesn't offer the population much protection. At a minimum, Secretary Hegseth should define the terms of the deployment, including the rules surrounding the use of force, which would normally be governed in part by state law. And in a perfect world, the Secretary of Defense would push back against the president using military against a civilian population, but we probably can't count on Secretary Hegseth to do any of that for reasons that we outlined in the video about Signalgate. So we're left with an outdated structure that is vulnerable to abuse. And there are several problems with the president's control of the DC Guard. First, it creates a, quote, loophole in the Posse Comitatus Act, the law that stops the president from using federal military forces to conduct a civilian police force. The purpose of the act is to prevent a tyrannical president from seizing control of a state or city without statutory authority. Unfortunately, the Justice Department has clung to the legal fiction that the Guard can operate as a domestic police force rather than a militia. As the Brennan Center explained, quote, that means the president can use the DC Guard as a domestic police force at any time without invoking the Insurrection Act, which allows the president to use military force to quell violent uprisings or enforce civil rights laws, or any other statutory exception to the Posse Comitatus Act. Now, during President Trump's first term, he took advantage of the loophole to activate the Guard to stop local protests against police brutality over the mayor's strong objection. And as we know, officers then used tear gas to clear the way for Trump's Bible-toting photo op at St. John's Church. Now, the second problem with this loophole was exposed during the January 6 riots. Under DC Code Section 49-103, quote, when there is in the District of Columbia a tumult, riot, mob, or body of men acting together by force with attempt to commit a felony or to offer violence to persons or property, or by force or violence to break and resist the laws, or when such tumult, riot, or mob is threatened, it shall be lawful for the mayor of the District of Columbia to call on the commander-in-chief to aid them in suppressing such violence and enforcing the laws. Now, this loophole is meant to give the president authority to act quickly in times of crisis, such as when thousands of people converged on the U.S. Capitol.
Yeah, it's almost like that, except he's going to use it against any time that there's mass protests against him.
With the aim of disrupting the certification
Which,
of Biden's
again, no, the fact that I'm wasting my breath saying this sentence.
On January 6, 2021. Oh, just kidding. No, I guess it doesn't work then. Because as we know, on January 6, President Trump was holed up in the White House watching the events unfold on television, while the members of his staff, members of Congress, and Fox News personalities begged him to stop the riots. Mayor Muriel Bowser called on Trump to activate the DC Guard alongside the Maryland and Virginia National Guards. However, President Trump ignored that request. She then turned to the DC Guard's commanding general for help, though he had to follow the chain of command by requesting authorization from the Secretary of the Army. These communications took 3 hours. Meanwhile, rioters rampaged through the halls of Congress, while the DC Guard personnel sat waiting on buses. Now, this incident demonstrates how the mayor of DC doesn't have the same power to activate the National Guard in the same way that the state governors do, to provide assistance in the event of natural disaster, a riot, or pandemic. Instead, the city's mayors have to stay in the president's good graces and then hope he doesn't engage in political gamesmanship if they want to get any help during a violent event. So yes, the president can use the DC National Guard in ways that he would not be able to use other military personnel to conduct routine law enforcement tasks within Washington, D.C. itself. Now, does this mean that National Guard troops can patrol the streets just like city police officers? Well, presumably. Can they be tasked with clearing homeless encampments? Even though they're not trained for it, probably. And because DC is not a state, there's nothing the residents can do about it. Now, keep in mind that on the same day that Trump federalized DC, a trial started on whether deployment of National Guard to Los Angeles violated federal law. But that only went to trial because the governor filed a lawsuit challenging the move on the grounds that the Trump administration violated the 10th Amendment. And the mayor cannot make that same claim here. Now, in addition to the National Guard, Trump has asserted control over the local Metropolitan Police Department. Now, does the president have power to assume control over a city's police force? Well, not unless that city is Washington, D.C. Section 1-207.40 of the D.C. Code says, quote, whenever the President of the United States determines that special conditions of an emergency nature exist which require the use of the Metropolitan Police Force for federal purposes, he may direct the mayor to provide him, and the mayor shall provide, such services of the Metropolitan Police Force as the President may deem necessary and appropriate. But under the code, the deployment can only last for 48 hours, quote, unless the President has, prior to the expiration of such period, notified the chairman and the ranking minority members of the committees on the District of Columbia, of the Senate, and of the House of Representatives in writing.
Wait, so he technically...
As to such reason for such direction, and the period of time during which the need for such services is likely to continue. Now, Trump has yet to provide a formal written justification outside of his Truth Social posts, but when he sends a letter to Congress or puts out an executive order, I expect it will follow the pattern of Trump's other emergency declarations, claiming the city is under invasion by illegal immigrants, gangs, drug cartels, and other undesirables. And the only way to fix these problems is, of course, to give the president unlimited power over the military and police. Now, while that sounds pretty bleak, the code does provide 2 key limitations on a president's authority. First, federal control of the police is supposed to be temporary for, quote, 30 days following the date on which such services are first made available, or the enactment into law of a joint resolution by the Congress providing for such termination, whichever first occurs. Second, the forces can only be used for, quote, federal purposes. Now, I'd like to tell you that this is a narrow tool for the rare situations like protecting the U.S. Capitol from attack, not an invitation for a president to play mayor. But the parameters of the code haven't truly been tested in court. And since there aren't any judicial decisions clarifying the boundaries of the president's power, the statute is up for interpretation. Still, 30 days means what it says, so that is somewhat of a limitation. Unless, of course, on the 31st day, Trump declares a different emergency. But of course, he'd never do that, right? And the next question is whether Attorney General Pam Bondi can run the Metropolitan Police Department. And the answer is no, she can't run the police department on a permanent basis. Now, as we talked about, the Home Rule Act allows the federal government some authority to intervene temporarily in DC's policing emergencies. So it's probably likely that Trump has the power to delegate authority to Pam Bondi to manage some of MPD's operations for the duration of the emergency. But a lot hinges on what the federal emergency actually is. The code doesn't allow Bondi to dissolve MPD's operational command or permanently assume authority over the MPD and its priorities. That said, I kind of doubt we're going to make it through this without Bondi firing some of the local police officers and daring them to file lawsuits. Now, Mayor Bowser and the City Council technically retain authority over MPD's activities that are outside of the emergency scope, but that's somewhat hard to interpret in this scenario because Trump defines the current emergency very broadly, encompassing routine law enforcement matters from graffiti to homeless encampments to criminal sentences of teen carjackers.
Yeah.
And as we've seen, the U.S. has
and the roving gangs of teens.
Many statutes that trigger sweeping presidential powers in the event of an emergency.
Now you got assholes like in my city saying the same shit because like we do have these things like they even have a name for them called teen takeover, where they'll go into the loop and they'll cause some mass like problems and they'll start doing like, what is it? The fucking street racing bullshit. And then all of a sudden, you know, all of the fucking, most of the residents and the tourists alike all are just kind of like, yeah, what's going on here? Is anybody going to do anything? And the cops kind of are kneecapped. They're just like, we can't really do anything because we don't have the power to arrest them for this.
And Trump has repeatedly stretched the term emergency far beyond.
So Brandon Johnson was just like, oh, well, I'm not going to institute a curfew per se, but then he goes and just institutes a whole bunch of rules for hanging like in public parks and just in public spaces.
What is customary. During this second term,
essentially instituting a curfew.
Trump, quote, made spurious or thinly documented claims of national emergencies to justify harsh illegal immigrant measures, sweeping tariffs and emergency deregulation. Trump invoked the Alien Enemies Act, claiming that the United States was either under foreign invasion or at war, and used that assertion to justify deportations without due process. However, multiple courts have ruled that the country is neither formally at war nor facing imminent threat of invasion, though all the same, he ignored the Posse Comitatus Act and deployed the National Guard and the Marines to Los Angeles. Though all these cases have yet to wind their way entirely through the appeals process. So finally, what about Trump's other aim, sending juvenile offenders to adult prisons? Well, DC's 13-member city council has the authority to draft legislation, including criminal codes. But here's the big catch. Every bill passed by the council must be sent to Congress for a review period. For criminal laws, it's usually 30 legislative days, and during that time, Congress can pass a joint resolution of disapproval to block it, and the president can sign that into law. This happened in 2023 when Joe Biden was president. The DC Council spent over a decade modernizing its criminal code, but Congress stepped in and overturned it, citing concerns about lowered maximum penalties for certain crimes, including carjacking. And President Biden signed the disapproval into law. See, guys, when it comes to denying DC residents basic rights to self-govern, Congress and the president can be bipartisan too.
Yeah.
Now, after the veto, DC Attorney General Brian Schwab said, quote, to overturn our local democratically enacted laws, the product of 10 plus years of collaboration between law enforcement, judges, and policy experts, without any independent analysis, review, or alternate proposal, is not only undemocratic, it's also careless. But here's the thing, even if every voter in the district supports a reform, Congress and the president can still veto it. So in that sense, the city council is more like an advisory board. So the legislation it passes is in effect until Congress says it isn't. So although the DC Attorney General has the discretion to ask the court to try juvenile defendants as adults, even if they're ages 15 and under, that probably would not satisfy the Trump administration. They would prefer to take away prosecutorial and judicial discretion entirely. And although Trump and Congress could repeal that provision of the law, they've made no move to go through the legislative process. But for the next 30 days, if you're walking down the street in DC, you might want to watch out for federal troops, FBI agents, and commandeered MPD officers. And if they arrest you, you're going to want a good lawyer. Luckily,
And here goes the plug. Oh, no, that was good. It's nice to, again, it's nice to see Legal Eagle just finally losing it and also being very informative about this stuff. I kind of wish he would give, instead of just like that, like his little plug at the end, I kind of wish he would kind of break down like where we have protections against some of this bullshit and like what, you know, the law says about, you know, clearing out homeless encampments and all that kind of stuff. Because I know, like, despite what a lot of people think, homeless people are still American citizens that have rights. Shocker! Since I checked in, oh, jeez. Yeah, sorry guys, that segment went a little bit long. Let's get to the next one. We're gonna get to okay, so Sagar, I didn't know what his stance on you know, legalization was. So I haven't watched this outside of like maybe 4 or 5 seconds, because he makes a comment where he's just like, so you guys know my stance on marijuana legalization. I was like, no, I don't. So I kind of want to hear this. Because he's talking about like Trump's decision to possibly reschedule MJ. So I'm going to assume that he does not have he doesn't have a very good opinion about this, and he's very anti-MJ. Dude, he probably, if he saw my show, he would call me like a disgrace. Oh my God, is Sagar repentant, man? Ooh, that'd be hilarious. And then we have a fun video to get to. If you guys follow current affairs, I think that this is the first current affairs video that I've ever covered on this channel, so that's going to be fun. Then we also have the Piers Morgan debate with Dean Cain and Tim Miller. I saved that one for today from yesterday. I was kind of hoping to get to it yesterday, but yeah, I'm excited to watch that one, because apparently Piers Morgan does start going off on Trump's policies a little bit and kind of puts Dean Cain on blast. So I was shocked by the fact that that was something that came from that. So, but before we go into that, I'm going to use the restroom real fast, and we're going to get to the to my local 420. Which is going to be fun. So, give me one moment. I'm going to put the, oh, shit. Where's my dog cam? There you go. Let's get the dog up here. There you go. Make him a little bit bigger. Alright, I'm going to take a quick bathroom break, and then I will be back to break down Sagar's opinion on marijuana. Smoke break is in session. Ah, you're early, Starman. So I can prep that. Welcome in, everybody. Just hanging here for a minute. My local 420 is coming up. If you guys are new here, welcome. I'm Pep. Nice to meet you. You guys are lurking and all that fun stuff. You wouldn't mind hitting that like button. It really helps me out. Also, sub to the channel if you're enjoying yourself. Need it. that. Yeah, I wasn't able to clean my grinder yet. Starting to get a little sticky. Which, good problem to have, because that means that only the good bud's going in. Man, I can't think of the last time that I smoked something where I was just like, that was bullshit. Oh, yeah, actually I can. I totally can. Somebody, they brought a J with, I think it was Delta 9. And I was just like, what the hell is this? And why do I feel weird. And yeah, it's just, that was bullshit. So, that's the one. That's the one. You guys enjoy Delta 9. I'm not saying it's bad. I'm just saying, like, it didn't work for me. And I was like, all it did was give me a headache. And I was not used to that because it smelled great. I was like, ooh. Yeah, all right. It tastes a little funky, though. Which, anytime I, like, take a hit and it tastes a little funky, then immediately I'm just like, I have that thing where I'm like, what is this? But they were honest with me. They were just like, no, it's D9. I'm like, okay. Alrighty. Let's, pack up. Oh. Oh no, really? Oh. Just found out one of the, going on. Yeah, D9 does taste a little funny. Doesn't it? Yeah, it's got something about it. I wonder what it is. Maybe it's the fact that it's like over cured or something like that, because I do know that that's usually how they do it, but they also... And I need to look up the growing method for that. Because I know how you get like straight CBD. You just let your plant essentially go way too long. I did that once. We're still waiting to see what's gonna happen. I'm not sure if I have technically an intersex plant because I have an outdoor one that's taking forever to like do anything or like to flower. So I don't really know, and it's way past the time that you would usually find out. So, and the weirdest part is, if you guys know nothing about horticulture as far as the cool stuff, the cool stuff. Yeah, if it has like little seed sacs, then it's pretty obvious what it is. But this one, yeah, it does not have the seed sacs, but non-binary plant, just shy. Yeah, it's funny. My wife made the same. She made the same joke about that, or she's just like, maybe the weirdest part is it's like almost 6 feet tall, so you would think that Alrighty. I wish I could just like play this Sagar ranting about MJ while I'm smoking, but I'll probably have to I will step off cam like I usually do. If you guys don't know, I usually step off cam to take my medicine. Very tall, non-binary plant, just very shy. It's just shy. It's shy. Wow. See how I read things? I hate that. Because technically, if I read something like that and somebody's like, you put words in my mouth, it's like, yeah, I actually did. Alright. I didn't realize that. There we go. Woohoo! I couldn't get to the Sagar screen. I was just like, oh no. But I love how, here, look, it just, weed. Oh no. I could already, this is not going to go well, is it? I love the fact that it's like right next to it. All right.
It wouldn't be breaking points if we did not cover Donald Trump's now apparently current decision to reschedule marijuana from 1 to 3. He confirmed it recently in a press conference. Let's take a listen.
There's reporting that the administration is going to reclassify marijuana. Would that send mixed messages that marijuana
This is where I stopped the clip.
is okay, drugs
so
some drugs are okay, but we're trying to clean up crime? How do they go hand in hand?
We're only looking at that. That's early.
this other streamer calls it meeting time.
But, you know, somebody
Is that another term? Yeah.
reported it, which is fine.
That's a good one, actually. Maybe we should just call it like congregating in the circle.
We're looking at it.
No,
Some
it's too
people
much.
like it. Some people hate it.
The circle.
Some people hate the whole
Join the
concept of
circle.
marijuana because if it does bad for
I mean, that's literally that's kind of my theme for my channel, and I kind of like a catchphrase for the channel is join the circle, pass to the left.
the children, it does bad for people that are older than children. But we're looking at reclassification, and we'll make a determination over
They're called teenagers, dipshit.
the next, I would say, over the next few weeks.
You dumb motherfucker. They're called teenagers.
And that determination hopefully will be the right one. It's a very complicated subject.
Oh, is it? Is it? Like, look at the fact that, like, see, this is my favorite part is how stoic and, like, Mr. Pete is here with his little, you know, post-drinky rosy cheeks, and then her with her embarrassment.
subject
Just,
of
God.
marijuana. I've heard great things having to do with medical, and I've had bad things having to do with just about everything else. But medical and, you know, for pain and various things.
He
I've
knows.
heard some pretty good things, but for other things, I've heard some pretty bad things.
Now, you may be...
Thing is, I've been saying this since the beginning. He just doesn't look good, and his gaffes, they match Biden's. He gaffes as much as Biden. If not, he does it more, and he does it worse because he can't shut the fuck up.
Wondering who
At least Biden, and I know this is kind of like, this is a little mean, but it's like his stutter did kind of prevent him from rambling too much.
Hearing these great things.
And I mean that.
From. And the answer would be the big pot companies, which are massively lobbying him to
Why daddy no look at me? Why daddy?
schedule
Why?
marijuana. So let's all talk about the issue, shall we? And, look, I know everybody here knows my... And people
We
know,
don't have a choice.
People may know my views, but just stick with me at the very least. Let's go and put, what is it? The next element, please, up on the screen. This is from the Wall Street Journal report about reclassifying marijuana as dangerous. Quote, this is how this has all come about, just so people understand.
Does this dork think marijuana is dangerous? Like, for real?
A $1 million a plate fundraiser earlier this month, Trump told attendees.
Ooh, you didn't? Did you have this? Did you have the same problem with crypto bros there, Sagar? It's almost like you only have a problem when it's an industry with of something you don't agree with.
Was interested.
I don't even know what he thinks, but I can guess.
In such a change.
No Diet Coke.
Why? Well, the guests included the chief executive of one of the largest marijuana companies in America, who is encouraging Trump to pursue the change and, quote, expand medical...
You lost your stance as an honorary white there, Sagar.
Marijuana research. Apparently, other
He's got 2 A's in his name consecutively. Lock him up.
Executives there were the CEO of Pfizer.
One of them foreign names.
Of crypto and of others who have all supported the initiative. So you may be asking, you know, why would the pharma and these companies, why do they care so much? It's just about the research. No, it's none of it has to do with research. The reason...
Oh, really? Really? Oh, God. He doesn't even think there's medical merit, does he? Oh, no. Oh, no, he's even worse than I thought,
status,
right?
as it is right now, it means that these marijuana companies, which are printing money, selling high-potency THC...
Oh, he's such a dork.
...to probably half the people who are watching this video, as well as half of America, apparently, well, they don't have as much access to the legitimate banking system as they would like. So this is pure pay-for-play corruption. They don't care one iota about...
I mean, you know what's dangerous is the fact that I've smoked too much, and I am about to go put some dangerous chemicals in my body. I'm going to open a bag of puffed Cheetos.
Quote, studying weed. Millions of people...
I mean, yes, I'm actually not kidding. It is a bunch of dangerous chemicals, and we should not be eating that crap, but Cheetos puffs, bitch.
People use weed every single day. We know everything we need to know, and I will come back to that here in a little.
What about high-potency booze? Yeah, what about, like, high-potency... Well, they do have, like, laws against, like, Well, hold on. I don't want to speak too out of turn on this one because, yeah, there are like high potency alcohol laws in certain states, I know, but I'm not sure if there's federal.
This is.
I'd assume there is, though, because isn't absinthe like pretty much illegal?
Entirely about expanding access to the banking system and turning the marijuana companies of today, which are already massive multi-billion-dollar industries, into a
yes. Unfortunately, Meta, I do.
multi-trillion-dollar industry, a la big tobacco. This time around, it's the exact same playbook. You have capture every single one of these licensed pot shops and all these that are springing up across the country. It's all through the city, getting municipal license, deeply corrupt. All the money that's flowing in is from venture capital, from big pharma, and from others. And the amount of daily use has now surpassed alcohol in the United States. 17.7 million people.
These adults making decisions for their lives and how to make themselves feel good.
As of 2022, smoke weed every single day. Apparently, it's not addictive, though, Emily. Whenever you don't smoke, when you smoke something.
This guy's such a. Oh my God, he's like the biggest dork on the planet. I didn't even know this. This is fucking funny.
Every single day. And it has become a major social issue in terms of just the way
you don't talk about alcohol the same way you like, dude.
It's impacted social life, daily drug use, etc. So,
oh, really?
I just want people to know that even if you support this, it is because some major weed company wants to
Dweebus Maximus. He really is. He really is just the biggest dweeb.
To sell you your THC soda unregulated.
I mean, I like the term dork just because it's a good one. Like, it's like the word fuck. It just, dork, you know, the hard D, just, he's a dork with a hard D.
THC.
That's a good one. That's a new pepism.
Lollipop.
You're a hard D dork.
THC, high potency stuff, which your grandparents would never have dreamed of getting as high as many.
We got 421 because pep talks and hard D dork.
These people are getting high.
My t-shirts are going to be fucking cool.
On a daily basis. None of it factors in any of the proven deleterious effects of
never mind.
Daily marijuana use or marijuana.
No, actually, why not? It's gonna catch attention.
Use in general. So I'm just laying it all out here in terms.
I don't know if you should word it like that.
So this is a corrupt deal because the pot.
I totally missed it too.
Companies are
420 guys. Hey, Dweebus. Hey, I'm actually gonna keep this one paused. I hope you can hear this off cam here. This guy smokes on the hour. He must be addicted.
Bribing a bunch of conservative influencers to talk about rescheduling and research. They are going after the Trump administration because they think
more like limp D dork.
Think that this will expand their access to the banking system. And again, even if you use weed, I genuinely ask everybody to ask whether it is acceptable that right now you have daily use, which is not in any way treated the way that we look at anybody who smokes cigarettes every day, they know that they're massively increasing their risk of cancer. And all of us socially are like, yeah, come on, man, what are we doing here? Say if you,
I mean, again, I don't really judge that harshly. Adults making their own fucking life decisions, dude.
Drink every day, you're a fucking alcoholic, okay? You are an alcoholic. If you
No, you're not, actually. Per like new, it's kind of funny. There's been revisions in like the whole what constitutes an alcoholic, and drinking every day doesn't. It depends on how much you drink per week and the average.
Drink every single day. Everybody knows that. If you smoke weed every day, it's chill. There's no problems. There's no addiction. It's like this. There's no social stigma on public weed use, on daily.
What is his fucking deal? Did a bunch of stoners like beat him up or just like call it like, I don't know. Did enough people like me call him a dork? I mean, he is younger than me, and he's like, oh my God. I just realized that he wouldn't even be a freshman when I was in high school.
Weed
That's kind of
use.
wild.
Everybody is just acting like there's no health risks or any of that whatsoever. And
no, seriously, what made him such a dweebus? Like, this is weird.
These pot companies don't have come anywhere close to the level of scrutiny that alcohol and tobacco companies. And everyone's like, oh, what about alcohol? Yeah.
He has the most boomer soul. I mean, for real. For real. He really does.
You know, did you know alcohol taxes are down?
It's like he just saw like a white dude from the 1950s and he was like, that's my hero.
50% from the 1980s. They should be way higher. Alcohol should be way more expensive. It's horrible for you. I don't drink alcohol. There's a reason for it. This is the problem.
You drink Diet Coke and your fucking stomach is... Dude, you want to talk about something that's dangerous? Have you seen what Coke does to a fucking, like acid corrosion on a fucking car battery? Try that trick and then tell me that you want to continue drinking soda.
Problem, though, is that social...
I do not stigmatize soda, but if you're going to sit here talking about the dangers of this bullshit, fuck you.
Everybody just is accepting this, like, 1990s stoner propaganda that everything is chill.
1990s stoner propaganda. My guy, you really are just a... It's painful, like how much I want to bully him.
There's no problems. Or
just specifically on this topic alone.
Or whatever. And
just like take the biggest rip and just blow it in his face. I got a contact high. I'm going to hell.
Now we have the results, like teenager psychosis problems. There's, in fact, doctors have had to invent new names.
Pulling out the reefer. Literally, I have the propaganda stuff that he's referencing here. This is insane. Like, he would see these pictures and he would just be like, yes, teach the youth about the dangers of the marijuana.
The problems when teenagers,
the devil sticks
in particular, use extremely high levels of THC. And then it causes vomiting. You can end up in the hospital.
Next, he's going to start railing against jazz and how
it actually gets
how they're coming for the white women
stored in your fat cells. It's craziness, and this happens to babies as well from mothers.
That was part of the Reefer Madness propaganda machine, by the way.
Who use cannabis, their favorite word, instead of weed, for their.
Oh my God, he really is just such a nerd. Like I can't use enough like isms to classify just how big of a doofus this guy is.
While they're pregnant, and it's the same thing. Everybody knows about fetal alcohol syndrome, but cannabis, it's got health properties because one.
Where the fuck have you heard this, dude? Even in my little, like, in our communities, we're not doing that. The second that they get pregnant, like, no, that's all bets are off. I do know that, like, yes, it can be used in very, very, very small doses for, like, anti-nausea. So if they take just, like, a puff, it's not going to do anything.
One person with glaucoma is using it. It's ridiculous. So anyway, that's...
Now he wants to listen to doctors? Yeah, exactly. Now he wants to listen to doctors. Not about COVID. And he proposed the ivermectin thing. I like how they called it the horse medicine and did not, like, it's frontline. It's literally frontline for dogs. Did you know that?
That's the end of my rant. All right,
it's not
go
the
off.
end of your rant.
I'll continue.
If you were saying that these people are taking the same thing to prevent fucking, heartworm for dogs, they might have changed their minds on that one. But again, the COVID vaccine was untested, folks. Like,
yeah.
the numbnuts that still believe that shit, I can't even.
Like Woody, like you're like,
I can just keep going.
There's
I can
a
keep
snake in my
going.
boot.
Yeah.
But I actually had a question. You're saying that the rescheduling here is about access to banking.
Yes.
Tell us
it.
more about that, because that's so what happens when you reschedule, and then with the as it pertains to the monies.
Yeah. All right. So right now, this is crazy, by the way, is right now, weed is federally illegal. Schedule 1 status. But
Biden, remember people working in the Biden White House couldn't smoke marijuana. That was
which is good.
Legal in D.C. And they
do
were
you really want potheads running our government? I don't, okay? I don't want daily drinkers running our government either, all right? So drug test everybody. Be fine with me. So let's think.
No, you just would rather have fucking blatant power-hungry authoritarians. That's cool.
About this. The Schedule 1 status means that the big banks...
Is this Mirror Universe, Emily?
In particular, do not
you mean Emma?
want to accept your business.
Yeah, that's Mirror Universe Emma.
It's also much more difficult for these pot companies to raise money, to gain access to, let's say, venture capital rounds, etc. A lot of...
Oh, shit, Try. I'm not sure if you were here. I actually covered what's going on with the my hair braids. Just completely random. I saw my thing in the corner there. We had to just kind of do like a little jumbling with the schedule, and Unimoogle's still going to be on stream, but we're just trying to figure out like what we can do because there's like a whole thing with her being on camera.
Called LPs and funds. They have vice clauses in there.
Yeah, Trump abuses stimulants. Yeah, I mean, come on, dude. Like this guy's he's totally fine with that. Oh, as long as your doctor prescribed your Adderall, then you're fine.
They're like, we don't want to invest in anything that makes it risky for our investment. Okay, so that's the main problem. Now, this has caused issues because banking is access to credit markets and basically the ability to borrow. Yeah, exactly. And it costs them a lot of problems because they have all this cash on hand and they need to move it by armored trucks. It's all crazy, and they have to use basically, it's like a shadow banking system, even though absolute oceans of money and all this are being made.
Yeah, and tax revenue.
What they want access to is the ability to basically become big tobacco. They want to be totally legitimized in the federal legal code. They want zero regulation, which again, currently they don't have. Everyone always says, yeah.
What are you talking about? There's zero regulation. You're so full of shit, you fucking dork. For real. Every state has regulations, severe regulations, mind you, so they control exactly what you want to talk about high potency THC without actually experiencing it because you're just that much of a dweebus that you have never actually experienced anything fucking good in your life. This motherfucker does not know what he's talking about, and he's lying about this. Our state has so many regulations on this, on growing, on selling, on just how much you can have, on how much you can buy. He is blatantly full of shit here, and I cannot stand this dumbass propagandist chiming in on legal marijuana, something that most people, like most actual, free-thinking adults are kind of okay with, but this dude wants to police everything. He wants to make sure that you don't get to enjoy life at all because he doesn't. Because he doesn't need drugs to have fun in life. He doesn't need drugs to feel good. He just needs to shit on people and just and focus, fixate on the fact that they're having a good time. That's his good time.
We need regulation. We're long past
people like this
all right?
fucking
This high potency stuff. And all that, the reality is it's not happening and it won't. People are already massively addicted.
That's not that, dude. If you're getting 1,000 mg, that's not, you can't buy that. You can buy ones that it'll say 1,000 mgs and it's broken down. And if you're eating the whole package, then you're a fucking moron.
To this high potency THC. And nobody even really wants to
yeah, libertarian my ass.
Acknowledge the problem.
How does he call himself a libertarian? I would love to see Dave Smith see this and just be like, what the fuck is he talking about?
So to go to Schedule 3 status, it makes access to...
I'm a right-winger myself, and I believe that alcohol is more dangerous than grass.
The banking system.
I mean, again, this guy is I think that, okay, so we don't agree on much, GB, also welcome in, but we can agree that this guy's a fucking dork.
Almost, not immediate, but much, much easier for these companies. It lets Goldman Sachs.
Yeah, also freedom, America, freedom.
And all of these venture capital funds pours.
Except we want to police every fucking behavior because we're not comfortable with you, enjoying yourself. What if you enjoy yourself too much?
As much money.
Then you might become a problem to society.
Into these as possible. And it will massively increase the current lobbying in the same way that Big Tobacco had for years, right? They were able to hire all of these massive lobbyists. That's already part of the problem. These people have become so filthy rich that they're hiring all these conservative influencers and others. They're paying them hundreds of thousands of dollars, just so everybody understands.
You're just jealous because they didn't come to you. And also, you might have talked your way out of having, like, I don't know, some money there, but keep going, Sog.
Let's get into this. Okay, so let's...
Cry harder, bitch.
Put D3 on the screen.
They're not gonna... It's not going anywhere. States aren't gonna go getting rid of it, especially with all the revenue that comes from it. Cat's out of... Dude, this one's already, like, too far gone out of the bag for you to even sit there and, clutch your pearls to.
This is Alex Bruesewitz. So if you're not on Twitter, you might not know the name Alex.
Sagar isn't even MAGA in my opinion. He slams Trump at every opportunity he gets, kind of like Tucker and Candace Owens.
Bruesewitz. But the headline here in the drug report is Alex Bruesewitz's company took $300,000 from a pro-weed PAC days before he said he had, quote unquote, no personal stake in the rescheduling fight.
It's almost legal here in PA finally.
Basically.
Nice.
So That's what Bruce said on July 11th. It turns out his company, according to
He's a Reagan Republican. He wasn't even alive during Reagan.
the drug report, was
Wait a minute. What a dweeb.
paid $300.
Oh my God. He really is. He grew up during Clinton and like he came up during Obama. I was right.
$100,000 by the American.
He was that dork in fucking debate class that was always just like, I'm a Republican. I know exactly what I am. While none of us even, like, he would go around asking people on the fucking playground, are you a Republican or a Democrat? Which one are you?
Rights and Reform PAC, which has been, as
Well,
Josh
that's why I like the guy.
Dawsey put it in the Wall Street Journal, seeded with
Perhaps, maybe he'll start saying that greed is good.
money from the industry. And
Then we can go back to the 80s.
I believe that PAC also gave $1 million to Trump's inaugural PAC or campaign PAC. I'll look it up.
Yeah, Reagan, another fucking senile, old, doddering old man that was used by fucking war powers.
Look, I have nothing personal against Alex. These may be his views, but
then they put a CIA head into the office right after him, you know?
the fact is that he and many others have obviously a financial incentive to be talking about this.
Yeah.
Everybody does. Why are you so focused on the financial incentive here when you don't do that for anything else? Like, you don't care about the financial incentives behind cryptocurrency. You haven't said dick about it.
And by the way, that fits with Matt Gaetz, who, look, the guy, I'll give him credit, he actually has mostly held these views for quite a long time, many years.
He's not
been
bought and paid for
pro-marijuana.
yeah.
I don't think he's bought and paid for. It doesn't hurt, you know, having the support.
Yo, what up?
Because I also know that he's had a lot of money that flowed into him from these weed companies over the years. And they're now trying to frame this as some major populist decision. D4, please. Let's put it on the screen.
It's populism meets practicality. Suddenly MAGA hats.
He runs for mayor of New York every single mayoral election. If you're talking about Curtis Sliwa,
in line at the dispensary, patriots buying pre-rolls called 1776.
Yeah, no, that's, yeah.
Freedom Kush, beautiful.
That's nothing new there, Panic.
Now, don't get me wrong. There are still...
Go back to Howard Stern in the 90s. I remember they interviewed him at one point, and they made fun of him.
People clutching their pearls, saying buying marijuana is a gateway drug. Yeah, so is drinking Mountain
Pretty sure that there's more alcohol-related tragedies than Mary Jane ones. Yep.
Dew if you consume enough of it. In reality, marijuana is more like a gateway to eating 3 sleeves of Oreos and having deep thoughts about how ceiling fans work.
Yeah.
In what circles?
I mean, I thought this was Maha. Is that what we want? We want people to eat 2 sleeves of Oreo. By the way, yeah, Mountain Dew is horrible for you. It's like,
yeah, but you're not calling for it to be fucking regulated the way that you want this to be.
Like that, were we sitting around and
you're sitting there with your fucking Diet Coke, having all the fucking corn syrup and, you know, high fructose corn syrup and all that bullshit in your system.
Defending it. This stuff drives me crazy. But the point is,
Gaetz is making weed sound so uncool.
Is that?
Well, immediately where he was just like, yeah, the red hats come in. Like, number one, I can already tell you that happens.
At the end of the day,
that's been happening for a while.
Hey, I will acknowledge
this idea that like it's some bastion of conservatism or like it's some bastion of conservatism. Some what's the word I'm looking for? Fuck.
Everything I'm saying is deeply unpopular. I get it.
A mainstay of conservatism to be anti-weed, which it used to be, but the MAGA movement, as far as I know, has never held that stance.
You know, people, you like to get high. Fine. But don't sit here and gaslight me about...
Who's gaslighting who, dickhead?
How, because one child was helped by not getting a seizure, who, by the way, still has access to it if they want to. That means that it's healthy.
That doesn't mean that it's... Oh my God, you really are just a fucking... He's insufferable. This is the most insufferable person I have ever seen on a subject. Like, holy crap. I haven't experienced anti-weed propaganda like this since, like, weed was still illegal.
Or that you need...
And they were talking about legalizing.
Or study, or for application.
I'm so glad guys like this lost. Like, they just lost the national argument, and most people look at him like he is the dork that he is.
Any of these big companies, they care about it for one reason. It's obviously high...
Dude, I had a teacher that would have to smoke. Like, okay, so one of the first times I ever smoked with a teacher, he had pretty severe stutter. and he admitted to me one day, because he like he was a cool guy, but he admitted, he's like, yeah, I still smoke, like, for getting rid of my stutter. And we were at a school function, and I was just like, hey, since you're not on the clock, do you want to? And it was crazy to hear him and be able to have a full conversation with him, because it was like such a severe stutter that it was kind of hard, where you're just like, okay, you almost felt like you were bothering him by even talking to him. So it was crazy to just hear him talk completely normal. So for this asshole to just do that with the kid, where it's like, just because you help one kid.
If you're all using it every single day, you're addicted. You're addicted to weed, and they're willing to sell it to you in the same way that these alcohol companies and these gambling companies who I go after are. These people are scum. They do it.
Addiction's the problem, guys. You're addicted to Diet Coke and sucking Trump's dick. Shut up.
Specifically because they know that they can peddle it to you and that you need it, and you're
that's right. That's right. He's not a MAGA guy, right?
They're a dependent customer. I think that's really gross, you know? And I've even looked at other models.
Yeah, this is what Sagar wants. During Prohibition, the Volstead Act permitted doctors to prescribe alcohol for medicinal purposes, allowing patients to obtain it legally through pharmacies.
That might work. The only
people who take insulin addicted.
The only one I could ever potentially support would be a highly regulated and a non-profit system. There's some areas in Canada, actually, which do this, which we remove the judicial problem, which, by the way, is fake. There's nobody who goes to jail for marijuana. You can fact check me if you want on that.
I will. $317,793 federal, or not federal, state arrests have been reported since 2023. For 2025. Arrests have plummeted, but yeah, we are still seeing, on average, because of states having it still being illegal. So in red states specifically, they make up for... Hold on. They have specifically for cannabis. Aha. 237,000. Okay, so that's the new average. Oh, okay, interesting.
Zero.
So that's a lot more than his zero. Add a couple, like, I don't know, numbers and a comma.
0 people go to jail for smoking marijuana. Or for possession of marijuana. They go to for possession of drugs, and even then, that's only 3.2% of the entire state prison population. 0 inmates are currently federally incarcerated for possession of marijuana. The only marijuana-related offenses...
Oh, man, you got here in the right time.
...are people who are high-level...
You don't know who's in chat. It's Repentant Man, Groovy Hot Rod. Just because he changes his name, we know who you are.
Cartel drug traffickers who are probably involved in a whole lot other mess than just moving weed across the border. And also, lo and behold, the cartel business here in America in the illegal weed market remains thriving, even in states of California where weed...
That's almost... Dude, you're shooting a hole in your argument right here.
...has been legal now for quite some...
That's because it's federally still illegal, and some states still have it illegal. That means that the black market is... You think that you're going to take away the black market if you'd fucking just make it illegal again and highly regulate it? You're such a putz that has absolutely zero answers for this because you don't understand it. Because your takes on it are so fucking milquetoast because you just are. You're the guy that's just like, ew, potheads. I don't like them.
Sometime because they undercut the legitimate.
Yeah, you know what? I don't like people like you. You're boring. You're paint. You would probably be a fucking bore to hang out with. God damn it. This is the only time that you're even semi-interesting, Sagar.
So my point just around...
I would put good money on him having very little friends outside of his fucking job.
The entire thing is that the road that we are on...
Pretty sure him and Emily aren't kicking it.
...is unregulated...
Or whatever her name is.
Unchecked, massive addiction, the intersection between marijuana and big capitalism, which is right now. And if that's what you want, okay, just say it though. Be honest about really the road that we're all leading down to. And everyone says, what about alcohol? The way alcohol is right now is horrible, horrible. Especially if you look at the way that people are, if you look at the drinking rates post-COVID, it was a disaster. And
my cousin's friend once died from injecting a marijuana. Explain that, libs.
The way that the taxes and everything continue to go low on it, and we have these like sin industries which become massively extractive. Nobody can sit here and tell me that it's a good thing. There needs to be much more like deep thought. The gambling thing is another example around it, right?
This is what I was just going to say. I mean, so gambling to me, like I'm as radical as you are on that. There's truly nothing else like app online sports betting that exists right now. And that's what's complicated.
Yeah, but this. What's always weird is how you guys can identify as libertarians, but then you abandon your libertarian morals the second that there's something that you don't like. Again, per your libertarian ideals, this should be fine. This type of deregulation in the gambling market should be completely fine by you. But again, you see how crazy it is, but you can't do the baby with the bathwater on that one, I guess.
About the marijuana conversation, because between alcohol, sugar, all kinds of these actual addictive substances, marijuana can make an argument that these are also harmful in similar ways.
Yeah.
And I agree with that. And that's sort of where I think the Maha conversation is an interesting one in the context of marijuana, where it's just like, we already have set the bar across the board for what we allow into our food system and what we tolerate. You are consistent and you say that should all be different.
Yeah.
But I don't think most people would agree that we should treat alcohol like as you were arguing, like should be way higher taxes on alcohol.
Massive.
I don't think most people would agree with that.
Yeah, I know. People like to drink. I get it, okay? I understand. But I don't know what to say. Like, look at what it does to your body. Look at, there is,
Right. But
you want more studies on alcohol?
Well, yeah, but what they're saying is that look at.
Apparently, this guy's like anti-basil on like his pasta or his pizza. Doesn't like any garlic, herbs, or any. He doesn't like vegetables. That's for sure. Like, this guy only eats meat.
What it does to your body, sure, we know.
And that's it.
But hey, I'm choosing to do it. And
he lives off meat, red meat, and Diet Coke.
And I'm an adult. So that's where I think for marijuana it becomes genuinely.
Okay, but let's.
If you can consume
I'm an adult. Let me do what the fuck I want. Stop being such a dork.
As much sugar as you want. If you can consume as much alcohol as you want, that's where I see a difference between gambling and marijuana. I'm not.
Because at some point you're just policing behavior, and for what? Because you're just like, it's unhealthy. They need to stop it. Stop being unhealthy because I'm not 100% sure if I'm wasting my life being healthy because I could just die tomorrow in a car accident.
I'm not saying this. I'm like actually pretty ambivalent on this. I don't know what the right answer is, but it's difficult.
But let's compare it then to cigarettes. Cigarettes are legal.
Exactly.
Do you know how much it costs?
Soccer probably eats boiled unseasoned kale for dinner.
Griff.
No, it's a plant. Kale, no. Kale? He can't have kale.
Text me and tell me how much is a pack of cigarettes in New York City today. What am I guessing? Like $19? Maybe 17? I'm waiting for him to tell me. So let's, $18 to $20. If you go to North Carolina, a state which doesn't tax, how much is a pack of cigarettes? $5?
Yeah.
That's
$12.
15 extra bucks. We're like
12, 15. I don't know. Let's see.
Hey,
I
you
haven't
want to
smoked
smoke?
in a long time.
Okay,
so.
fine. It's going to be massively taxed. At the same time, it is going to be paired with unending, do not smoke. Smoking is bad for you in school from the time you're 4 years old. If that was the social norm.
I was right. Yeah, the average cost is about $12 in Illinois.
I'd say, okay, fine. But that's not the social norm. The social norm is one where you have a modest tax on the marijuana and you have an entire society.
There's a huge tax. What are you talking about? You're complaining because there's no federal tax on it because this is what you were just railing against this. So you're going to sit here railing against collected tax revenue? Fuck off. Seriously.
Society, which is basically things just like giggling Cheech and Chong, is the way this is all. It's like, no.
Yeah, because that's exactly what it is. Does this motherfucker not understand that, like, his mom probably smokes pot? I mean, it would.
That's not what's happening. By the way, people are like, oh, what about alcohol? Yeah, add it to the schools. Nobody be happier than me if we educate people about what actually it does to your body or any of that. But what
we have Amish?
I am objecting to is not just the government policy and the corruption behind this.
Wouldn't be surprised if we did.
You're objecting to this.
I know Ohio does.
The social.
The entire
thing. I don't know. Do we have? I know Wisconsin does. I'm not sure if Illinois does.
Social conversation around this is one that acts like it has zero downside. Yes, very similar to alcohol. Most people have no.
I'm a Chicago Yank, man. So
no idea until very, very.
Trust me, Southern Illinois. Like if you're from Southern Illinois, they will disown me so quickly. They'll be like, "Oh, you're a Chicagoan. Fuck you."
Recently, what alcohol actually does to the body because of social stigma. Everyone's like, "Oh, it's totally fine. This is just part of our culture or whatever." And all of the studies, just like they've done on alcohol and marijuana, prove the deleterious effects. At the end of the day, sure, you can make your own decision, but government policy should be engineered around trying to actually get good outcomes. And that is the opposite of what we're having right now.
Yeah.
So that's the end of my rant.
If
you made it this far.
I'll also just add the lobbying is particularly gross in this space because it's just, the Josh Dawsey story is worth reading. It's really similar to what happened with crypto, where people realize that if you can sit down across the table with Donald Trump and meet him, if you can make a smart argument knowing what Trump wants to hear.
9K Amish in Illinois across 20 settlements, according to ChatGPT.
Which is, according to the Dawsey article, he wants to be on the 80 side of 80-20 issues. And politically, part of Trump's genius there. And what happened is he got all this money from people associated with True Leave and the PACs and supported the legalization in Florida last year. And that's now happening at a federal scale. And it's very similar to what happened with Trump in crypto. You get in front of him, you make a clever argument that is along the lines of what he wants to hear, and he's pleased to be a negotiation, to have people come kiss the ring and make deals with him. And that's happening now with something that affects lots of kids and their lives too. And crypto does as well.
Dude, have you not seen... See, this is something that this guy doesn't want to hear. Have you seen the study that kids are drinking and doing less drugs? That marijuana is at an all-time low for teen usage? No, you don't want to acknowledge that because that goes against your argument that it's so dangerous for your kids. Think of the children.
Crypto is going to affect people's... it's obviously currently affecting people's real lives.
401k thing. By the way, update on the BlockFi. I have finally gotten all my money back. It only took 3.5 years after the company went bankrupt. I really have no idea how they did it, but I did actually get it back.
Wow.
It didn't grow, so the opportunity cost is high, but I got it back. I have no idea. Thank you to the bankruptcy attorneys. I recently got an email and I was like, wow, I thought this money was gone forever. So it's back.
Amazing news.
Yeah.
Amazing news.
Okay, let's go to Tucker. Hey, if you like...
Yeah, I'm glad that something... Yeah. It's because he was a good boy and didn't smoke weed that happened, karma. Wow. You guys can go through that segment and count how many times I said dork, dweeb, doofus, dingus, whatever the fuck. Oh, God. He is the encapsulation of all those words and just more. Like, he's the biggest nerd I've ever seen on this planet. That was wild. I haven't seen somebody spewing that type of, like, anti-weed propaganda since I was in, like, high school. God, I remember when there was a kid in the Young Republicans Club that wanted to debate me on that. Never did. Maybe I should have. All right. Well, we are coming up to the third hour. It used to be... Wait. If you want to back up, they'll probably sell you a big fat bag from Rolling Papers. Right around the time I quit, I was actually rolling my own. It was scheduled. Because, weed. He wins. Yep. Yeah, because I forget things and I stumble and stammer and everyone I talk like a stoner man. Hey, man. What's up, dude? Hey, man. mean, I do talk like that, but fuck. All right, maybe not the best argument. Let's get to this really fun video. If you guys don't know who Current Affairs is, please go follow them. They're quickly growing. I really enjoy their content. The guy kind of presents it in like an old-timey way. Also, I think that like a bunch of it is like his Louisiana accent, which I always have to get like used to, where it's like it sounds kind of French. So you're just like, wait a minute, are you from like Quebec? What's going on here? But yeah, bro, that guy you hosted the other night is a dummy. Oh, Friday? Or Adam? I kind of owned him in chat. I had to call him out for lying. Yeah, sure. Okay. He's a nice dude. What was he lying about? He went on a rant about neo-Nazis. When you left. When I left? What are you talking about? What show did he say that on? Or, like, are you talking about he was hanging a... Wait, who the fuck are you talking about? Are you talking about the guy on Tuesday? Like, you're not being very specific, because you got Jake from Tuesday, and then I was on the... I mean, I don't know, you were on some dude's panel? Oh, the letter hack. It's not a Louisiana accent. He puts on a mid-Atlantic effect. Oh, that's what. So he is doing that. Okay, I wasn't sure, Peekerville. Like, I thought it was where he's like, yeah, you're watching Current Affairs. Welcome. Like, I kind of got that vibe where it's just like, all right, next we're going to go and listen to some Benny Goodman. Put on your dancing shoes. I couldn't let that. What are you talking about? Who lied? Like, number one, figure out who it was and tell me what he lied about and who it was and what day it was, because I don't know who you're talking about. I don't even know what he lied about, because you're throwing around that term. Doesn't. Also, Panic, I know you. You're a pain in the ass, so it doesn't actually surprise me that I'm gonna take, or it shouldn't surprise you that I'm gonna take you at grain of salt. Letter hack. He was going on about a uprising of neo-Nazis. Oh, so yeah, letter hack. Okay. I didn't see it, so I have no idea what you're talking about. I don't really have a comment on it. Outside of if he says that he saw some shit, then he might have seen some shit. I've seen some neo-Nazis. Like, dude, Patriot Front, like, came to a bunch of our protests, so... Wearing their flak jackets and all their, their cosplay. Dude, oh my god, I forgot about this one. They showed up to fucking Comic-Con. They showed, so there was a Comic-Con in Chicago. I think it was, this was last year. There were a bunch of those assholes, and they had, like, they were just standing there, and they ended up getting, like, told by CPD to leave because they were causing problems. Because they were looking to pick on, like, trans people walking out of the con. Kind of funny how, like, it's not being a Hellboy fan. I like Hellboy. I think they all joined ICE. The fact is, they all, like, they were wearing the same uniform. I'm pretty sure that, like, if they did join ICE, they already had the outfit. I personally know some. Yeah, like, dude, I don't understand. Like, see, this is the thing, Panic. You're already getting, like, kind of proven wrong here, where it's like, no, people have seen this shit. Neo-Nazis do exist. And for just, it's actually kind of funny because it's proving that just because you haven't seen them, you're like, they don't exist. I haven't seen one. I don't know any. They're wearing Antifa. Again, the fact that, have you noticed how Antifa hasn't been around? Kind of weird, huh? Weird. You know, all these, like the fascist uprising, how the anti-fascists have not shown up for any of this shit. Kind of weird, eh? And then all these other people show up wearing pretty much the same getup, you know, the face mask, the hat, the flak jackets, you know, same thing, just different color. I'm not insinuating anything. I'm just asking questions and just spewing some shit. So, all right. So here, I wanted to watch this segment of Current Affairs where they are talking specifically about, they had just wrapped up about talking about third parties and like what third parties need to do for validation and how they can be effective in the political sphere. And then they had a very interesting conversation about how maybe, like, what do you do? Do you use the Bernie approach, and where do you go from here? So if you guys are longtime viewers, you know that this has been a frequent conversation here. So I finally kind of got to get a conversation, and you know what? Shout out Legend of Sean for bringing this to my attention because yeah, this pretty much nails where I was coming at with the arguments and where my stance kind of is. Just, if we can move ever so slightly in the right direction, then that's what we should be trying to do instead of just constantly trying to accomplish all the goals at once, because that tends to also make you feel a little dejected every time that you don't accomplish a goal. But yeah, let's start this.
I think you and I would probably agree on David Hogg. I mean, first off, I like the ousting of the old guard. I think that's important. The concern that I have, I didn't actually write the article on him for Current Affairs, but...
is that Alex?
That's actually John Ross, who's a new
Wait,
writer.
John Ross? Isn't John Ross... I feel like he's been here. Wait a minute, yeah. Like,
and
I wonder if that's the same guy.
But he, the concern that he raised about him was that a lot of what Hogg says is non-ideological, right? And a little bit of excess.
I have a friend that actually looks a lot like this guy.
Emphasis on the youthfulness of candidates rather than their political commitments, which is to say,
all right, I gotta let my dog out.
Bernie's old, but he's great. Like, you can be old and you can be good. You can be young and you can be terrible. So that's why it's so important that we have an explicitly ideological demands instead of just like, oh, these Democrats are staying in office too old. They, look at all these. If I think it's the case that if the three of them that had died in office hadn't died in office, the budget wouldn't have passed. So it's that's bad. Right. But one of the things that we have to do, and one of the things that your non-negotiable platform is about doing, is making very, very clear that there is a litmus test, essentially, that is ideological, that says, no, you're not in our tent. It's not it's a big tent, but it ain't huge, right? Mm-hmm. Because the only people, there's a price of admission. There's a guy standing at the gate of the tent, and the guy standing at the gate of the big old tent that will let
Neville Longbottom. He looks just like Neville Longbottom. Yeah.
Someone in asks you a question, and the question is, what do you believe? And if your answer is, I believe I'd like to be inside the tent, right, you don't go inside the tent. What you have to recite is the 5 non-negotiables. So let's go through them. Let's get to them. What do you think is, you've come up with a list of what you think. These are absolute. If you don't believe these, you're not in the tent.
So they're in order and they're not in order. They're interconnected for sure, but the best way that I've found to kind of frame them is 3 and 2. The first 3, to take over the apparatus of the Democratic Party, to implement good governance, to deliver a population out of economic precarity. To me, that is the number one thing that the Democrats have to do, is to end precarity in this country. The first 3 get that done. with that type of power and buy-in from the population, we can pursue the other two. So in order, it's the right to housing, the right to shelter rather. So housing first.
Mm-hmm.
It's a civilian labor corps, so the right to meaningful work.
I like how there's 5 of them because that's essentially where your brain caps out at remembering some of this stuff.
A meaningful federal.
Technically, 3 would be better though.
Work guarantee, and Medicare for all.
Just from a focus base.
If we had those,
see, he couldn't even.
Things, and there's a lot to those things. Obviously, it would fundamentally alter the nature of precarity and the economic landscape in this country to such a degree that we would be able to do the other things that matter most to us. But those big item agendas, whatever is most important to you, will be impossible, and the political system will still be fundamentally corrupt if we do not get money out of politics and then take some sort of measure to reduce inequality that somehow translates into also saving the planet. So the fourth one is getting money out of politics and election integrity. And the last one is climate action. Buried in climate action is something really important because it's all about progressive taxation, but it's also about ensuring that the Social Security Trust and the climate and the creation of a climate trust are sort of paired together, and that is a sacrosanct method of taxation that actually puts money aside for dignified retirement, but also the future of the planet.
Interesting.
I mean, what I really like about this is...
See, now that's... I really like the way that he lumped that in.
You are thinking deeply about this question. But like we've said, there are a couple of things that are clearly necessary. Everyone knows that the Democratic Party, I think even many Democrats know, because there are all these articles about how they're doing soul searching, and they're like, well, do we need to speak to young men more? Maybe we should get in touch with the young men. And what you say is, well, no, what we need is we need to very clearly have proposals that are real, that are actionable, that are intelligible. We don't need a giant list. Kamala Harris actually had a list of 56 policies she wanted to implement at one point. And they were all sort of barely thought through. No, we need to.
And there were more statements than policies. I really.
It's Mid-Atlantic. I mean, geez, like I really was like, I could not peg. I'm like, is he doing Mid-Atlantic? Is he French? Is he English? I don't know.
Political figures release their policy statement. Elizabeth Warren knows how to put together a policy statement. Nobody can understand them when she puts them out there.
Yep.
But she knows how to put it together.
Yeah.
Hillary Clinton did the same thing.
She's not good at representing her policy statements, oddly enough.
Capable job of identifying policies, even though I didn't like them. But the Harris campaign put statements.
They just had kind of a list, and each one was like 2 sentences.
It made no sense.
That's not policy.
So let's come up with some things, and like as we said, Mamdani did, like Bernie Sanders did, where you go, okay, what's the first thing we need to deal with, and that's why you put housing first, and then you put a work guarantee, Medicare for all, and then reforming elections, money out of politics, and then climate action. And what's nice about what you do, and I think this is so important, is that you can measure whether or not people are actually supporting it or not, right? So it's not a statement of 5 values that they can affirm and then they can weasel out of. What we need is things where it's very clear whether someone has or has not supported them. Medicare for all, when it became kind of, when Bernie Sanders had managed to get it pretty popular in 2020, all the other candidates would go, well, I support, some, let's call it Medicare for all who want it, No.
I just wrote about Pete Buttigieg because that was his big thing, was Medicare for all, who want it? And it was just like, he's back on the campaign trail. If you want to understand what the Democrats think they're supposed to do in this moment, read Ezra Klein's Abundance and then follow Pete Buttigieg around the country on his Manosphere podcast. And it's exactly the wrong direction.
The thing about the abundance thing, I mean, I said that there's one good point in it, which is the governance should actually work. I take that point.
Sure.
But I've written articles that say that too. I have an article called The Left Critique of Bureaucracy, where I make the good points in abundance without making many of the terrible points. And one of the problems with that book is that they don't have clear, non-negotiable, actionable commitments on the most important issues. In fact, they barely discuss healthcare. I don't think Medicare for all is something that they discuss. I mean, these are
And to be clear, that's not what they were setting out to do. But what bothers me about the platform that people like Buttigieg somehow have, or people like Ezra Klein have, is that they're taking this opportunity in the bully pulpit to surface things that might be nice, might matter, kind of sound okay, but they're tweaking things on this ship that is failing, rather than looking at it and saying we need to kind of rebuild this thing down the road.
And they're saying this should be the centerpiece. I mean, the original Abundance article in the Atlantic said like this is a simple solution to all of America's problems. That was the headline for the article. I mean, how arrogant can you possibly be? The solution to all. I mean, even you don't even claim in this comprehensive agenda that you have a solution to all of America's problems.
No, it's the beginning.
It's the beginning.
It's literally the start.
And so that's one of the problems is not just like, oh yes, we should have like a greater housing supply and we should be able to build trains. Yeah, that's real nice. But this idea that this should be the centerpiece of Democrats' messaging, and you have an alternative here. What's nice is if we're going to critique that, we need the alternative. And so what's nice about this document is you could go, okay, what about this?
Taking them step by step, and it's hard for me to do this because they are actual kind of policy statements and agendas. It's hard for me to do it quickly, but I think you can see the interconnectedness between the first three as it relates to bringing people out of the situation of economic precarity. The first one being housing first.
That's what makes the climate one so interesting.
Housing first is a model for universal shelter that was first proposed in the 90s by a guy named Sam Simbaris. And everywhere it has been piloted and implemented, it has been a massive success, except for a couple of the very big, very expensive cities. New York City has elements of it that have worked. Looking out on the West Coast, obviously in Silicon Valley, look at places like Portland. There are bigger structural issues there that we need to address to quote unquote house everybody. But on balance, there is a reverse order of priorities when we look to treat a population. So this is as much economic as it is sociological. Looking at the hierarchy of needs of human existence, shelter is chief among them. Sam Simbaris turned the script on addiction and mental health services in the 90s by saying, I can't treat somebody if the carrot for them is to get a house, because if I'm trying to give them addiction treatment services and then they go back to the street, that's a level of precarity that hopefully most of us never have to experience. But it is also impossible to get.
I mean, even Trump, by some metric, is admitting that like the housing them is the solution. He's just talking about mass housing them and not letting them leave, like a prison.
Unaddicted, and to try and actually pursue life goals and better mental health if you don't have shelter. So he said, take that away as the incentive and let's house people. Everywhere he did it, with pilot programs starting in the Veterans Administration, it was a resounding success because it understands human nature and economics. It is far less costly to a municipality and a society to have people in homes, even if you fully subsidize them, because they're not a drag on the criminal justice system. They're not a drag on the mental health system. They're not a drag on policing and incarceration. All of the intervention.
He is 1000% right about this. For some reason, though, it's really hard to conceptualize, especially with the American public, because when they hear this, they'll start going at it with so you're telling me that we should just give everybody everything for free. So why should I work so hard? It always turns into that.
That we have.
I mean, look at the way that they were talking about, like, if McDonald's raises the, their wages, it's like, so I should go work at McDonald's? If they're making $23 an hour, I should just go work at McDonald's. It's like, okay, then do that. Like, I've never understood that argument where it's like they're just so shitty and they're not recognizing it's like, you do understand that the problem is you're not getting paid enough and you're blaming the people who might make more, because the people coming up apparently are the problem, not the people keeping you down.
To do are far more expensive to take care of somebody. And if people on the Christian right want to talk about, well, we're not into entitlements and the community should be lifting people up, This is the definition of being my brother's keeper. We need to lift the people who have fallen completely through the cracks, put a roof over their heads, and then we can begin to reduce the economic burden on society, municipalities, and the country, and then rehabilitate people who don't want to be.
Pretty sure that Jesus fella said what to do with, the homeless and, the people that were struggling more than you. But what do I know?
In that position. So Housing First is a model and a mindset, and it takes care of the least among us in the most powerful way possible. But there's Civilian Labor Corps and Medicare for All are the two big government policy, big driver, New Deal style shifts that really changed the game. Starting with Medicare for All, because I think it actually leads into the Civilian Labor Corps, there's a double tsunami coming in this country. First of all, with healthcare is out of reach for so many people. We already have millions of people who are uninsured, tens of millions, and then tens of millions more who are underinsured. And that's about to get a lot worse when the Trump administration throws people off the Medicaid rolls. It is going to be an absolute health crisis and disaster at the lower end of the economic spectrum that is working its way up through the middle class. The other tsunami that's coming is the AI revolution. I am not one of those that believes that AI is going to take over everything, but I do, in my day job, work in the field that it has already had a significant impact. And where it's going to go is it's going to take over the people who are in the administrative layer of the economy. That stuff is all going to be done by agentic means within the next, let's say, 24, 36 months. The amount of displacement,
I said 18 though,
of the labor force, even in healthcare, is going to be significant. So looking at Medicare for All, we know two things about it. We know that it is the most efficient mechanism for providing coverage to the most amount of people, not just in this country, but in the world. Medicare needs to be celebrated as one of the most successfully implemented and managed programs in the history of programs this size. It's the best at it. It has a 2% administrative overhead, whereas private insurance, to do fewer people in this country, has a 13% administrative burden. It's the one thing that we could implement tomorrow.
That actually makes sense as to why, my friends that have Medicare, it's easier for them to get stuff done.
But it would then put insurance companies.
Yeah, and also for anybody that always likes to talk about the wait times, I've had wait times on surgery because they had to analyze whether my insurance was going to cover it or not.
Out of business. Don't cry for the insurance companies.
And then somehow it was my fault because I was the one that made the decision to not bankrupt myself based on just being oh, so you guys need, I can wait a day. This could wait a day. So.
But cry for that administrative layer of people that just go to work every day.
But they were pressuring me hard to make that decision where they're like, well, we could do it now. We could do it now. I'm like, yeah.
They shuffle claims around. Maybe they deny your claims. Maybe they're good people. Maybe they're bad.
Or they do the thing where they say your insurance is covering it, and then you later find out that they only covered a very small percentage.
Bad people, whatever they are, they're in the economy. We're going to have to deal with those people, whether we like it or not. So if the tsunami is coming to displace the administrative workers and just pad the problem,
and that in turn damages the economy because then these people are spending more on healthcare.
It's in the insurance companies. Why wouldn't we work in advance
to
take care of them with something like a Civilian Labor Corps?
It's funny because that was the primary reason that Barack Obama gave for why we couldn't have single-payer health care. At one point, he said, well, but all the jobs in the insurance industry.
He's not wrong. He wasn't wrong about that. That would have been economically cataclysmic to the middle class because that's who's in those jobs.
Do you not have free health care like Israel? No, no, we don't.
My point here is,
but we help pay for their, everything else for them.
Well, it's coming now anyway. So let's take this opportunity to protect the middle class and the lower end of the economic spectrum by developing.
I wish I had a
Civilian Labor Corps.
Honestly, I wish I had a answer for that.
Which is akin to the Conservation Corps of the past, or something like the Tennessee Valley Authority, but on steroids, a massive government employment program that provides a meaningful work guarantee to areas of this economy that the private sector is not interested.
The thing that was lost there was Trump tried to move to make it so you could not put medical debt in bankruptcy, where it was going to be like your student loans.
Because there's not enough profit, but has a great societal benefit and is non-inflationary. Those are the key aspects of a civilian labor corps, to put people to work in jobs that don't contribute generally to inflation.
Now, I'm afraid we don't have time to go into full depth on all five of the non-negotiables. I mean, I really like how you prioritize serious climate action at a time when this was another thing that was a massive disappointment in the 2024 election, when it's one of the worst. I mean, it is the great global crisis of our time, and it's a weak point for Donald Trump if you're willing to actually state the facts, which is, Trump is in denial. He's going to make this crisis worse. I mean, this is a person who wants to escalate a catastrophic situation. And instead of pointing that out, Harris went on the defensive and it's like, well, I support fossil fuels too. We've done a lot for the fossil fuel industry. Come on. So I like having this on your list of non-negotiables. I think it's important. I do recommend everyone go and read the list. We're going to link it. UNFTR, you and your team, you've gone into great detail. But also it's that mixture of detail and brevity and punch and power, because the other aspect of this that we might return to is that you don't just need an agenda that is going to address people's needs. You have to, as we said of Mamdani, you have to be able to sell it. You have to be able to communicate it. And one of the things that Joe Biden definitely couldn't do was communicate with the American people.
That's the truth. Before we go, I do want to say that there is something tucked into the part about climate action. It's the fifth, it's the last, it's the most important because it's for our entire salvation. There's an economic funding mechanism that we're proposing in it, which is to blow the cap on Social Security. Blowing the cap on Social Security means the 6.1 or 6.2% that's withdrawn from everybody's, paycheck in this country goes to it without a cap on it. So when you recognize that 7 minutes into every new year, Elon Musk has already paid his full portion into Social Security, you recognize that something's wrong. Blow the cap on it, and then starting at household income of around $400,000, convert the Social Security cap to the climate trust, which would then, in theory...
This is actually very similar to what J.B. Pritzker was trying to institute in Illinois.
Put another $230 billion...
What up, Random Max of Animation? How's it going, man?
...a year into a separate locked trust, like the Social Security Trust, to be used for climate action and climate justice initiatives, chief among them being resettling climate refugees, because
honestly, the fact that people are this is kind of shows how fucked up Americans are in general for the way that they react to the word refugee, because immediately they kind of think of it like, oh well, that's another country. It's like, no, these are people from North Carolina,
of all the crises that we have come,
or Texas or Tennessee or Milwaukee. People who had their entire lives upended.
That is a big one.
And then are told that their insurance is not going to cover the repairs, and that even if they do cover the repairs, that they're not going to extend that coverage past that, and they're going to dump them because they live in a high probability area.
We have yet to contend with that is going to create conflagrations all over the globe, and that will have an economic and a social impact to us and everybody else.
Oh, shit. Mountain time. Damn it.
Missed it. There's more to just saying, let's do better on climate. This is a way to actually fund those initiatives, but also recognize that everything that we've done for the past 50 years, not doing something good for the climate, is what we're going to live with for the next 30. That's already set in stone. So we need a funding mechanism to be able to protect and preserve resiliency projects, but also climate refugees and migrants that occur because of our malfeasance in the past.
One place that I hope you might consider going next as well is, I think this is a great set of 5 demands that I really think, whether everyone adopts these or whether these just stimulate your readers' thinking and get us to really boil down what is it that we stand for. I mean, you're getting us to address that question. One place I hope you might consider going next is also what would these got me thinking, what would a non-negotiable foreign policy?
I mean, honestly, these little micro, I can't even call them like microbursts because they're not like, they don't have wind or anything like that, but the amount of water that they're putting, like, actually, wait, panic. What's that called? Where like, it's just that little spout where it's what's causing all the flooding in all these areas.
Because, most of what you talk about here is domestic climate, of course, touches the whole world. But, the big issue for young people, discontented young people right now in this last election, one of the things that probably cost Kamala the election was her refusal to take a clear
They are microbursts? Oh, shit. Okay.
stance on
Never
the
mind.
Israel-Palestine conflict. One of the things that Trump is doing right now is trying to pretend that he's a peacemaker.
That's what happens when you always second guess yourself.
And going to, withdraw America from these disastrous overseas commitments. I would love to see, what the non-negotiable foreign policy looks like that is oriented towards peace, that is oriented towards strengthening international institutions, consistently following international law, etc. But I really, one of the reasons I encourage everyone to listen to UNFTR, and in fact, UNFTR subscribers for Fuck Milton Friedman Day coming up are going to get a special discount to Current Affairs Magazine, which we're excited about. What day is Fuck Milton Friedman Day?
June 10th. It's when we first dropped our Fuck Milton Friedman episode.
That's a great episode.
Really
Cloudbursts. That's what they're called. Cloudbursts. Thank you.
changed the
I knew they were, microbursts. I knew that those were the ones that produce like a lot of wind, and they're essentially like little tornado. They have tornadic force, but they're not necessarily tornadoes.
Revisit it. Have a Fuck Milton Friedman party at
Yeah,
your
the flooding.
house. Get a cake. And yeah, as I say, one of the reasons we encourage everyone.
Over 2 feet of water fell from a small cloudburst in Wisconsin just yesterday.
To listeners, you do take seriously so many of the
Oh no, that was Chattanooga. Milwaukee was 2 or 3 days ago.
questions that are not given
2 people died in Chattanooga.
sufficient depth and analysis elsewhere, but you do it, as the name of the podcast might imply, with a sense of humor and fun and scathing wit.
Okay. No, I like the 5 non-negotiables there. I saved the one where they talk about the third party. I want to do that one for another time because we got some more stuff to get to. As I said, I've only got so much time to hang out today, so. But yes, if you guys enjoyed that, go follow Current Affairs. Here, let me get that one more time. I really enjoy the content. I hope that they make that 100,000 soon, because, yeah, they definitely deserve it, man. They're one of those channels I was legitimately shocked to see. I was like, oh, man, you guys are under 100,000? That's crazy. Like, they're so well produced. Like, he's very well produced, and then to have a print magazine out there, that's absolutely nuts in this day and age, I gotta say. But for people that value having that, that's also pretty cool. So yeah, it started registering the same thing. Well, that's why I knew I was wrong about it, because like I've called it that before. They're like, that's not what it is. It's like, yeah, that's what I thought. Yeah, we had one of those hit us in a town called Oak Park. It like just hit only Oak Park. Because it was really funny. There were a bunch of people that were just like, it rained? It's like, no. They're like, but what about Oak Park? It's like, yeah, it just right there is all. That's the only place it got. Also, that's a ritzy area. All right, so we got this Dean Cain debate on Piers Morgan versus Tim Miller, which I've never seen a cloudburst. They're fucked up. They are fucked up. I have. I've been in one. The amount of water that comes down is legitimately scary, and especially if you're going through a drought, because there's like the ground's not absorbing the water, so it just creates a flood scenario. I'll be completely real with you. With all the flooding going on, I have been toying with moving my studio. Because keeping everything down here, either that or I'm putting everything up on stilts. But even that, you know, if we get 9 feet of water, there's nothing you can do. And that's how much water they got in Wisconsin, was 9 feet. That would be my nightmare. Like, knock on wood. It's just so scary to think about. But yes, like I said, Tim Miller debated Dean Cain, who Dean Cain did get obliterated by John Oliver. That was pretty funny. I've been in torrential rain where I was considering driving into a circulation to get out of it, though. That's crazy. Well, yeah. I mean, you've been in those scenarios. Yeah, dude, that's terrifying, is when you're on the road and one of those hit and you just have to pull over, because I had one of those hit me in Iowa. I was in the middle of Iowa when just like I could not see anything, and I was just like, I'm pulling over and I'm just gonna throw my hazards on and hopefully nobody hits me. All right, so that was the last video. That was still playing, my bad.
There's an old saying in Hollywood: if all you can get is Dean Cain, you are fucked.
The fact that I'm being, pilloried or attacked for joining up with a federal law enforcement agency is insane.
And now we've got ICE agents and apparently former Superman actors are going to jump out of vans and nab them?
I'm not untrained. I've been a sheriff's deputy for almost 10 years.
I don't think the fact he's been an actor or footballer or Superman or anything else makes any difference.
You're going out and you're villainizing myself. You're going out and you're villainizing these ICE agents who are trying to uphold the law.
I'm announcing a historic action to rescue our nation's capital from crime, bloodshed, bedlam, and squalor.
Pam Bondi doesn't have any experience managing a police department any more than Dean does as an ICE agent.
Well, deportation raids carried out by ICE have become a major flashpoint in US politics and culture. Some heavy-handed and badly managed deportations have taken the gloss off President Trump's decisive action to close the southern border, sparking protests here in Los Angeles and drawing criticism from the likes of Joe Rogan. Now, amid the fire and brimstone, it's only fair to point out
he's spitting a lot.
This administration is
He's got like a really spitty.
Currently,
like his mouth won't stop.
Reporting less than half of the monthly total deported under both President Obama and Biden. That's because it's much harder to find and deport illegal immigrants who have been in their communities for years than it is to send them back across a border you had essentially left wide open. Recruitment may be the answer. ICE is offering a $50,000 signing bonus as pilloried by South Park, and its new signings include actor and former Superman star Dean Cain. But not everybody is impressed.
On the plus side, no need for that guy to wear a mask.
Yeah. So John Oliver was a meanie bobini, but I'm not going to F around with Paramount. Sorry. Oh, that's not Paramount. That's Warner Brothers, but still.
Has Dean Cain misjudged the public mood here? Or
yeah, Warner Brothers, they don't fuck around either. Dude, I watched, I think, a total of maybe 10 seconds of the Superman trailer, and they tried to literally take my stream down.
Or is he the hero America needs in the quest for immigration justice? Well, actor Dean Cain joins me to speak for himself alongside the Bulwark commentator and host Tim Miller. Welcome to both of you. Dean Cain, your response, first of all, to John Oliver's attack.
Why does John Oliver hate dogs?
Well, I mean, you're literally being led by Kristi Noem there, guy. I don't know. That joke fell flat.
So I did a lot of dog movies. Yeah, I've done over 200 movies.
What's the matter with you?
I've done tons of films and thousands of hours of television. John Oliver is making
be more funny.
A point, I guess, that I'm 59 years old and I've joined ICE, but it has nothing to do with, go ahead and denigrate my career, which is weird. It's an odd thing to do. But what I'm doing is I'm standing up for the men and women of ICE. I'm a sworn deputy sheriff.
He's proved that the Superman curse does not exist because he's the only Superman I want the Superman curse to exist for.
I'm a reserve police officer. I have been for over a decade, or almost a decade now. And our ICE agents are being vilified. They're being attacked. They're being doxxed. And they're out there trying to do their job. They're doing the job that the American people hired them for, that Congress wrote the laws for. They're doing it very, very well. And I stood up there. I did a recruitment video for them. Everybody thought that I actually joined ICE. And then after the hullabaloo, I spoke with some ICE officials and I said, you know what? Why not swear me in? Let's do this. And I'm 100% proud to stand with our agents of ICE. I love these people. They're wonderful men and women and husbands and fathers of every ethnicity, every race, every background. And we've had over 100,000 or close to 100,000 applicants now. I'll happily take the jibes of John Oliver, who also said that it would be, that America doesn't want Donald Trump to run, to win, but they desperately want him to run. The same people that laughed at that sort of stuff and made the cheap jokes on Donald Trump's at his expense. Well, look who's in the White House right now. So it's just, you can make the cheap jibes and it's funny. And Bill Maher did it, and a couple of our congressmen did it too. But the fact that I'm being,
the entire internet's making fun of you, bro. I don't know, man. When your own side is making fun of you, you might just be a joke.
Pilloried or attacked for joining up with a law.
Plus, nobody watched Lois and Clark's Adventures of Superman for you and for Superman. We were all watching for Lois, dude.
A federal law enforcement agency is insane. I did it to protect Americans and to protect our men and women of ICE.
Tim Miller, welcome back to Uncensored. First of all,
dude, you're an actor and an ICE agent, but combined create one giant washed out loser.
In terms of Trump's own,
dude, one of my favorite things seeing was him sitting alone at his little Comic-Con booth and like getting nobody. Honestly, I think that's why he's joining ICE, is because he wasn't getting as many bookings, and when he was going to Comic-Con, he was not getting paid his general fee by the con. He was actually like, he did the one where it was his small contract and then his appearance. Like, he had a small appearance fee, but it was the profits that he'd make from his autograph signing shit. But he didn't. I don't think he was making profits.
Overall policy on immigration. Do you applaud the success he's had?
He's definitely got a whole, lot of 8x10s.
Pretty much shutting down the southern border. And do you agree that any undocumented Americans who commit crimes in the United States should be deported? I mean, on those 2 points first, are you broadly in agreement with what they've done?
Sure. Good to be back, Piers. I knew you were going to ask this question because I got it the last time I was here. So I have a little bit of follow-up for you. Look, I think that obviously the border was too open under past administrations, and we need to have control over who's coming into the country and who's not. There was some progress on that actually in the last year of the Biden administration. Donald Trump, as administration, has advanced that further. I think having control of the border is something that makes sense. Deporting people that have committed other crimes, not just, we can discuss what we mean by crimes, but deporting people that have deport violent crimes, rather, as opposed to immigration crimes. Of course, we should deport people that have committed violent crimes. Here's the problem, though, which is why I just can't give him full credit. You don't actually want to be a country that nobody wants to come to, because that's where we're at now, where there is 0 border crossings, and that is actually not a good thing. I want to pull up here the list of the countries with negative net migration. That could be us this year. We're going to have negative net migration, more people fleeing America than coming. Some of the other countries that have that: Syria, Venezuela, Ukraine in the middle of being invaded, Pakistan, Sudan, China. That's not what we want. A growing country wants people to want to come here. We want people to want to fleeing communist countries to come to America. We're going to have negative population growth for the first time in this country. Other countries that have that, Russia, Cuba, Bulgaria. I don't aspire for America to be like Syria and China and Russia, where people don't want to go into their countries. We don't want to have a country that's fully locked down. And I disagree with Donald Trump's immigration policy across that board, because that's what's happening in this country. People are no longer coming here. It's not just the violent criminals that are being kept out. People that want to come, work hard, contribute to this country. That is what America has been founded on. That is, they pay lip service to that. They say we support legal immigration, but they're not allowing people into the country. We're going to have more people leaving America than coming for the first time in a while this year.
Can I please respond to that?
Dean Cain, I'll let you respond. I mean, the question I would have for you is, I think what's happened on the southern border is borderline, pun intended, miraculous. To go from millions of people in the Biden 4 years coming over every year illegally on the border to basically just a few thousand now, almost eliminating it completely, is a huge success for the Trump administration in a very short period of time. Big tick. I think that most Americans I've talked to are unanimous that they have no problem with undocumented people in the United States being deported if they commit a crime. Okay, so we can all agree on those things. But where I have a big problem with the further strategy of ICE, it just seems something so un-American about ICE going into places like Home Depot and grabbing people who may have been in the country for 10 years, who may have been contributing their taxes through gain.
You're terrified to travel to the U.S. based on my socials? You would probably just be turned away if they looked at your socials, but that's easy. Just make sure your phone is off, then they can't search it.
Contributing to society, maybe have kids that have been born in the United States.
But that, I cannot reiterate that enough. Every time that you try, like, cross into a port of entry, make sure your phone is off. I don't care what country you're in.
Those people and throwing them out of the country.
It's a lot harder for them to gain access to a phone that's off.
Seems to be quite un-American to me for the reasons Tim articulated. And most of the polling I've seen suggests that at least 2/3, maybe more, of Americans agree that they think that's a step.
Could be a waste of a $600 ticket.
Too far.
Nah. Because also I think that if you were to get turned away like that, then you could technically get a refund, or like look into the refund policy in ICE.
How do you...
Or the Borders and Customs, that if you get denied, then do you get a refund?
How do you feel about that? I mean, are you...
It's not, honestly, it's not as bad as like our media makes it out to be. Like, I just had a friend travel, to and from Europe, and he was not born in America. He's a naturalized citizen.
Comfortable?
But he got back in just fine.
With Home Depot being raided by ICE?
Dean has a psychopath smile. He does. He really does.
People like that.
He also has like the dead eyes, like... Yeah, he's not a good person.
Not committed crimes other than being in the country undocumented, being deported?
Well, let me ask you this question, Piers. What if you did that as a citizen in Europe? If I went to Europe and I stayed there and I was there for 20 years and I was undocumented, what would happen to me?
Way too much hassle. I'll go to Italy instead. See, that's exactly what's happening. Hey, I'm not trying to play the tourism board for, America, but also it depends on where you go. I do know that, like, if you were to come into Chicago, it's actually, they don't really play that way as much, even though Hassan did go through it.
I've had a home in Spain for 25 years.
My response to that would be that...
I follow the immigration laws in Spain. I get stopped. Yeah, I get stopped if I stay longer than 60 days in a 180-day period. All kinds of issues happen, and that happens in every single country. But let me get back to something real quick that Tim said, and I'll address that.
He's got so much Botox that, like, literally is, and it's not just makeup either. Did he put makeup on to do this appearance? That'd be even worse.
The United States is the most immigrant-friendly, by far, country on this planet.
What are the hot entry points? Like the one, so it really depends. But if you're going to, like Florida's one where it's like a major tourist hub. And I would say Florida and Texas are the ones where they might give you more problems because of the way that they let Borders and Customs do their bullshit. But in Illinois, for instance, yes, our airports are still federally regulated, but
we have over 50.
There is also a little bit of the, they come from a blue area, so they're more than likely not going to be as aggressive with those policies.
Million immigrants. Tim, just look at the numbers. More than the next 4 countries.
Also, that's why I was mad at Hassan for being irresponsible in the way that he was reporting on his detainment in O'Hare, was because he kept saying, like, oh, this is because of my social media. This is because of my social media. It's like, did they check your phone? It's like, no, they just looked up who I was. It's like,
Combined. We also let in 1 million people legally every single year. I don't think we really disagree that much. I'm sorry if you said something, I couldn't hear it.
I'm just saying not anymore. That's not what we're doing now under Donald Trump. I'm glad you like the immigrants are welcomed here, but right now we're going to have negative net migration. Negative.
Well, you're predicting something that isn't quite there, you know.
no, it is. It already is. That's actually the bitch of this, is like, this is where you could make the argument that his policy was so successful that now it's not rebounding. This is why the tourism board of of most American cities are freaking out.
I'm sorry. I don't know if I was talking over you. I apologize.
Okay.
Oh, you actually, to even for the visa.
Oh yeah. So yeah. Will we have negative net migration?
That's weird.
Well, it depends. If you're gonna, negative compared to last year under the Biden administration, or what our immigration system, and I think we can both agree on this, is broken. And Congress needs to write laws to fix it. We want immigrants here.
That's really weird that they have to see your socials. I don't know, man.
Here in the United States, but we don't want people to be here illegal, and we don't want people crossing the border completely unvetted. And that's the big issue that was going on for the last 4 years.
But Dean, let me ask you, where do you draw the line?
Well, that's not for me to make that policy. That's up to Director Lyons and Congress. I mean, these are things that Congress should be dealing with, and they should make those laws, and then our ICE agents will dutifully perform those duties. I mean, they'll take care of whatever the law.
But you must have an opinion. You must have an opinion where that line should be drawn, because we all agree that the southern border being closed is a good thing. We all three of us agree that people who commit crimes when they're in the country undocumented, crimes that are not related to their immigration status, that they should be deported. So we've got broad agreement on those two big planks of the policy. The issue that Tim and I have is that we do not believe that just going into Home Depot and grabbing anyone who's undocumented is a particularly American thing to do, particularly if they've been in the country for a long period of time and built lives in America and are contributing to society and paying taxes and so on. So my question before I go back to Tim is simply, if you were helping them reframe the law, where would you draw the line in terms of who you would allow to stay and who you would deport?
Well, it sounds like you agree on policy but disagree on tactics. On tactics and the way they're doing it. The way they're rolling in. Usually...
No, I don't, because I don't agree with deporting everyone who's in the country undocumented. Do you?
Everyone who's in the country undocumented? Well, that is not my decision to make. But I know that if you're in any other country undocumented.
No, he's asking you, dickhead.
If you're here illegally, you should go.
God, he's such a coward. Notice how these big, strong men are always the biggest cowards when, being faced with, their bullshit?
I'm trying to give it to you. If you're here illegally, you should have gone through steps to legalize your status. There's been countless opportunities.
You always say that, but you have absolutely no specifics. So, what steps there, Dean?
To do that.
What step? Trying to go to apply. Well, that's weird because they're deporting people who are in the process of applying for citizenship. So, it's almost like your argument's just complete bullshit.
There has been tons and tons of opportunities to do that, and you broke the law when you came here. It's the same as
Now go fuck yourself. It's a civil infraction. This is the same thing where it's like if he runs a red light, he'd be totally fine. It's like, it's just a civil infraction. Maybe I would get a ticket, but no, dude. Guys like this never apply this logic to themselves, let alone just look at this and be like, oh, no, I am just kind of a racist asshole.
In any other country, you've got to find a way to legalize yourself.
There's a mad echo. What are you talking about? Wait, from him?
or self-deport.
No, he has an echo. Are you talking about him? They're grabbing people at the immigration hearings? Yeah, exactly.
Or else ICE will come.
Hold on. Bulletproof Baldy. I need you to be more specific. Otherwise, guys, are you guys picking up an echo here on the stream? Reset your stream.
And they will deport you.
Okay, Timothy, your response to that?
And that's.
I hear a tiny bit of reverb in his room. Your stream's audio is fine. Yeah, that's what I thought.
This is crazy.
Yeah, all my audio levels are telling me that it's fine, man. So I'll tell you right, that is Twitch.
He's saying, and it's I disagree with the tactics and the policy. The tactics have been again brutal. I think that Dean Cain wants to turn the country into something that looks more like an authoritarian country. We have negative people coming in, people going out. We have people in masks. Look, Dean was on Fox the other night.
His smile, like his fake smile, because he knows he's full of shit.
And Jesse Waters asked him, will you hop out of ICE vans and start apprehending guys? And Dean said he'd be willing to do that. This is crazy. This is not a TV show. Like, this is real life. The idea that somebody who is not trained would join ICE and join these guys that are putting on masks and jumping out of U-Hauls at a Home Depot and nabbing people, like, it's a horrible policy. It is un-American. It is not how we should treat people. It does not show a respect for individual rights in a free country. And the policy itself of deporting these people of deporting everybody that is here undocumented is a crazy policy. It would crush the economy. Donald Trump's even backtracking on this policy because his friends in the ag industry have called him and said, you can't deport our ag work.
Do you have that thing that's happening where you accidentally unplugged your headphones, but it's still coming through your headphones, but it's also coming through your speakers? I've had that happen.
And then on top,
refresh, fix it. No, it's Twitch. They've been having issues.
Top of that, not only is the policy bad,
dude, my Twitch crashed while I was in the middle of watching the HE the other night.
Not only tactics un-American of these masked thugs jumping out and grabbing people, but ICE is screwing up over and over again. They don't need more agents. They certainly don't need more untrained actors as agents. Right here in Louisiana, I'll just give you two. Madonna Kashanian, she's a 64-year-old Iranian grandmother. She came here as a student. She did everything that Dean said. She was trying to get asylum. The U.S. kept kicking the can on that. She kept going to appointments. She's gardening outside her home, and she gets picked up by ICE. She was in detention for a week. Jose Francisco Garcia Rodriguez, 73-year-old grandfather. He emigrated on a...
Oh, it's weird. Like, look at him blink faster the second that he understands that these people are real people.
U.S. boat from Cuba. And tried to get asylum, had a paperwork mistake, arrested by ICE.
Plus, Dean, let's be real, dude. You didn't get hair that jet black, number one, without Just for Men, and number two, without having a little bit of immigrant in you.
Held for a week. George Redis in California, 25 years old, worked as a security guard, U.S. citizen. ICE grabbed him, held him for 3 days.
Watch me be the actual asshole here because it's like, dude, I'm actually 94% native. It's like, oh, shit.
And this, we can argue about this. This doesn't even get into the Venezuelans that we sent to CCOT, many of whom didn't come to the country illegally. They came legally. They sought asylum. They came across the border. And rather than sending them back to Venezuela, ICE and Kristi Noem sent them to a torture prison in a third country that they weren't even from. So, like, ICE does not need more untrained agents right now. ICE needs to learn how to follow the law and treat people who have not committed crimes with respect and with the rights earned.
Okay, but Tim, it remains the case. Hang on, Dean. I'll come to you. The thing I would say, Tim, to that, as I said in the intro, it remains a fact that the level of deportation so far in this Trump term are about half.
Sorry, comment, Bullet, but I cannot allow that on
half of what they were
screen here, so.
In the Obama and Biden administrations.
You alluded to it. That's because this is kind of one of these things that's, statistics, like lies, damn lies and statistics. Part of the reason for that was, as you said, the border was open. We can critique it, probably too open during the Biden-Obama administrations. When they're counting the deportations, that's people that come to the border, come across the border, get sent right back across. So it's easy to run the numbers up when you're doing that. The border right now is shut down, as you guys mentioned. So what they're now doing is going to get people from inside the interior of the country. That's much more challenging. And so they're spending all this money to get new ICE agents. People who are former actors apparently are going to come in and start helping with this. And the problem when you go into the interior of the country to start finding people is if you're just trying to get a quota, Stephen Miller set quota, you're going to end up nabbing people like George Redis, who is actually a citizen, or like Jimena Arias Cristobal, who was pulled over incorrectly, that they got the wrong car, and you're going to screw up. And
but it sounds to me. Okay, but Tim,
it sounds
to me.
You cannot just do a quota and send people to Alligator Alcatraz and send them away. Like that's.
Although the quota has been revised, I don't know how the fuck that didn't get reported on.
More challenging. It's a hard.
But it's not. Okay, but it sounds to me, and correct me if I'm wrong, that what critics would say of what you've just said is okay. So what is the difference in principle between somebody who comes over the southern border illegally and somebody who's come over a different way or perhaps earlier over the southern border but remains in the country illegally, notwithstanding the fact they may have built a life for themselves? If you're happy for people to be rejected immediately if they come over illegally, why would you be unhappy about them being held to account for being there illegally in a year, 2 years, 3 years? Uncensored is supported by OneSkin, a self-care business founded by scientists. Their patented OS1 peptide is scientifically proven to target aging at the cellular level. It's what powers their skin.
You have to have rules and controlling the country, right? I get it, and so we are where we are. But I would just point out,
I'm all for moisturizing, but this idea of like the anti-aging
appears that a lot
it'll reverse the aging.
of the people are being deported. Again, didn't come over illegally. We're not talking about people across the Rio Grande.
You know what's really funny? How pissed off the older generations are at millennials, like being like looking the way that we do, because they're just like that's the reason that they still treat us like kids is because we just happen to still look good.
We're talking about either children, DACA kids that got brought here by their parents. We're talking about people that overstayed visa.
I had no idea Pierce was a skincare girly. I mean, you don't let him hear that because this one's got beef tallow in it, and beef tallow is good for things.
Donald Trump.
It does. All right, so I did try the steak and shake fries made in the beef tallow. You can tell the difference, but there is a weird taste to it.
Trump and JD Vance have made a bunch of people illegal that weren't, because they came through asylum, either Joe Biden.
Oh, yeah, it's in his genes, remember? Because the Sydney Sweeney thing, and Piers was like, I have good genes. It's like,
Biden or George Bush or Obama or even Trump actually himself in the first term gave people from a lot of countries, Venezuela, Cuba, etc., asylum, temporary protected status, Haiti. This was a big thing during the campaign. And so now they've taken away their status, and they're like, self-deport or we'll deport you. So these people didn't come illegally. Like they came through a legal process, and now we've got ICE agents and apparently former Superman actors are going to jump out of vans and nab them and hold them in deportation cells. That's insane. Like that's not how you act in a free country. So no, I do think in a lot of these cases it is different. Like a lot of these situations are complicated.
All right.
And
we just gotta get Henry Cavill to join Antifa, then we'll have the good Superman.
Tried to come legally.
Well, he was an okay Superman. The newest guy, Cornsweat, David Cornsweat, he's the best one.
There is no doubt it is complicated. Dean, over to you.
Tim, I don't understand why you have to go, a former untrained actor. I'm not untrained. I've been a sheriff's deputy for almost 10 years. I've been a sworn sheriff's deputy and a reserve police officer. So I don't know why you're saying untrained. And by the way, when you join ICE, they train you. So to say that and try to denigrate because I'm an actor, I shouldn't be able to be concerned about what's going on with our borders or with our law enforcement agencies is denigrating. It's ridiculous. Should I say because you're a former Republican strategist?
Why do I have this feeling that if Panic got pulled over, the first thing he'd be like, give me your badge number.
You have no say on anything? That's baloney. So first of all, discounting that, making a cheap joke, just like John Oliver or Bill Maher or anybody else. Let me finish my sentence. Let me finish my sentence, please. Let me finish my sentence, please. Denigrating somebody because they're doing this because of what they used to do or what they do, or whether they're an actor or a writer or a newscaster is ridiculous. It's an ad hominem attack. It's wrong. And there's been over 100,000 people who have put in applications for ICE. So clearly there is a desire for people to step up and serve this country.
Dean, if you show up at someone's you said on Fox that you'd be that you would, if they sent you in, you'd be happy to jump out of a truck and go apprehend people. So if you show up at the door of someone's home as an ICE agent, which you're an ICE agent now, do you know what rights they have?
I'm not an ICE agent yet.
Oh, okay. So yeah, so you are an untrained former actor. You are an untrained
I am
former
a former actor. I'm a former professional football player too. So when I run down my resume, I mean, so it's stupid.
I'm just telling a fact. You're an untrained actor.
Denigrate it as though it's something negative.
Wait, he was a pro?
Like it's something negative.
Wait, Dean Cain was a pro? Like, hold on. Dean Cain, NFL. Who did he play with? Yes, Dean Cain played professional football in the NFL. He was signed by a free agent, as a free agent to the Buffalo Bills. Graduated from Princeton University. Holy shit, I did not know that. Okay, that's crazy. What do you play? An injury, a knee injury prevented him from finishing his football career. Oh, in training camp. Oh. So he got drafted and didn't even really get to play.
And you know what you're saying, so quit trying to gloss over it. It's ridiculous. It was snarky and it was stupid.
I'm telling you why it's negative because you don't know the job. You don't know the job. That's why it's negative. It's nothing.
You don't know that I don't know the job. You're just assuming. Did you know I was a law enforcement officer?
I just asked you, do you know what migrants' rights are? If you show up to someone's house as an ICE agent, do you know what rights they have? Do you know?
Have all the due process rights of anybody in this country.
Okay. So do you need a warrant signed by a judge to apprehend somebody?
This is ridiculous. I'm not a sworn ICE agent yet. It's
you were saying
stupid
you were
argument.
happy to jump out of vans and start apprehending people. You were bragging about that.
I will. And then you made it, of course. And I would if that's what the director asked me to do.
I've got to say,
It's a stupid argument.
hang on. I've got to say, of all the arguments to use against Dean Cain, I do find the kind of constant sneering that he was Superman and an actor. I do think that's irrelevant, actually. He's perfectly entitled, as an American citizen, to train up to be an ICE agent should he want to. And as he's made repeatedly clear, Tim.
Yeah, but we have every right to make fun of him for doing so in a disingenuous manner, and also look at the fact that it's going to be very... Dude, it's kind of like Steven Seagal becoming a Louisiana cop.
He'll only start being an ICE agent.
Tom Segura has a really good bit about that.
When he's completed that training. So I don't think the fact he's been an actor or footballer or Superman or anything else makes any difference. The fact he's been, as he said, a sheriff and other things in terms of law enforcement actually makes him more qualified than most citizens to train to be an ICE agent. And if he wants to be, then what's the problem? Why should we use his background as a stick to beat him with?
I can answer that, Piers. Are you not concerned that ICE has decided that they're just going to go on this recruitment campaign and start leveling up the amount of agents that are going to be masked going into Hispanic communities?
Well, no, I think...
all that just
well, on the
shows, is that not
masking, well, hang on,
we want trained people. We want trained
on the mask.
This is very hard. This is hard work, and we got to respect people's rights. And ICE is not doing that.
But nobody...
and just leveling up really quick, hiring a bunch of people is not great. It's not going to help. That's a real concern. That's a legit concern that people who are not trained are going to be doing these jobs.
Sure. Two things I would say by way of response. One, I've not seen any evidence that people are going to be poorly trained to be ICE agents. They'll be recruited as they always have been and trained. Well, but you're talking about trained ICE agents.
They keep grabbing people.
I don't think wearing masks. I don't think the. Yeah, but my second point was we all know why they're wearing masks. It's because they're being doxxed left, right, and center on
Oh, bullshit. Bullshit.
Social media.
Bullshit.
And having their lives.
No, they're getting doxxed because they hide their faces, because they're cowards, because they refuse to identify themselves like normal law enforcement. This is one of those situations, Piers, where are we supposed to be okay with a Gestapo force that does not have any accountability? So if they were to theoretically, I don't know, permanently injure you, they are totally free from consequence and being fucking sued personally? Go fuck yourself. Seriously, dude. If you were mistakenly arrested for anything, just like Leonardo DiCaprio was, did you guys see that? The whole headline about they didn't know who he was, even though he was speeding and deserved it.
Oh, no.
Oh, yeah. Remember that, guys. If you're famous enough, you totally are free from consequence just because they should know who you are. You know, when they pulled that, do you know who I am?
This is bullshit. This is bullshit. For starters, we have evidence ICE agents aren't being trained. It is. Really quick. Let's go back to George Reddick.
It's not! I said so indignified!
He arrived at work. He was a U.S. citizen. ICE agents surrounded his car. He identified himself as a U.S. citizen. They broke his window, pepper sprayed him, and dragged him out. He was in detention.
What's that?
For 3 days. So we do have evidence that they're not being trained to respect people's rights. And on the masks, this is crazy. Do you know how many judges have been threatened? You know, if you're a judge and you have there's a case that is happening, you're a prosecutor, and you're targeting a murder suspect. These guys have been threatened. There have been judges whose families have been threatened. Their lives have been threatened. There are a lot of people in public life who have been threatened. You still don't get to wear a mask and be a secret judge. Not in a free country. You don't. I'm sure you get threatened. I'm sorry. If you're an agent of the government, if you're a representative of the people, you need to show your face and name yourself so that you have accountability. That is a totally reasonable ask. And so I have no sympathy.
Well, let me get Dean. All right, well, I'll get Dean to respond, but there is an irony, of course, that all the people who campaigned so aggressively for everyone to be masked during the COVID pandemic are now furious about the wearing of masks. Dean.
You could apply the same exact logic to the idea that the same people that were so anti-mask are now extremely comfortable with these guys wearing masks. Huh.
Your response.
Weird how, like, you see how, like, absurd that was? The fact that you even, like, said that shit, Pierce?
Well, the reason,
yeah, that was absurd.
The unfortunate reason that they're masking up is because they are being doxxed. The attacks on ICE agents have gone up over 1,000%. Their families, you disagree with that stat?
No, I'm sure that, but look, that's what I'm saying. I'm sorry, if you work for the federal government, you cannot be a secret agent that nabs people.
No, do you disagree with the stat? I asked you specifically.
Do you understand that they're getting doxxed because of how, like, absurdly unconstitutional this is, and the fact that these motherfuckers have been proven to be either criminals or have some sketchy-ass pasts? It's almost like they're not, like, hiring the best people here.
Saying it doesn't, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. You still you still can't be a secret thug cop in a free country. I'm sorry. You have
They're
to
not
tell
thug
They
cops.
are.
And the fact that you're
They are secret thug cops. They do not wear identifying fucking badges. If they can mask themselves, then by that merit, they are fucking secret police.
Integrating them and
because they are keeping their identity fucking secret.
Calling them these names and these things is part of the problem. And same thing with me standing up and joining ICE. You are going out there and you're villainizing. Let me finish my sentence, please. You're going out and you're villainizing myself. You're going out and you're villainizing these ICE agents who are trying to uphold the law. These are wonderful men and women. They shouldn't be attacked. Their families shouldn't be attacked. They're doing their job.
You're talking about immigrants, right? Are you talking about the hardworking immigrants that have produced, so much for our country, and we kind of did them wrong by not giving them a good pathway to, a good pathway to citizenship?
The Congress...
I was making fun of Piers, and apparently I just got my karma.
...has given them the authority to do and written the laws for. If you don't like the laws,
he's a wizard.
Congress change them. We should be upset that all these congressmen aren't delivering a new legislation, a new legislative piece, talking about how these things should be dealt with. That should be the problem, but not doxing our ICE agents and not going...
People have been targeted by people impersonating them because they can put on a mask and not show credentials. I could pull you over and you wouldn't know if it was legit or not. Exactly.
...down and just tearing them down and turning...
Exactly, and it is happening.
...them into villains like many people have tried to do.
No, you're missing the point here, man. there's a lack of accountability. And on top of this, like, would you be perfectly fine if law enforcement came in, beat you up, and wore masks doing it? I'm pretty sure that you would want to sue them, right? Or no, you'd be perfectly okay with it because you know what? They're protecting the country and they're protecting our freedom, and they just made an oopsie.
Do to me. They're not villains. These are wonderful people, and they're trying to protect Americans.
And also,
like, you're coming out with names. I'll give you names. Jocelyn Nungary. How about her? A 12-year-old girl killed in Houston by illegals. Was that okay? Do you care about her? Are you going to step up for her?
Of course not. Of course that's not okay. Of course
I
we
do
should.
think it's important. I do think. Yeah, but it's important, Tim, I think, just before you respond, it's very important to acknowledge that ICE are also apprehending a lot of very bad people in this process. I mean, indisputably, you can see the stories every day. So, yes, there are some that are getting through the net, which is unacceptable. I don't like the tactics of storming into Home Depot and rounding up random people who may be undocumented. But we shouldn't be too denigrating of what ICE is doing in removing bad.
The thing is, they're not. Like, funny enough, Gavin Newsom, he kind of brought it up where he's just like, okay, then how is it that we still have a bunch of migrant gangs in LA, you know? How is it that they didn't target, you know, these communities? What is it?
People that we should all be
on
the right side.
Is it because it's easier to go to a Home Depot and, you know, these guys are essentially untrained, so they don't want to send a bunch of trigger-happy assholes into a fucking gang war?
I don't denigrate that, but I'm just saying in any job, there are people that are bad apples that act poorly. It's true about podcasting, news hosting, acting. Like, I'm sorry, when you have the force of the state at your hand, you have to be transparent about who you are.
Yep.
And allowing people to be...
This is a black and white issue, and there is no gray here. You are either okay with having unidentified jackbooted thugs that go around without any accountability, or you want them to identify themselves consistently and always have accountability as federal officers of the law. There is no in between here, and you guys are trying to do that. That's fucking dangerous.
Be masked and to rough up.
Like, what is this argument? Like, honestly.
Rough people up without any account.
Because Piers just admitted that he doesn't even agree with his own argument right there.
Accountability is just wrong. And what about that guy? I don't have his name in front of me. There's the older gentleman outside the IHOP in LA where you are, Piers, who got pepper sprayed, pushed to the ground, manhandled, thrown into a van. There's a video of it. His kids all served in the military. He hadn't filled out some of his paperwork. Is that the way that we treat people? It encourages bad...
Suck on those black British teeth, you fuck.
...behavior when guys get to wear masks and rough people up. So I'm sorry, sure, obviously.
Sorry to my British viewers.
I'm not denigrating all people that work for ICE, but there have been some very bad actions, and their treatment of some of the migrants has been wrong. And I think that adding in new people who are not trained for this, who have been riled up by the extreme rhetoric of some in this administration, I think that you're going to bring in people that care more about deporting people and getting back at the bad immigrants than they care about respecting people's rights.
Okay, let's just switch gears slightly. It's a similar theme. Donald Trump has today had a big presser at the White House in which he announced the police in Washington, D.C. will now be under direct federal control and he's going to deploy the National...
No, it's not. No, I've been reading his argument. Panic, you're wrong.
National Guard to the streets of Washington to fight...
No, you were trying to argue for the fact that it's okay for them not to have identification.
...crime and clear the city of its homeless population. What do you feel about that, Dean Cain? Is that an overreach?
Yeah, I don't know enough about that to really to make a strong statement, but I know that the crime in D.C. has been crazy out of control. It's not a very safe area, and that's unfortunate.
It's kind of funny. We have a whole lot of people who are reading your arguments, including myself. We have all found you to be the asshole in this, but you're just like, I'm right.
Not just, miles from the Capitol, but for any city.
Nah, honestly.
I'm someone who respects...
It is like shit like this, Panic, honestly. It is shit like this. It's because you're just kind of a dick. Like, you really are. Like, you are the quintessential, like, cannot be wrong, even though you're blatantly wrong, don't understand half of what you're talking about. I mean,
law and order.
Fuck, we even proved that you didn't know what a microburst is. So honestly, you don't know what you're talking about all the fucking time.
And there's been an absolute, just a deluge of crime, you know, people taking over streets, these street racing areas, things like that. And it's gotten out of control. So I think some law and order being installed or brought back to DC is probably a good thing, but I don't.
Nah, it's literally Destiny tactics. Like, it's debate bro tactics.
Know enough about the specifics to comment intelligently.
Okay, Tim, let me just play a clip from Trump, Tim, before I come to you.
Yeah, and you didn't know either. You admitted it.
I'm announcing a historic action to...
Yes, after you Googled it.
Rescue our nation's capital from crime, bloodshed, bedlam, and squalor.
Squalor.
And worse. This is Liberation Day in D.C., and we're going to take our capital back. We're taking it back. And they're screaming at them an inch away from their face. And then they start spitting in their face. And I said, you tell them, you spit and we hit. And they can hit real hard. You know, I'm going to see Putin. I'm going to Russia on Friday. I don't like being up here talking about how unsafe and how...
He's going to Russia on Friday, people. Not Alaska, Russia.
Dirty and disgusting.
Hexeth just went, ah, fuck.
This once beautiful capital was?
Just to point out, he's meeting him in Alaska, an American state, of course, not Russia, as he mistakenly said there. But 800 National Guard members have been activated, Tim, and yet the Metropolitan Police Department...
The other thing is they don't wear their badges. Like, they don't actually have identification. Like, they don't have name identification. They don't have badge numbers. They don't have any of this shit.
Statistics for D.C. show crime down in almost every category in 2025.
That's why they get mad at the fact that we have video of them getting out of the Penske trucks and doing everything on video, because we can see clearly in those videos that they do not identify themselves.
Violent crime down 26%, property crime down 4%, all crime down 7%. And a U.S. Department of Justice report says violent crime stats in the city are at a 30-year low. So what do you make of this?
I don't like it. I don't understand. Conservatives used to be a small government party. This is our instinct. Control is better, closer to a locality than it is from the national government. The idea that he said also in that press conference, I guess, that the DC Police Department is now going to report to Pam Bondi. Pam Bondi doesn't have any experience managing a police department any more than Dean does as an ICE agent. So this stuff is not serious. Okay, this is not serious, and I don't like the way that he denigrates the country either. You know, it's like if a Democrat went out there and talked like that about things in Alabama, you know, on this show, Piers, people would be up in arms, clutching their pearls about how the Democrats look down on Americans, et cetera, et cetera. Trump's up there trashing D.C., our once beautiful city. It's squalor now. D.C. isn't squalor. Go to D.C., go to Logan Circle, go to Georgetown, go to the Wharf. D.C. is beautiful. Yes, there's crime. Yes, I'm sure that there are legitimate reforms you could bring to, bring more law and order to the city. There's some discussion of some reforms about treating like these carjackers who are under 18 as adults. I'm open to changes like that.
The weird part was, even today, I kind of saw one of their policies for treating anyone that is the age of 16 or over, that they're tried as adults for any serious like homicide or any crime that was like a heavy assault or any of that shit. I was like, okay.
That the federal government should take over a local city's police department?
Honestly, because I have seen, unfortunately, because of the way that, Kim Fox did things, and you know what? Kim Fox did not do the left any fucking favors. Like, yeah, no cash bail. Good idea. Like, we needed to eliminate cash bail because it was being abused to like a motherfucker. But dude, when you would hear about the multiple offender, or like the people that offended multiple times or repeat offenders, when you found out the crimes that they were like originally locked up for and then released, you were just like, what the fuck? Like, you had so many people that were across the political spectrum just going like, yeah, that's not cool. What the hell is that? And they're just like, it's administrative shit.
I just think that's dangerous, not conservative, and I don't think it's based on any actual serious effort to try to resolve policy changes. I think it's a power grab.
I mean,
Well-
Dean, I always think part of what Trump does with these things is he wants it to be as much of a deterrent as anything else. I do think one of the reasons why the southern border has been so dramatic.
Sean, I timed out Panic. I timed him out for a minute. He's pissing me off.
Slowed in terms of people coming over it is because there is a sense that Trump is being exceptionally tough on the southern border, and that is acting as a deterrent. Do you think part of what his strategy here in DC is to send a message, we're just not going to put up with this anymore?
I think 100%, and I think it'll be very effective. No question about that. And the reason that I think the crime statistics that you cited are down, and there's a lot of talk about this, is that they have been underreporting or not reporting crime. Same as California, same as so many other places. Tim, you might shake your head, but it's certainly an arguable point. And that they're saying that those crimes
30%. So they're underreporting by 30%. Shut up, Dean.
Haven't been reported. Would you feel comfortable?
Dude, he lives in a fucking gated community. Why is it always the white rich dudes that are always just like, oh my God, the big scary cities with the proud people? Ah!
Walking around at 2 o'clock in the morning in DC in certain areas. I mean, I don't know.
In certain areas? Did you notice how he had to say in certain areas? Because he knows he's full of shit. If you were walking the fucking Capitol, like if you were walking in front of the fucking Capitol, you'd be fucking fine. You disingenuous cocksucker. God damn it. Any city you go to, you have to fucking play this game. This is called be smart. But no, you have to sit here doing the psyop that the big scary cities with all the libs, all the browns, all the crime. You fucking... Oh my God, I cannot get over how big of pussies you are.
It's really close to the Capitol. It's not just some
You're
random
the biggest
city.
pussies
And
ever.
I think by doing this, you'll watch crime get cut right down. And if you're not doing anything that's wrong, if you're hanging out, going to a restaurant or going to a bar or doing whatever you're going to do, you're not going to have a problem with these law enforcement officers or the military, whatever it happens to be that he's using. But the streets will be safe. And I think part of it is that.
There it is. Why are you worried about increased police presence if you're not doing something wrong? The thing is, dude, they keep doing these things where they keep saying, well, this is wrong now. Well, we're going to criminalize this. Dude, you're literally talking about locking up people long term for a civil infraction. Why the fuck should we listen to you?
Deterrent factor.
Okay, look, we've run out of time. I want to just end with a clip from South Park about Kristi Noem, just so we can lighten the load. Kristi Noem has responded by saying it's so lazy to just constantly make fun of women for how they look. I think she's slightly missing the point there. I think the point about South Park is it is savagely, ruthlessly funny about everybody in public life.
Well, you're a chauvinist then, Piers. How dare you? How dare you?
And she's just copying a bit of what they give everybody else. And long may they continue to dish it out. Gentlemen, thank you both very much indeed for joining me today. I appreciate it.
Thanks, Piers.
Thanks, Piers. Thanks, Tim.
All right. Well, that was stress-inducing. I got a little shouty there. That was fun. People scared of cities are such pussies. They are. I've grown up in Chicago, and it's been the same thing since the fucking 90s. Like, dude, and I've seen it. Like, the funniest part is, Chicago, from just, like, I can say an anecdotal standpoint, is safer than it has ever been. It really is. Back in the day, there were some more problematic areas. Sometimes they would spread out, and like, but the thing that would also happen is, like, because of the locals, like, we all knew. So, like, these teen takeovers, for instance, right? None of us are surprised by them because they fucking, like, number one, always happen on a Friday night. So we always kind of know. It's like if you're going to the Loop. Oh, hey, 420. 420, 420. the big ones. And the reason that it is kind of a a bigger deal is because of the street racing aspect. And it's not even street racing. What they do is they try to do like donut competitions and shit like that. And dude, in one of the ones that I saw, there was a guy that while they were doing it, he got nailed. I'm not sure what the fuck he was on, because he got up and he just played it off just like, oh, my bad. I was like, but also you just keep walking. I don't know. The more you interact or the more you react, the more they fucking will harass you. Yeah, I've noticed that. You don't pay them any mind, then who gives a shit? And they're like, oh, are you scared of being robbed? It's like, no. You know, kind of, that's the nice part about being working class is I don't have a lot of nice shit. I really don't. Like, what, show my cracked iPhone fucking, whatever this is? All right. It's just weird. Like, Panic is the guy. Like, I'm gonna say this very, very comfortably. Comfortably. That's one of those words. He's the type to say this shit that he's saying about not having identification, but then he would not just react to a cop in like a negative way. He would go full what do you call him? Oh my god, I had a great point with it. Shit. The sovereign citizens. He would go full sovereign citizen. I'm traveling. I do not have to show you my identification. Panic is at the disco. Oh my god, you think Panic is actual Justice Warrior? He does fight the same way. God, actual Justice Warrior. I haven't heard that name in a while. Man, all right, so I was having a discussion with my friend who I haven't seen in years. Like, I remember looking at the last time we had texts, and it was 10 years ago. Like, I remember seeing the 2015, I was like, holy shit. But it's really nice to, like, reconnect. But there was a bit of a situation where he's like, yeah, you know, I have a little bit of libertarian beliefs. I was like, oh boy. But I don't know, man. Maybe it's because of like Dave Smith and some of the libertarians that we watch here that I was able to engage with him a lot better than usual. Where even he was surprised, where he was just like, that was a really good conversation. I'm like, yeah, it was. But at one point, he just like, yeah, you know, I watched this guy, Jimmy Dore. I'm like, oh. And then he's like, yeah, okay. So maybe, I'm like, no, it's just the fact that, man, he's a kind, because he was trying to say, he's like, he was on the left and then he went, you know, kind of libertarian. I'm like, no, he was on the left, got called out for sexual harassment, then went and did the grift because he saw that he could totally do that. And then he brought up, he was just like, yeah, I also listened to this one content creator. He's like, you ever heard of Shoe on Head? And I just went, June? He was like, wait, what? I was like, oh my god, no, I'm not doing this. I'm not doing this. Oh my god. God. Man, that was a good hit. This is nice. I'm gonna just kind of vibe and chill for a little bit. I can hang until the 5 o'clock, or until the 5 hour mark. Like I said, have that heart out at 7 though. We're gonna be What? I'm going to delete your stream. I would like to hear what you have to say, but it's way, way, way too long. What the fuck? Okay. Peace out, David Hinkle. I always love those. Some hate's fun. That just means I'm doing good. It just means that I really do piss off the right people. Entertain, they must identify themselves. Man, you guys. Hey, Legend. Hey, Legend. You're doing... Who are you? Pep Talks and Anna over there in chat? The way that you're beating that dead horse. People just living their lives in peace, don't need papers. Detaining people does require papers. Mm-hmm. Yeah, the whole warrant thing. And I am done with this child. Wasted enough of my time. I mean, yeah, you kind of did. As much as I appreciate the engagement, I do also appreciate, like, I want to try to protect the mental health of my community. You mean people with no life? Because who the F cares enough to concoct a scheme to delete someone's stream? That's insane, right? Like, did he mean, like, I'm going to delete your stream and, like permanently? Like, he's gonna get me, like, perma-banned or something like that? Or is he just deleting my stream because... The fact that people are such little bitches out there like that, that is kind of funny. Like, I do not like a lot of people on here, but hating someone is too much effort. Oh, yeah. Well, this is also my favorite one. Like, I appreciate this, and you know how I feel about my, views. What do we got? 15? I got 15 watching over on, kind of around. So, I'm happy with that. But, like, for anybody that wants to make fun of, like, my tens of, viewers at one time, these are the motherfuckers that are just like, I'm gonna get you deleted. I'm gonna get you canceled. It's like, what? I mean, dude, I've had multiple death threats. Like, I had one credible one where even the cops were just like, yeah, this guy's a fucking psychopath. But saying you're gonna get saying you're gonna get someone deleted is sus as fuck. Well, you've never... Well, I gotta be honest. It was actually kind of funny. Like, that day, I was kind of like, hey, I made it. I had a buddy come over who, he streams, like, video games and stuff. And, he just told me, he's just like, oh, dude, you made it. He's like, congratulations. I was just like, really? He's like, oh, no. He's like, if you have somebody that had, you pissed off somebody that bad and they saw your channel... That means that they saw that you were growing and they were mad about it and they want to stop your growth. They want, okay. Again, fucking weirdos, dude. Like, real fucking weirdos. Yeah. At David Hinkle 7374. I'm going to delete your stream. I would like to hear what you have to say, but it's way, way, way too long. What's this David Hinkle guy do? Oh, he's got 4 subs. Interesting. Did he really put a fucking, Facebook, profile picture? Okay. If we're gonna like say this shit to a streamer, I don't know. Maybe, just maybe, don't be such a dork. And honestly, might be a little hair envy there. Actually, that's state by state panic. See, this is where you might not know everything that you're talking about. And I'll give you a channel. It's called Audit the Audit. Go watch that and then get back to me, because they go state by state and they will explain exactly which one, like what states have these protections and which ones don't. Yeah, sure, that's your excuse. Copying it, pew pew, and then no papers in there. Yeah, I mean, nobody's talking about walking up to a cop or an ICE agent and be for real. The thing is, yeah, Pinkerbell, he's like a contrarian dick. Like, he just doesn't know when to stop. He doesn't have that mental thing. Like, he just keeps going. He's one of those like Facebook type debaters. You know, I'm sure everybody over the age of 30 has dealt with this, especially on Facebook. That was like the advent of that shit. So, well, you're contrarian. I get to be on the streamer. This is the difference, Panic. I'm actually entertaining. Like, you just piss people off. It's like... I've gotten a little less nice about this shit, haven't I? I used to be a little bit more lenient about this, and I've noticed it. That felt good to say. You don't even have a candidate in any elections? What are you talking about? Yeah, I do. I'm one of the few ones that actually does have a House candidate that I'm supporting and I stand up for. Support Kat Abu-Ghazaleh, everybody. I know that she, you know, she's running for my district, but you guys can all pitch in and help her out in any way, shape, or form. Hopefully, I'm going to get her over on this space. Probably shouldn't have said that. God, I really, I'm like Hagrid. Oh, I should have said that. Oh. Well, I gotta go get me old Buckbeak. I own a cat. I support cats. Cats are cool. I like cats. Oh, dude. Okay, so I have to warn all of you, in the second episode of the new Alien series, there is a scene that involves a cat that is a little, yeah, you might have to, like, I don't know, just do this for, like, a minute. Just let it, like, you can hear it play itself out. You don't see anything bad happen to the cat, by the way. It's more so a, after effect. She has to do this. That would be huge for TS. I'm trying there, Pinkerbell. Her people are... They're taking their sweet time. But no, I also... I actually have a team on this one. I got people looking out for me, and I really appreciate that, by the way. You know who you are. I know that you're here. Well, maybe not now, but I know you watch. President? No. No, she's running for the Illinois 9th. She actually did a road trip this weekend. I wish I could have, like... See, that was the thing, because she even said, like, which I had to be like, that wasn't smart, because she said where she was at each time. I'm like, is this... I just gotta say, like, that, I'm not, that's a little, but she is running, and she wants to talk to constituents, so I was like, okay. She did have good security, from my understanding, so. But that's where I was like, oh, wish I could have gone. I've just been like, interview? I'm Pep Talks, and then it's just like, why didn't I recognize Well, she could vote against ICE, but you're the one who's making this single issue. You're also the one that's like trying to monopolize the conversation to make it about what you want to make it about. So, I'm gonna keep that up. Nah, don't even say he pisses off. Broken goobers like him thrive on that. Just like my brother, who would throw Panic in the ditch for who he is, by the way. So, have fun with that. What's up, Kirk? Hi, other me. Man, you are. I like how that's the first thing that really got under your skin. You're just like, listen, I will play a lot of games. I will use alt accounts. I will say some out-of-pocket shit, but I will not stand for being called Panic Studio. I will not stand for it. I like how that was legitimate. Like, it was legitimately an insult to you. Oh, man. Oh, it's so funny, man. This is... I have, like, the most entertaining chat on all of YouTube. I really do. You guys keep me entertained, that's for sure. Shouldn't say that. I should have said that. Man, I am in my Hagrid phase today. Shit. Oh, man. The duality of man liking Kirk and disliking Panic. Two sides of the same altcoin. Or the same alt account. I just love how... Wait. What? He's talking to himself now. It's kind of funny, Kirk. You got here and he's just like, no, not the other guy who's actually like kind of better at this because he's actually funny. Like the worst part is, Panic, you follow comedy. Like, me and him had one similar view. And people decided I was him, which was extremely rude to Panic. No, I actually kind of remember what it was. He was... it was the way that he would, like, speed react to shit. And it was, like, right after you had just done the, your shenanigans for... So I don't want to... Because I don't want to ruin it for, like, you know, a new viewer that might not be onto your stuff. You know? I do like the game. It is fun. It was the Iran thing. That's what it was. It was the Iran thing. It totally was. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, it's weird how that, like, now we have lore and... Like, yeah, that was a good day. That was pretty funny. Oh, man. I own a cat. I support cats. Me too, except I don't know why, but mine is, like... He was being a little shit today. He was scratching, like, my favorite chair. He was scratching my, like, my furniture. Dude, so I found underneath one of my furniture pieces, he's been scratching the baseboards, and, like, he clawed the shit out of it. I was just like, oh, man. Stream highlights channel win. I need to do that. Bloodstone, I don't know. If you want to help with that. I could definitely, yeah. With how much I stream, it's kind of hard to edit. That's why I have not had as many clips out. But yeah, no, I got to get my stream highlights out there. It's coming. It's coming. I wasn't expecting to grow this fast, which good problem to have, but I also... That's a good idea, though. I've been toying with it. The thing about the highlights channel that sucks is, like, I essentially have to start, like, from zero again and just kind of build that one, which, I don't know. I could theoretically just use my front page, just my videos, and just use those as my stream highlights, which I should just do that. It's kind of weird how I started like my channel as more of a Kyle Kalinske, let's break the news down, here's a video about this. And then I did my stream and I would take segments from my stream. You guys, anybody who was here in the first few months of my stream, you guys remember where I would sound the horn of Gondor and you guys knew a segment was starting? Yeah, a playlist of the lore of the channel? Well, that will be a special stream where we could just kind of sit there and reminisce, and we'll compile a list, because I can't do that off the top of my head. Come on now. Oh, Stan's back. Where were you? Man, it's cold down here. Ears are cold. What do we got? 20 minutes? Let's see. Any updates about this Russia thing? Nope. Aha. Illinois judge denies Paxton request to help arrest Texas Democrats. Knew that was coming. He's a conservative judge, too. That was pretty funny. Well, after a J, I doubt any of us recall things that happen here. Well, that's kind of, yeah, that's... I have a feeling it's going to be a lot of, oh, yeah! That's how I remember shit. But, nothing wrong with that. The Texas Rangers, they don't have jurisdiction outside of Texas. It would have to be the U.S. Marshals, and they would have to have, like, dude, you have no idea what you're fucking talking about, so just stop embarrassing yourself. Just stop. We know how much you love unregulated police forces. So, put your boner away for Chuck Norris. They gotta call any judge that doesn't help Trump's agenda an activist judge. They already are. Dude, they already are. They went after a bunch of, like, his own appointees. Like, dude, that was kind of my favorite part, was, like, some of the tariff ones that got shut down were his like, they were judges that he appointed in his first term, so. Why would he do that? He's getting what he wants, attention. Yeah, well, I have noticed. But here, I gotta use the restroom real quick. Then I'll come down and we'll finish stream with something fun. Here, let me, let's find something fun. Fun and funny to watch. Ooh, shit.
This is Democracy Watch. Mark, we have an update here on a case that I've been watching closer than any other case that's coming out of the U.S. Supreme Court. Can you explain what that update is?
Yeah, this is a very, very big update, and I need everyone to do me a favor. You got to watch this video to the end, because there's a lot that's going to be packed in here, okay? And then I need you to share this with your friends.
Hey, I like that.
The U.S. Supreme Court
I really like
has
that.
scheduled for oral argument on October 15th. This is like the first 2 weeks that they are back. The rehearing in the Louisiana redistricting case.
That's what I thought.
This is an enormous deal.
Yeah.
It looks like the
No, it looks like they're going to tank the Voting Rights Act.
U.S. Supreme Court may be trying to not only undermine the Voting Rights Act, potentially going so far as to overturn Section 2 of the Voting Rights Act, but they are trying to do it on an expedited schedule, presumably because they know the 2026 midterms stand in front of all of us.
Okay, so can you give a brief update here in terms of why this case...
Again, dude, if their policies were so popular, why are they fighting so hard to make sure that they don't lose the House?
in particular is so important.
Because you would think that they would have confidence that they're not going to lose the House if, again, they're so popular.
We've spoken about this in other videos, but look, we have spoken about Supreme Court cases. We've spoken about appeals court cases, district court cases. This one is hands down the most important case that we've focused on over the last few years.
Damn it. All right, here.
That's absolutely right, which again is why I need people to watch this video all the way to the end and get all of this information, and also why it's important that you share this information with your friends. This Supreme Court case has the potential to undo Section 2 of the Voting Rights Act. We all know about Shelby County. We all know that the Supreme Court in 2013 undid and gutted Section 5 of the Voting Rights Act. That provision said that if you were in a jurisdiction in a state with a history of discriminating against minority voters, before you could change your voting rules, you had to get pre-clearance from the Department of Justice or a court in Washington, D.C. The thing that is oftentimes not as focused on is the remaining key provision of the Voting Rights Act, Section 2. What does that do? That applies nationwide. And it says that if you engage in voting discrimination against minority voters, those laws, those actions can be undone. And it has become the central tool that is used to prevent Republican gerrymandering, to screw over and discriminate against minority voters. If this goes away, then states like Alabama, Louisiana, Florida, Georgia, Texas, they will be able to enact new maps that just run roughshod over minority voters in ways that are unimaginable to us today. So everybody needs to be paying attention to this case. Everybody needs to be following it on Democracy Doc, the website I created, and everybody needs to be watching these videos and really educating themselves and their friends.
So this case is going to be heard on October 15th. Does that offer any insight? Can you read anything from the tea leaves here in terms of what that means for the Supreme Court? Is that early? Is that late? Is that completely normal and doesn't give any insight at all into how the Supreme Court might look at this?
Look, it doesn't tell us what the outcome will be, and no one can go all like the courts don't matter and it's all rigged business on me, okay? Like, we got to fight till the bitter end. We got to expect the Supreme Court's going to do the right thing. We've got to have trust in the lawyers who are arguing this case. My law firm has been involved in representing one of the groups of black voters who brought the original case in Louisiana. So no giving up on me here, right? Okay, so everyone's got to stick with us. But what it means is that the Supreme Court term, which doesn't begin until the beginning of October, this case has been put at the very beginning. Like, this case could have been scheduled in October, could have been scheduled in November, December, or even January. The Supreme Court is having this be one of the very first cases that it hears this term. And one of the reasons that may be is because they want a decision to be able to be issued early in the term, early in 2026, because there will be midterm elections. And if they were to strike down the Voting Rights Act, you could see Republican states all across the Deep South and potentially elsewhere decide to redraw their maps and draw out of existence existing black and Hispanic opportunity districts that right now, if they tried to do, would violate the Voting Rights Act. Again, not a prediction. I believe that we have to win this case and that we will win this case. We have won previous cases before. We won the Alabama case a couple of years ago, which was the last time that Section 2 of the Voting Rights Act.
Really? My parents were watching The Five while I was cooking dinner, and their fade-out music was American Idiot. I legitimately cackled.
Was in danger. So again, no giving up on it, everybody. You cannot get fatalistic here. We have to hold the Supreme Court to the law, to its precedent, and to what Congress intended when they enacted this.
Mark, does the fact that this Supreme Court has upheld Section 2 of the Voting Rights Act numerous times in numerous states, including Louisiana, including Florida, including Alabama, does that offer any insight into whether or not they would be more or less willing to uphold Section 2 of the Voting Rights Act when that issue, as a standalone issue, comes in front of the court?
Look, the fact is this has come up before the court, as you point out. Like, you listed some of the states that the current composition of the Supreme Court has decided. But honestly, the amendments to Section 2 that sort of have set the basic framework that we all operate under were put in place in 1982 under Ronald Reagan.
Yeah.
And conservative Supreme Courts ever since, and yes, we have had conservative Supreme Courts ever since, they have all, in one form or another, reaffirmed Section 2 of the Voting Rights
Yes.
Act, applied Section 2 of the Voting Rights Act.
And if they cannot, the thing is, you're being too fair to these assholes. And honestly, I get it because you're a fucking lawyer, but no. The fact is, they have shown time and again that they are more and more supporting the rise of an authoritarian dictatorship.
Struck down
because they're the ones who said, "Yeah, Trump, you know what? It's not really illegal if he's in office."
Actions that violate Section 2 of the Voting Rights Act. I mean, this is
that was the first hint.
As close as you get to well-settled law that has not just existed, but has been over and over and over again applied to a variety of districting and district maps over the course of decades. And for the U.S. Supreme Court to decide now, somehow, that, you know, it no longer is necessary because times have changed, you know, there's no longer a need for it, or whatever excuse they would have, is simply inexcusable. And we cannot allow that to happen. We cannot give in to that as an inevitability. We have to hold the Supreme Court to those precedent and assume that in the end they will, as they did in Alabama, they will do the right thing and Section 2 will survive.
But does the fact that they're bringing this up to hear these arguments in the first place, does that suggest that, at least among one justice, there's some openness to striking this down?
Oh, it's more than one justice. I mean, look, we have seen at least 3 justices of the Supreme Court cast serious doubt on
like the conservative ones, or like, come on,
the Voting Rights Act or more. I mean, we've seen individual justices say that they believe it should be Section 2 of the Voting Rights Act either is unconstitutional or doesn't apply to redistricting at all. Like, so let's be eyes open. I mean, I'm not here to sell, you know, fairy tales. There is a contingent of the Supreme Court that is hostile to the Voting Rights Act, and that is something that is a tragedy for democracy and is something that we have to worry about. It is also the case, to make matters worse, that this Louisiana case was heard last term. The Supreme Court had an opportunity to put this to bed, and instead they ordered it re-argued. And they ordered it re-argued on a question that looks an awful lot like what you would do if you were a court looking to strike down the Voting Rights Act, right?
Yeah.
There is a reason why this case is being reheard this.
And it's being, you know, heard at the time that it is. It's almost like, you know, they're not good faith with this, because if they were good faith, I don't know, we would have a Mitch McConnell situation where it's like, oh, well, we can't have that right before an election year. Could you imagine if the Republicans were poised to win, how, like, this would not be a thing in the slightest?
It is not for any good reason.
But they need practice a little bit of decorum.
It is for a very concerning reason, and that suggests that it's not just one justice or 2 justices or even just 3 justices, right? We need, in order for the Voting Rights Act to survive, we need to win 2 of the following 3 in this rehearing. Ready? Chief Justice Roberts, Justice Kavanaugh, and Justice Barrett. Now, each of them, you can say, has good reason to believe that they should be in favor of holding Section
I forgot the blank stare.
2,
Oh, my
based on their
bad.
past votes. But
I was focusing on getting my turtle lip right.
each of them have said things or written things that suggest that maybe they don't think Section 2 should remain good law. So this is very...
My Mitch McConnell and my Don Imus are essentially the same thing.
Very much.
I shouldn't have done that.
An open question. It is very much of deep concern to me and to you and to everyone who cares about the pro-democracy movement. But you know, again, the reason why I wanted everyone to watch through the end of this video is because I need everyone
because you want the impression
to listen. And
I mean, come on, it does help you get a larger impression on the video, so that's good.
And not give up on democracy. The cynics want you to believe that Section 2 of the Voting Rights Act is going to be struck down. Donald Trump wants you to think that the Supreme Court is rigged against voting rights. That is the game that the right wing is playing. The best thing you can do right now to support voting rights, the best, most important thing you can do right now to ensure that Section 2 remains strong is to believe that it is constitutional, to insist that the Supreme...
Did he just parappa the rappa us? You gotta do what? I gotta believe.
Supreme Court follow the law, and to not give in to the cynics, not give in to the idea that democracy is going to die in the plain light of day while the legacy media watches on and does nothing.
Oh, it's all, I don't know, toxic optimism is a thing there, brother. And it seems like we're at the late stage of all of this, and you're kind of doing the thing where you're like, guys, you hold out hope that these at least 2 people that, you know, Donald Trump kind of did a favor for.
Nothing. We need everyone to have the confidence that courts have to do the right thing and will do the right thing.
No! Stop with your over-optimism about that, because they have proven to us time and again that they were not willing to do that. That they're not, dude, they have politicized the courts to a degree that is disgusting.
Right thing.
Like, how in the fuck are you playing this optimistic game where you're like, oh, the courts will do the right thing, you know, it'll hold up democracy, woo.
And if we do that, we may once again surprise everyone and pull a win out of this Supreme Court.
I hope so, but
Mark, I want to put this into perspective here, because we're right now engaged in this nationwide battle where a bunch of states are looking to redraw their maps. We're seeing it on the Republican side in Texas, in Missouri, in Indiana, in Florida, and of course Democrats are rightfully looking to respond. And we've heard from governors in places like California, Illinois, possibly New York, although it wouldn't be immediate.
Clap your hands if you believe.
and Maryland as well. Can you put this into perspective? While we kind of squabble over a few seats in different states here and there, which may amount to, I don't know, 12 seats or so, if Republicans are able to gerrymander all the states they've been talking about, Democrats probably somewhere along the same lines. But what would overturning...
Yeah, after Citizens United, all credibility of the Supreme Court was gone. Yep.
Section 2 of the Voting Rights Act
Agreed.
mean in terms of being able to redraw maps and eliminate these opportunity districts?
Look, if there's no Voting Rights Act protections, and the Supreme Court has already said there's no protections against partisan gerrymandering, and the Supreme Court...
Now you know how I feel dealing with my liberal lawyer client. That's insufferable.
You know, is being held...
Well, okay, so no, literally, that is them needing to believe in the rule of law, because it's the sunken cost fallacy, because then if law does get overturned, then what use are they?
Is being interpreted to have said that you can do unlimited mid-cycle redistricting, although I have my doubts about that. But if you take those 3 things, then there's nothing that prevents Republicans from gerrymandering with complete abandon. And there are dozens upon dozens, if
well, nobody,
not more than 100 districts that right now Republicans keep their...
Kind of a weird question, to be honest, let them freedom ring.
Hands off of, because they believe that it will, if they touch them, it'll either violate the Voting Rights Act or trigger a lawsuit claiming violation of the Voting Rights Act. And so they leave those districts alone. And so you will go from a world in which right now you have seen the expansion of black opportunity districts in states like Alabama and Louisiana to potentially Republicans saying, let's do away with them entirely.
Yeah.
Same thing in Georgia, same thing in Florida, same thing in Texas with black and Hispanic districts. I mean, this would be a catastrophe for voting rights in this country and a catastrophe for democracy in this country. And that's the reason why
Yeah, it's because it's solidifying fucking Republican rule for a guy that's already not planning to leave the White House. So you do realize that this is the final stage of us going, like, can we not do the Nazi thing? Can we not do this? Because the next step is a lot worse.
I feel so strongly about this. It's why I am pressing so hard all of you to share.
The next step turns into, yeah, well, these other countries hate us so much now that now we're, you know, that iron or that the golden dome is protecting us from all the meanie bobinis out there that hate us for our freedom.
Share this video so that your friends and family know the stakes here. Also, do me a favor. You know, sometimes Brian and I do these videos and it's hard to know like what you all are thinking. So put a comment
as well.
We get it, dude. We get it.
Finally, Mark, let's finish off with this.
You are just playing like he just got the algorithm game. Somebody just taught him how analytics work.
When do you expect, at the earliest and at the latest, we might hear some type of ruling from the Supreme Court here? And is there still the possibility that exists that the Supreme Court might not rule in time for it to apply to 2026?
Look, I mean, the Supreme Court can rule whenever it wants, right? We know that typically its most important decisions are not handed down until the end of June, and that would frankly be too late for the 2026 cycle. The reason why this has caused alarm bells to go off for me is because they scheduled this argument very, very early. Now, on the one hand, you could say that's just because it's a rehearing and they didn't need, you know, as much prep time or whatever. On the other hand, you could imagine that because it involves redistricting, they might actually want it to be later so that there is not gamesmanship that comes out of any decision, good, bad, or someplace in between. And therefore, they purposely would not want a big redistricting case to be decided in the middle of, frankly, a midterm election. So,
well, again, not trying to constantly do the what if Democrats, but for real, dude, if Democrats are pulling this shit, they would get it.
They can rule any time, as early as, I would say, January. Remember the Citizens United case, which was also a re-argued case. That decision was issued on January 10th of 2010 after it was re-argued, so very early in the cycle. But it can also...
Yeah, but doesn't this hold the same repercussions as, like, the whole holdouts over in Texas? That it wouldn't matter. Because you can't, like, at that point, even if they tried to redistrict, it wouldn't be prepared by that election, so they would have to use the old district.
One of the last decisions that comes out in June. We're just going to have to wait and see, and pay attention by subscribing to this YouTube channel and these Democracy Watch.
Well, again, wait a minute, because also if they get rid of opportunity districts, just say goodbye. Like literally, it is just blue state, red state.
Videos.
Well, I appreciate that, and also highly recommend, because Mark is on.
Think about that, because that's the broader repercussion. At what point, what stops any governor from just being like, you know what? No, we're gonna go just a bunch of these districts. Like we're gonna just create like the 2,000 districts.
The front lines of this fight. There is no better, more authoritative voice on this issue than Mark and his team. So highly recommend for anybody who has not yet subscribed to Democracy Docket's YouTube channel. I'll put the link right here.
I do, and I like watching these two together, but I've tried watching his content on his own. I don't know. It's I can make it through some, but acquired taste. All right, guys. Well, we are at 7 o'clock. I did say that I had to get going. Over on Twitch, I'm going to be raiding the Angry Gingers page here in a minute. Let's see. Tomorrow, I got a lot going on tomorrow. I might not be able to stream. But if I do, I will be on at 8. Because, yes. Hopefully. Oh, shit. No, because... Oh, man, that would suck. I might have to start at 10. No. At that point, I might as well just go into Friday. Well, keep your notifications on. Look out in the Discord. I'll make sure that I put the notifications out for you guys. But, all right, until then, let me send y'all over to the AG over on Twitch here. Then... I guess you have to put the 3 in there. I hate that. All right. Let's do it. Cool. Yeah, definitely stick around for the AG. He is the shit. What's he talking about? Oh, he's watching the Tallarico thing.
Who recently, Joe Rogan even said this guy should be president. Even Joe Rogan gets one right in a while. We've got...
Yeah, I like Tallarico. As I said, he reminds me of like one of the more liberal pastors I had. That was all like about Jesus. Like, honestly, without that guy, I probably wouldn't have the understanding that Jesus even had like a political affiliation, possibly. I mean, as much as he would. Because trust me, they like to play that game and just be like, oh, he would be a, gun-toting, pickup truck, velociraptor riding, red, blue blood, red, white, and blue blood. Technically, that does apply. But I have to. I'm so lucky. I do have to go, guys. So I'm going to close out the show here. I appreciate y'all hanging out tonight. Like I said, look out for the stream tomorrow. 8 o'clock. Worst case, I don't show. At least you had a warning. But Friday, I will be on at 4 o'clock, my normal time. Yeah, so I will catch you guys tomorrow or Friday. Appreciate y'all. Oh, that is not it. Man, that was a clean outro, too. All right, love you guys.
Who the heck is Pep Talks? I'm not gay, but I fantasize about Marco Rubio. Pep Talks. Pep Talks. Pep Talks. Let's eradicate the Kung Flu. I'm literally coming. Pep Talks. Pep Talks. Who the heck is Pep Talk? They want our women. They want our children. Pep Talk. Sometimes no means yes. Grab them by the Pep Talk. Grab them by the Marco Rubio. Obama is a racist. Pep Talk. I'm literally coming. I'm literally coming. Pep Talks.
We found weapons of mass destruction. My fellow Americans, it has been confirmed today from Pep Talks that we are indeed all high on politics.